Dawn. TP panic. This isn't to prank. Zhao Jia suddenly spoke up. This is clear lie hunt. The Night Cross Society. Isa Secra cult of Toth. Deep Sea Messenger. Every 10 years, they hold a gathering Gatsa to perform a sacrificial ritual. Linyan. His voice trembled as she skid anxiously. What Dawid dono? Ian swore decisively. Follow me. Without hesitation. I dashed toward the depths of the ship. Scabbins. In edifying Simon. Westlip throughed him lilit corridors like a thieves. Taking care to avoid the surveillance cameras. Warach Divip Sudatek, and the 10th floor. The hallway was lined with deepered carpet. Baroque oil paintings adorned the walls. The air was thick with a blend of sandalwood and whiskey. An atmosphere as regalis apolis. It stopped in front of Father and knocked 3 times. The door creaked, a panic crack. And a tall, thin man wearing sunglasses peeked out. When Hassam. I immediately stepped aside. Eyes wide, in astonishment. What are you doing here? A stepped in quickly and said. The Night Cross Society has made the air move. They've already begun the sacrificial ritual. Thethan man, let a tallow curse. Then turned at a Trevi silver briefcase from his luggage. I just cracked their encrypted communications. Tonight is the night of Crimson Tide. Their plan is to sink the entire ship to the bottom of the sea at 3 in the morning. Linyan. Sfasischer and ghostly pale. Aren't they insane? There are hundreds of people on board. His Namua Shejong. A former military communications expertise. Dired from the underground after his retirement. He spoke with chilling calm. Totham. These people are just this. Nothing more than offering stove. Deep sea god. A glanced at me watch. Time, running out. When at a Tofin Theer Priest, Hezong said. According to the intercepted messages, the priest is in the theater. When veil off the moon, descend send someone a place the hymnothesia god. That signal the ritual has begun. It took a Tanix escort. He haveth this. We can slip backstage. Ashajong gathered his gear. He said, I'll contact the people in the engine room. If we control the main engine, we can stop them from sinking the ship. A cautioned him. Be careful, then, grabbing Linyan by the wrist, urged, come on, to the theater. Linyan, Sean trembled slightly in mine. Bother Gazoo as a resolute, shunderstood. Once we set foot in the theater. There would been a turning back. The fate of the sacred shadow was no a gamble against thung known, a blood-soaked. Flammelas ritual of the, drawing ever closer. Late at night, the cruise ship cast golden reflection sacristhesi, gliding like Isolin serpent. Noon Kulthavi imagined that behind this dazzling tapestry of lights, the darkness was quietly awakening. I led Linyan through the dazzling corridor on the 10th floor, steering her clear of the ballroom filled with champagne and jazz. I brought her to the said entrance of theater. It drew off the epsiprims and excess guard, rimmed with gold trim. With a soft click, the electronic lock released, and the door slid up in slowly. It revealed a narrow, dim-lit backstage passage. The air inside was dry and acrid, thick with a mingled essence of wood and stage paint. It made me feel queasy for a moment. Linyan muttered under her breath. This place he feels like hiatum. Instinctively, she hugged their arms around herself. I replied calmly. This is where it hold the night of the Crimson Tide. Totham. The theater is a passage between reality and what they call the Farsit of the Ibsi. Linyan looked at Patmos suddenly, confusion and harious. How do Yakna Walthus in such detail? It didn't. T-break mistride. Only insert quietly. Tanyer Sago. In-ear Lila's Malifa narritual just like a this. Linyan opened her mouth, as if to press for more. But when she saw the cold Nesami expression, she swallowed her words. She could sense that a psychill radiating from Jai Jiao, in a cold, that seep, pedrite tinto thebone. As if why they every step. She was drawing closer to his best. We continued down the backstage corridor. The theater. Interior wrap, Didinagosly blue light. The audience seats were empty that the curtain on stage hung down. Black as an abyss. As though countless scenes were watching us from the shadows. There was a faint, almost imperceptible vibration in the air. Like a string pulled atop by invisible hands. Quiet, Jai Jiao. And suddenly he reached out to stop Linyan, pressing himself slowly against the left curtain off the stage. Hiprosidi seer Tothi wal Tulliston closely. Muffled whispers drifted out from backstage. These eventh gaddis open. The covenanten bluta sealed. Tonight. Marks then be for a dawn arrives. We shall welcome thee, messenger from beneath the sea. Totus send upon this place. Tha voice where lo andrus be. Layered over Onion of Erisifmony, people were speaking Aidens. They were chanting. Perhaps praying. Or may be performing garritual. Linian. Sphinx went pale. Cold sweat breaking out along her back. A strange sense of oppression crept up from her feet or her throat. She looked Adachai Jiao. In and in Hai's eyes. She caught a glint of danger. The priestess inside, Hugh whispered. The marritual hasn't begun. We still have a chance. What do ya plan todo? Linian. Sois was barely ya whisper. Find the key, Jai Jiao. And Skizis was razor sharp. The heart off, the ritual isn't. Blood. It, san object, every time there it begins. Do see a special artifact. The spirit lock. Tosat things in motion. I came aboard the ship to claim it. Eth hot your rhymes. Night Cross Society. Linian Frazine surprise. As lights militugad at the corners of Xiaojiashu, smouth. But his eyes remained as cold as ever. That was merely incidental, he said. He drew a black dagger from his belt. The blade etched with intricate symbols. These symbols shimmered with a chilly gleam beneath Edom light. With careful precision, he lifted the edge of the curtain with the tip of his blade. Hipparata surveyed the truessing backstage. At the center of the backstage Gary stood an ancient altar, surrounded by 6 figures clad in black robes. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, making them impossible to recognize. Each gripped a bone staff and whined with threads. Soft incantations spilled from their lips, weaving together on a hypnotic, rhythmic chant. Upon the altar, a bronze lamp burned quietly, its flame a strange, deep blue, like the glow of bioluminescence in the ocean. Steps, hovering in the very center of the altar was a twisted metal lock, suspended in midair. Fine black threads radiated outward like Caspeter, sweb, ensnaring the entire backstage. That is the spirit lure lock. Zhao Jiazhu murmured. Linian held her breath, unconsciously shrinking back behind him. The loximedal mustaliv. As if it might pounce an Anyanu hooter draw near. Yuanto stielet. Linian. Swiss quivered. With anxiety. No. Zhao Jiazhui. Stonewaskam. I intend to destroy it. His gaze grew razor sharp hashikly took in his surroundings. The corner off the wall. A steel cable hanging overhead. Avententh the right. And several unlit jatter torches. He mapped to this plan of action in his mind with practice speed. Can you get a the back door and shut off the power from the corridor? Spraker. Once you, done. Hide the spur dressing room and wait for me signal. He spoke to Linian without turning his head. Linian bit her lip. Hands clenched tight. Her voice trembling. Can you handle this alone? Zhao Jiazhui glanced at her. His yes steady andun wavering. I. Veal re dance. I. Not afraid of Doitagan. Linian fought back her tears. Finally nodded. And turned Talivi at a brisk pace. He drew a deep breath. Countless ice of past missions flashed through his mind. Fear had long since become a constant in his life. His existential ways perched in a knife. Sedge. Suddenly, the lights flickered. Linian had cut the power. Darkness enveloped at the backstage, save for the blue flame of the bronze lamp flickering in the gloom. For a moment, the black-robed figures faltered in confusion. But soon their chanting grew faster. Desperate hastened their ritual. With a sudden burst, Zhao Jiazhu lunged from behind the curtain, his figure streaking into the ceremony like Keobol Toph black lightning. The dagger in his right hand flashed coldly, while Hai's left gripped a target canister hidden in his sleeve. Moving with the speed of a gale, has struck before Thekel Tiscaldriact, slashing going down, slicing through another. Shrist. The man fell to the floor, howling in agony. There, sat intruder. One of the black robetta figure shrieked, voice raw with fury. You've already taken this gameta Jai Jiajing's near coldly, tossing out a gascanester into the fury at the center of the altar. This ends no. There was a muffled explosion Widemus billowed out, and the black-robed figure instant lied send dead into chaos. The ancient bronze lamps waved violently in the thick smoke, its flame, flickering. On the verge of going out, Zhai Jiajing charged toward the altar. raising his short blade high hand bringing jit down fiercely on the spirit binding chain. Apier sing metallics naprang out. Themament the chain broke. A wave of invisible force burst forth, hurling him zerometers backward. Heslam in taproprak. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, through his blurred vision, he saw clearly the black linny thrash dan dune ravel dimadair lakia snapped web. The bronze lamp flickered violent laya a few times before going dark, plunging the theater in outer silence. The black-robed bed figures collapsed to the ground, some twitching, some limp, a few still struggling to rise. All of them were drained off strength. Ace of that chain had been their heart, and now, that heart had been utterly destroyed. Zhaijia Zhang fought his ears ringing, his vision swimming. Have felt the spine protesting why the every breath. Several ribs surely broken. Butha gritted his teeth. Bracing him Zulfagan's the wall. Heslowly got to his feet, suddenly. The theater doors burst open. Lin Yun rushed in. Seeing him covered in blood. Shelatauta Kriandranta's side. Are you all right? He looked to Dather, forcing a faint smile to his lips. Dawn, cry. I am still alive. Lin Yun collapsed into his arms, her whole body trembling with relief. Hugh whispered, contact Thejong, tell him to check the guest lists for every VIP box while keeping control of the engines. I suspect their Priya still hasn't shown themselves. The air in the theater still hung thick with the Ikrit off Tiergasan the burnt tangoff moltemetal. Blood and smoke emmingaled in the heavy, clinging atmosphere, as if an invisible neath had settled over their space. At the center off vestige, Theon's hovering spear-binding chain was no nothing more than a heap of twisted metal, lying lifeless atop the shattered stone altar, like theed. Forever close eye off some ancient beast, leaning against the wall. Zhaijia Zhang gasped for breath. Sweat and blood ran together down his jaw, soaking through his shirt. His hand still gripped the patterned short blade so tightly thethis knuckle shajganu white. Lin Yunk melt bess at him, fumbling to tear open the fabric of his shoulder, revealing a deep wound that cut down to the bone. Blood gushed out, staining her palms crimson. Dawn, T-mauve. I am doing to stop the bleeding. Her voice trembled with fear and her hands were ice cold. But Zhaijia Zhang only shook his head slightly. His tone asked almost ever. Dawn, to worry about this wound. Would terribly worries me. Is that the trooper sas probably been among us all along? Lin Yun looked to Patham. Here yes wide with shock. You mean to say, these people in black robes are nothing more than tools. They're a mastermind behind everything. Hasn't ever shown themselves. They remore like cools following Gordistan true mastermind spulling the strings. Zhao Jiaoru spoke slowly, replaying those whispers in his mind. Therachuach and Shad being cryptic. Butonyun, word had come through loud and clear. Thiki bearer. That wasn't. Ta casual tidally signified apposition of real authority. His voice was low, yet every word rang with clarity who had destroyed the lock. But the key is still in some anneals. Shand. Lin Yun grieve in paler. Here yes wide with Ferrandunese. So, what oughta know? Will the person continue at the ritual? Zhao Jiaori closed his eyes yes. When he opened them a moment later, his gazi was sharp as a blade. No. Huan. Tma Kimo Forno. He. L. Go into hiding. Watch us from the shadows. Wait for the next chance. Or simply wait for Estidi in her own. He glanced down at Vestige. The body soft several black-robed figures lay still. Butte in the corner. A frail, small figurine black trembled slightly. The bear's flicker of life theft in his fingertips, forcing himself upright. Zhao Jiarui walked over, his step sheavy. Lin Yun followed close behind. He said, "These event door has opened. What does that mean?" Sheest, unable to hold back her question. It. Seiko-did phrase. Zhao Jiarui crouched best at the frail figure, carefully lifting Theman. Should with his dagger. In theater. They priester Calidor guardians. These event dormients ritual has entered its final phase. In other words, the trooper has begun his preparations. Beneath the hood was a shriveled, ancient face. Deep wrinkles etched across the skin. The eyes were a cloudy. But a glimmer of awareness remained. His lips trembled as she rasped. It's already too late for you. Tell me, who's the priest? Zhao Jiaori. Svoiser Netisi. That dagger pressing against the man's throat. If you want to deharry the bottom off the sea, why not take your master with you? The black-robed man grinned, revealing broken, yellow teeth. You have you'll redeemeth him. Lin Yun gasped sharply, breath catching in her throat. Simone Veilridai scene. Sai his name. Zhao Jiaoyi, stone was merciless, utterly cold. But the black-robed man said nothing more. Has implied close the eyes, yes. A mocking smile curling at his lips. Suddenly, his body convulsed and black blood trickled from his mouth. He had poisoned himself. Damn it. Zhao Jiaori muttered under his breath. Turning away, a new resolve gleam in Jin Hai's eyes. Do you know who it is? Lin Yun asked urgently. The shipowner. He replied, without hesitation. The shipowner. The true master of the sign shadow. He never appears at public banquets. Only shows up occasionally in very select circles. Alex Estoth, upper levels authorized by him. Evemi card was given to maybe him. Lin Yun, sees widened. You mean? Heck knew you, were coming to stop the ritual. And still-handed youth, Tathkar himself. Zhao Jiajing nodded. His voice iron-clad with resolve, because she believe it Taikanen. T. Doit. He walked slow-light toward the backstage exit, each step firm and unyielding, striding between blood-stained sand-broken stones. His silhouette to us as steadfast as Saturov steel. I want to see him, he said. Meanwhile, deep in the cruise ship, Senjurium, Hezong had already taken control of the M&A engine. He quickly set up an encrypted lock to disable the auto-syncing program. Ashatita, way on his portable terminal, he drew a deep breath. Damn it. This ship, been modified beyond recognition. He muttered under his breath. Just as was preparing to leave. Zhao Jiajing, slow, commanding, voice come through his earpiece. Hezong, pull up all guest records for the web suites, especially their cloud suite. A glimmer flicker. Sees. That's the owner. Private room. I suspect the priestess inside. Understood. Hezong. His fingers flew across the keys, and within 30 seconds, the dot appeared in his screen. He hesitated. His tone, carrying Gottrasief uncertainty. There, smorth an own person staying there. Two names Anisa Rain. And Theother. Is Bimo. Zhao Jiajing, pupils contracted sharply. Hearing the name, Lin Yun whipped it around to look at them. What did he say? Bimo. Her voice suddenly grew sharp, slicing through the air. You know this person, Lin Yun. His voice trembled ever so slightly. He was Thella's person me brother mentioned before he died, he said. Bimo's thekito everything. Her words still echoed in the air, like a sudden clap of thunder tearing apart the night. Silence. Bimo. She repeated the in a whisper. Ace if every syllable was soaked in memories is stained with blood. My brother. Slaskal was 3 in the morning. He sounded frantic, repeating over and over. Dawn. Look for Bimo. He, Snot Nordnaryman, and then the call was abruptly cut off. I never heard from him again. Her gazette grew distant. Asif sure trapped Idina walking nightmare, body trembling, ever so slightly. Zhao Jiazhang stood by her side, brow tightly furrowed. His lock anthide terminal Hezong Adson through. Bimo. Codename, Theodraunamas. Zhao Jiazhang say Dinalo. Steady voice. Heavy with gravity. 10 years ago. He peered during Thekro. Shritedisaster. Only has survived that inferno. Afterward. Heavenish for 8 long years. Lin Yun suddenly asked. They investigated him. Zhao Jiajing nodded. His gazette sharp as a blade. He, number 3 in the list. Worth a first two. 1D Dina plan a crash. And Theother left this final words in Thejafa cliff. Dawn, Topenthador. The Ersi metafreezine, that instant. Lin Yun felt as though something had gripped her throat. Her voice barely more than a whisper. Are you saying? Bimo still live. And, he. Sinthered cloud suterate no. Hezongang. Investigation confirm medit. Zhao Jiaoya stared intently at the friend of the corridor, shrouded darkness. He, still on this ship. Right now. He might be waiting for us. Lin Yun bit her lower lip. Her nails digging deep into her palms. Yet she felt no pain. A blurred face surfaced in her mind. The last memory her brother had left her. Twisted and wild. A mingling off tormentan madness. When that face overlapped with his name, It felt tassaphonite Marilong glocked eat away was no breaking free of its chains. Take meadow him. She spoke suddenly, her voice carrying gunning characteristic resolve. Any toke no. What matter him these suddenly, sound willingly? Zhao Jiao turn a tolokather. His gazy pandoon readable. Butin thinned. Headed no trefuse. Hesimply said. Stay close. Dawn. T. Fall. Behind. No matter what. That woof the moved quickly through theater. Through backstage. Climbing upward along the elevator shaft. That'll tow the Vipec. The usual passageway shad been destroyed in the earlier explosion. And the lifts were out of commission. Only an old service shaft remained, usable, a little-known freight elevator. Normally sealed off on reserve for emergencies. With a harsh screech, there on door creak a pen before them. The shaft beyond was pitch black. A fiddled straight down into the thunderworld. The air thick with damascentha tango frosted metal. The top floor is just obvious. There'd clouds sweeties at the very end. Facing Theo Pensy. Zhao Jiao Imer Maradash grabbed hold of Farah pants at this foot and themital rungs. Linian followed close behind, gripping the chains with all her strength. She wasn't. T.S. Killada climbing. But the questions and obsessions burn engine her, heart forced her to overcome her fear. Astai ascended. Words fade away. Leaving only thound off the ear breathing and thieving clink soft metal echo in the shaft. Each rung, they climbs in their hearts racing faster. With ever a step lazur tothered cloud. It felt as if they were being drawn in tone invisible. Yet all to Realvertex, Atlas. This stopped before a grey white cabin door. There was no number on it. Only an ancient silver emblem. Shaped like keen eye. Or perhaps a fish scale. We re-hear. Zhao Jiao, Yi, whispered, for a moment. Linian. Sart seemed to stop. Zhao Jiao Yi, short bladu, ways already drawn. Its sharp steel catching gaff and glint. He tapped the door 3 times with the hilt. There was no answer. Inside. Silence remained, dune broken. With a gaze. Zhao Jiao suddenly kicked the lock. The door burst open. But therein was eerily quiet. No lights were an unliasing glimmer glowed in the fireplace, casting a faint glow across that space. The curtain swayed, edgently in the wind. As the night air, heavy with the sea, stampness, rolled in, carrying, with tonedly sweet, metallic scent. Their room was furnished with exquisite elegant seared velvet sofa, a solid wood wine cabinet, and an ancient painting hanging on the wall. Everything was immaculate and orderly, with not the slightest hint of chaos. It felt more like Eladine Homothantha secret lair of faculty. Noon. Sheer. Linian whispered, no. Zhao Ju frowned. A strange and familiar chill creeping over him. Just like that the cold hatful in the theater when heard his incantations. Sheer. He just hasn't shown himself it. You me and Hain, shiding. No. Waiting for us. He moved toward the center of the living room, then suddenly stopped. His gaze landing on a sheet of paper spread upon the coffee table. It was a piece of yellowed parchment, covered, and intricate, painstakingly drawn. At its center was a massive spiral, encircled by 7 symbol shapel-like jagged cracks, and at the very top, a single in was written thickly as among yao. Instinctively, Linian looked over at Zhaoju. At that moment, flames in the fireplace the far end of the room leapt up, and an eerie blue light traced a crooked arc across the corner of the wall. Avos echoed from deep within the house. It was gentle and low, yet carried an irresistible pull. Welcome, me guess. Me apologies for keeping you waiting. That twoof, them spoon around, startled. From the shadows in the corner of their room, a man in a black suit. He moved, with effortless grace, and nearly politsmilly in his lips. His hair was jet black as ink, and his eyes, though pale and gray, betrayed no emotion at all. You're Bimo, Zhao Ju said slowly, his voice cold aces. That's right, the man nodded, still smiling. It's good to see you again, Zhao Ju. And your companion. Linian's heart clenched tight, her fingers curling unconsciously. Why did you kill me, brother? Bimo shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. It wasn't me. He, Madison choice. Hairless to lit that Theodore was never meant for him. Enough with that tricks. Zhao Ju advanced. Step by deliberate step, his short blade flashing coldly in his hand. You're Theone holding the keto that or, aren't you? Baima smiled, shaking his head. You're mistaken. I'm not the keeper of that door. He paused, then pointed at Linyan. Shies. A shudder ran through Linyan's body. As a fantasy force had struck her down the spine, she instinctively stepped back, pressing herself against the cold wall. Her fingers tingling, her throat tightening. You're lying? Her voice was parched, as she struggled to suppress the urge threatening to overwhelm her. I haven't ever been involved in your affairs. Nor do I believe in your ridiculous claims. You have no idea. And I'm certainly not some keeper of Thiki. Her voice trembled, yet each word rang out with striking clarity. Baimo still wore his gentle smile. As they were savoring a meticulous stage performance, he approached slowly. Every step muffled beneath the thick carpet beneath his feet, silent as a shadow. Yet this quiet advance pressed down on them with an invisible weight, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Do you really think becoming Theki is something you get accused? Baimo Stone was calm, his voice deep and steady, rolling gin like thea-eyed. Miss Linyan. 10 years ago, your brother was the only who bent the first gate with his own hands, and the price he paid. For that, was you. Here yes flew, open wide. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Have you ever wondered why he was always so strict with you? Why? A child. You were haunted by those strange dreams. Thebes with mechanical wings. Thefesless figures. And that grey bridge, a plessinune haze of verbinable to describe. Baimo's voice was as gentle as if we're telling a fairy tale. But every word pierced deep into Linyan's heart, sending a chill through her. She remembered those dreams. Theons that jolted her awaking theta doff night. Theonish never dared Tosha with an. She had always believed they were just shadows from her childhood. Tricks off her subconscious. You've been investigating me. Now her voice was laced with fear and danger. How man, your shave you been watching me. Baimo halted, still 2 meters away from her. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a grave, measured calm. No, I haven't been watching you. In truth, I was never certain you were Thiki. No tuntil thema meant you set foot 10th this ship. Hetern isgaz a toshauju. And for the first time, a kill flickered in his eyes. You, too. Area crucial piece, aren't you? You weren't supposed, though pure at this time. And you interfered. How troublesome. Zhaoju remained motionless, her short blade steady and unwavering. Hurt in a cold as forged steel. Don't putona shao for me. If you Tralik knew where Thiki was, you would end let this ritual fail. You were never in control. A trace of displeasure passed through Baimo's eyes. Asif shook a nerve. You think destroying Gacing Gull Spirit Lock is to defeat meme? Heretorted with a mocking laugh. That was nothing but bait. A performance sestage just for you. There gate. Only check and open it. Linyan felt her breathing grow faster. As countless fragments soft, memories surged and tangled in her mind. Familiar selves kept surfacing. Yet they remained shrouded in a haze of veil, as though hidden behind a thin layer of gauze. Still, shackled sense, faintly, that those memories were an inseparable part of her inner self. She lifted her head, though her voice quivered. It carried a note for Zalvu side called a penthador. But what exactly lies behind it? Baimo suddenly stopped everything. He was doing. He lowered his head and gazed at Ather intently, holding her in silence for 3 long seconds. Behind the door, he cooed softly, his voice deepening with a weighty undertone. That is something you must witness for yourself. With that, he gently lifted Asa brushing Goggins' summon seam mechanism in the air. In that instant, the walls of their rooms shimmered faintly. Runes began to emerge from beneath the carpet, within the murals, and in the cracks off the furniture. Like his lully closing barrier, they drew together, firmly trapping the 3 of them in Siditha space. Linyan Latauta startled cry and stumbled back to his steps. She spun around. But her. The door behind her had silently swung Shutan Multed into the wall, vanishing without a trace. Don't struggle. Baima Stone was gone. This silent binding, Garayan lie responds to her bloodline. As long as she doesn't resist. It won't her manio, Zhaoji had already cast a siddish hesitation. Lunged forward with sudden ferocity, his short blade thrusting straight for Baima's throat. If you think you can take her away right in front of me, you're sorely mistaken. But Baima seemed prepared. With that if movement, he sidestepped the deededly blow. Yet, in the split second that followed, Zhao Ji changed his attack, swinging his left elbow with tremendous force toward Baima's ribs. The impact sent Baima stumbling back a step. For the first time, his confident expression faltered. He glanced down at the shirt, now stained with blood. But instead of anger, a smile spread across his face. You are quite the troublesome variable. I am no variable. Zhao Ji's were as cold as winter steel. I am the blade itself. The next second, he struck again, swift as the wind. His knife flashed, trailing a silver arc through air, aimed straight at Baima's throat. But just as the blade was about to graze Baima's skin, the air rippled violently. A silver-white barrier shot up between them. Forcibly separating that woman. The voice that rang out did not belong to Baimo, but a Linian. She stood between them. Here, yes, glowing with a faint blue light, her face was clear, as if waking from a dream. Her voice was quiet but unwavering. Stop fighting. I understand now. She spoke softly, her gaze falling on a yellowed piece of parchment beside her. These even cracks running across its surface seemed met with a stirring softer memory. This door, Itril Akanapenet. Zhao Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Linian, don't let them control you. You have no idea what this means? I don't know. She interrupted, her tone preternaturally calm. Beauty have a to find out what me brother went through. What you Austrian sods, desperate light keep me from seeing? Baimo fell silent. Hesimply watched Linian, as if witnessing the arrive of long-awaited morning light. Theodorus right behind, that while at the back of their cloud suite. He extended his hand slowly, pointing toward the heavy drapes at the friend of Therum. Linian walked slowly toward the heavy curtain, her fingers trembling ever so slightly. With each step forward, she could feel the air quivering around her, as if some ancient power was awakening. She stopped before the curtain, took a deep breath, and glanced back at Zhao Jiaozhuo. If I don't return, she whispered. Any doubt to take everything away from. Zhao Jiaozhuo clenched his jaw. But tenth end. Did nothing tossed of her. He only gave his low, solemn nod, his siesco mandoon wavering. Linian closed ears and gently parted the curtain. In the darkness beyond, an ancient, eerie stone door appeared in silence. Its surface was covered in strangest symbols that seemed to whisper with a tacit sound. Her hand reached out, slowly, toward the stone door. Beyond that door, was it an unknowable abyss, or the hidden truth waiting to be revealed? Her hand reached out, slowly, toward the stone door. The surface was a cold, like forged steel. The moment their skin made contact, it was as though a current shot through her entire body. Her mind flooded with a torrent of unfamiliar images and murmurs. Those voices, half incantation from distant ages, half the whispered arse of her childhood nightmares, they were deep, sticky, and entwined, each word leaving a fissure deep within her heart. But she did not flinch. The stone door began to open. Inch by inch, there was no sound. Beauty moist, heavy gusts swept out. It was like a corpse elongously prising from the abyss, drowning the entire Hongyun suite in indescribable gloom. The light sent the walls flicker at if we even went out altogether. Zhao Jiaozhuo gripped his short blade tightly and suddenly stepped forward. He placed himself between Lin Yun and the darkness. His voice, dropped to a whisper, tense with urgency. Before you go in, tell me, do you still remember who you are? Lin Yun's gaze amethys, clear and unyielding. Her resolve almost in the verge of shattering. I don't know. You want to find out. As soon as the words left their lips, she stepped out across the threshold. Beyond the door was no closed chamber. A spiral staircase wending downward. The stone steps Borthesker soft centuries. As if noon had passed, 400 sapphires. A faint, mysterious light streamed from somewhere unknown, illuminating lie a few meters ahead. Beyond that, there was suddenly utter darkness. Baimo followed in silence. Zhao Jiaozhuo brought up the rear, his eyes fixed on Lin Yun ahead, heckled since her presence is subtly shifting. As if some unseen force was slowly engulfing her. The staircase seemed endless. Nunek knew how long they had been walking. The familiar aura of vengeance and the gentle rocking off the cruise ship that away. It was gone. As if they had slipped quietly off the ship and into the old world off their own. Suddenly, Lin Yun stopped. Did you hear that? She whispered. Hear what? Zhao Jiape glanced at Daron warily. That chime. Her voice was barely a breath. But Baima still nodded. The race now can hear itis Beckus Theodore Hazelreda recognize you as its master. What chime? Zhao Jiape still didn't notice anything. His nerves stretched near breaking by thenless. Absurd staircase. From Themamenti stepped through the door. The Kaimi Hasakadami mind. Linyan turned her head, a faint blue light flickering in Harius, her pupils dilating slightly. It's not just an ordinary bell. It's more like a summons. She suddenly smiled. As smile that's intachal down up a spine. We're almost there. Baima sighed abruptly. Sure enough. The staircasia had finally ended, revealing Gamasa bronze door. Carved into its surface was a greater leaf, 7 hands stretching outward from the center. As if trying to toss the entire world, or struggling towards this being dragged away by some unseen force. Linyan stood before Theodore, her breath quickening. What's inside? Sheest Baimo. View the Dentons right away. Instead, in a voice tinged with reverence, he said, "The space beyond this door is called the mirror realm. It's where consciousness meets dreams, and it marks the edge of reality. You say he was the key." Linyans? Yes, Grushar Pagang. Pertinent with irony. And you? What Terrio? The gatekeeper. The guide. Or just another lock? Baimo wassalant for a moment before he spoke. His words low on TVM. The door left behind. What does that mean? Iwasakianse. 2. For the first time, exhaustion flickered Dakars Baimo's face. But the door turned me way. It chose Linyanero of Hirius. Her Gazasiasha looked teeth at him. So you want me to finish what you started? Baima nodded. Go inside. Find the central eye. Active at it. Only y'all can see it. At this point, Zhao Jiapai finalas's patience. Hey Anklin Yum Behindium. Fixing Baima with a fierce glare. Do you really think we'll trust you? Can I swear in a single word? You've side is true. Baima spread his hands. Have you ever wondered why some man uncontrollable? Bizarre things are happening on this cruise ship. Why the theater suddenly exploded. Why passengers keep disappearing. One after another. That's because the door has already started to leak. His words pierced their hearts like an spike. If we don't activate the center, this ship will be swallowed by Themir Rom. You will be replaced. Duplicated. Until even your reflection in Themir becomes unrecognizable. Linyan hesitated no longer. She reached other hand and pressed at a tag and leaf at the center off the bronze door. A pale blue light rippled along the carving on the door, spreading outward in concentric waves. Beyond the door, an immeasurably vast space stretched out. It was as if they stood at the bottom of a deep sea, or adrift in the endless universe. No sense of direction. No boundaries. Only shifting light and shadow twisting and unfurling in all directions. There seemed a crown beneath their feet. Yet it offered no sensation, as if they stood upon emptiness itself. All around, the silence was suffocating. Every sense was cut off, leaving only Themis primal awareness echoing in each mind. War hair, Baimo murmured, standing at the very front. Linyan fixed her gaze, the massive black eye floating in the distance. The eye at the center. It seemed Edison's her presence, and slowly opened. An invisible force began to draw her forward. Linyan trembled slightly. As if enduring a pressure she could not resist. With every step, fragments of memory flickered through her mind, forgotten nights from childhood. The shadow of her brother murmuring by her bedroom door, and memories that seemed to belong to someone else. She saw herself, cloaked, standing before Retha's door, while Baimok knelt at her feet. Linyan. The sound of Zhaoji's voice snapped her out of her trance. Shet her net abruptly. Here yes no clear. I remember no. What did you remember? Haste. Linyan looked at Dathaman spoke slowly, uttering Jewstone sententiam not Linyan. No sooner had the words left her lips than the center flew wide open. A jet black fissure flashing, deep within its pupil. The entire Miram began to away violently. In that instant, it was as if an invisible force tore the Miram apart. Fine cracks branched out from the pupil of the eye, weaving outward like Kia, rending the iridid, unstable spaces under. The air rippled with intensity. As if countless unknown minds were watching, listening. Quietly close engine. Zhaoji's expression grew-tense, his pupils narrowing sharply. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on a short, Bladian step deed in front of Linyan. He didn't know what that he was. But every fiber of his being warned him this was no entity a human should ever touch. What did you just? Hesked in a low voice. Histonge, with wariness and unease. Lin Yun's gaze had changed. The pale blue in her eyes was no longer just a simple, spiritual glow. Now, it was a calm so cold it bordered on detachment. She was no longer the panicked girl who had once stumbled in the Red Cloud suite. Her entire aura had transformed into something unrecognizable. I say this. Her voice was soft, yet each word rang with remarkable clarity. Lin Yun was just a name I once used. Zhao Ji's Adam's apple bobbed. His fingers tightened imperceptibly around the knife. So you're not Lin Yun at all? He couldn't bring himself to believe that the woman who had fought by his side through blood and fire had suddenly become someone else. Lin Yun does exist. She looked at him, and for a fleeting moment, a gentle emotion surfaced in her eyes, but it was like something kept at the bottom of a deep well, distant and unreachable. But that was the shell I wore outside the gate, the identity I chose before I let myself forget. The real me was awakened by the eye at the center a very, very long time ago. By Mo stood nearby, hands at his sides, his expression a tangled web of emotions. She finally remembers, he murmured, as if mourning something, yet also as if welcoming the return of fate. You knew all along she wasn't Lin Yun. Zhao Jia suddenly spun toward him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Who are you, really? Mo slowly let out a breath, as though expelling years of pent-up sickness. I was just a steward on the ship. An ordinary attendant, nothing more. Until 3 years ago, when I accidentally entered the mirror realm. His voice was low, heavy, as if recounting a past no one would ever believe. The mirror realm. It isn't a place, but a structure of consciousness, a domain of self-replication and projection. When I entered, I saw thousands upon thousands of faces. Each one was me, doing different things, speaking different words. That's when I realized I was nothing but a repeating symbol. And she, he glanced at Lin Yun, is the only existence that cannot be replicated. So you approach her from the beginning, just to lure her here? Zhao Jia let out a cold laugh, his eyes blazing with anger. You let her be pulled, awakened, and used? Mo shook his head. I brought her here only to close the rift. Without her, the eye at the center could never be sealed again. Do you think I wish to endure 3 years of torture, trapped between dreams over and over? If she didn't come, I would die anyway. We're all chosen in the end. Lin Yun did not interrupt Mo, nor did she defend herself. She simply lifted her gaze to that eye, her expression growing ever more serene. It hasn't fully awakened yet, she said softly. I can feel it, it's still waiting. Waiting for what? Zhao Jia asked, his voice low and tense. Wait until I speak my true name. She turned around, a faint smile lingering on her lips, but behind it was an indescribable sorrow. Can you stop it? He finally voiced the question, his words barely more than a whisper. Lin Yun hesitated for a moment. Maybe I can, maybe I can't, but it's something I must face. You're not alone. Zhao Jia Qiao stepped forward, his voice low and steady. Even if you're no longer Lin Yun, I won't let you walk into that eye and face death by yourself. Lin Yun paused, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. You, she let out a soft laugh. You really aren't afraid to die, are you? I am, Zhao Jia Qiao replied plainly. But I'm even more afraid of something happening to you. Suddenly, Mo raised his hand, his brow furrowing. Wait, something's approaching. At his words, Lin Yun and Zhao Jia Qiao whirled around almost in unison. In the distant void, a rift had torn open, no one knew when. From it emerged a colossal figure, eyeless and faceless, as if pieced together from countless fragments. Each patch of its skin reflected a different face, some laughing, some crying, some in rage, and some gazing intently at the three of them. Replicas. Mo's face turned pale. They've sensed the disturbance from the eye of the center. They're drawing near. Lin Yun sprang forward, raising both hands. A burst of blue light exploded from her palms, rippling outward like water and forming a transparent barrier between them and the creature. They're remnants created by the eye of the center, she explained, her voice urgent yet clear. They have no mind, only the instincts to hunt, replace, and reshape. Zhao Jia Qiao's eyes were sharp as blades. Then how do we get out? Out. Lin Yun gave a wry smile. Once the door is fully opened, it can't be closed. The only way out is for me to awaken the core consciousness of the eye, and then, he stepped closer, his voice low and resolute. And then we see if it's willing to let us go. Her words landed on his heart, heavy as thunder. At least tell me your real name, Zhao Jia Qiao said softly. Otherwise, I can't even call out to you in peace. She looked at him for a long moment before finally uttering 2 syllables. Zhao Jiaqiao's lips parted slightly, but he said nothing more. He simply nodded, drew a deep breath, reversed his grip on the short blade, and took his place at her side. Then we go together, he said. Lin Yun. No. Now, Yanji glanced at him, then turned away. She walked toward the eye that hovered in the void, her steps unwavering, as if each one was a confrontation with her past, a farewell to the self she had left behind. The pupil of the eye of the center slowly closed, then opened again, as if responding to her approach. Deep within those eyes, a shadowy figure was awakening. It was not human in form, but a swirling mass of consciousness, an existence like a living nightmare, the true master of the mirror. It opened its eyes and gazed straight at Yanji. The entire mirror realm began to tremble once more. Yanji's footsteps rang heavy in the emptiness of the mirrored world. Each stride seemed to fall upon invisible memories. Fragments of the past drifted beneath her feet like cicada wings on water, flickering with a ghostly blue light, only to shatter, spin, and fade away as she passed. She did not walk quickly, but every step was steady and certain. With each movement, she could feel the oppressive gaze of the eye at the center, a presence that pressed upon her very soul, a silent intrusion that spoke more than 1,000 words. It knows I'm here. Yanji's voice was barely more than a whisper, but in the utter stillness of the mirror realm, it crashed like thunder, jolting both Zhao Jizhui and Bai Mo from their thoughts. Zhao Jizhui stared intently at her back, an inexplicable anxiety rising in his chest. He was not the type to be easily unsettled. He had fought his way out of the Red Cloud suite, survived the hellish theater, and navigated the dreamlike, shifting rooms, always keeping a cool head. Yet now, he felt like an onlooker, powerless to do anything but watch Yanji march alone toward a point of no return. He tightened his grip on his short blade, not noticing the blood welling where the hilt bit into his palm. Hey, he couldn't help but call out. Yanji halted, turning her head just slightly without looking back. Is there any way you can get us all out of here together? There was a long pause before her answer drifted back, light as a feather. No. Then why don't you push me away? His jaw clenched. You know this might be a one-way gamble. Yanji's shoulders trembled ever so slightly, as if his words had struck a fragile nerve deep within her. For a moment, she said nothing. Then, she let out a soft laugh, a sound tinged with self-mockery and perhaps a trace of apology, too subtle to name. Because you remind me that I am still, in some way, human. Before she finished speaking, the pupil of the central eye convulsed violently. A tidal wave of energy, as overwhelming as a storm-tossed sea, surged outward from its depths. The mirror realm began to collapse at the edges, sky and ground twisted and inverted. From the widening cracks, a flood of replicas poured forth like an inky tide, their countless faces frozen in a silent scream. Bai Mo's eyes sharpened. With a sudden motion, he drew a ring engraved with a 7-pointed star from his belt and hurled it into the air. The ring hovered between him and Zhao Jizhui, instantly expanding into a pale golden shield, holding the replicas at bay, if only for a moment. We got 3 minutes, no more, Bai Mo shouted through gritted teeth. After that, they'll break through. Zhao Jia hesitated no longer. With a single stride, he rushed toward Yanji, his voice hoarse. Don't shoulder this alone. We can. Before he could finish, Yanji spun around abruptly. With a sweep of both hands, a curtain of azure light flared between them, forcing him back in his tracks. You stay here. Her tone was devoid of warmth, as if she had become someone else entirely. This is not a place you can withstand. Even 10 more steps, and it would see right through you. Zhao Jia collided with the barrier, feeling a pressure like the crushing depths of the ocean forcing him back. He stared into Yanji's eyes, watching the light within them slowly dim, and roared in fury. What gives you the right to decide my fate? Yanji's eyes trembled faintly. Her lips moved, but, in the end, she could not bring herself to utter the words she truly wanted to say. It wasn't go, nor thank you, nor even goodbye. It was I am afraid. She feared letting him see her other side. The self who was no longer Lin Yun, the self shattered into 1,000 fragments within her dreams. She was afraid he would see her true form, an empty shell, a shadow conjured from the countless memories cast into this mirrored realm. Afraid he would no longer wish to follow her. She could not take that risk. Yanji, Zhao Jia roared again, his voice torn from the depths of his soul, as if he could shatter the entire mirrored world with that cry. And at that moment, the central eye opened fully. A jet-black arc of light burst from its depths, falling with divine precision onto the crown of Yanji's head. She gazed up at the light, then suddenly closed her eyes. I am here, she whispered softly. The instant the light touched her, her body seemed to dissolve, merging seamlessly with the dark radiance. Her hair billowed upward, her robes swelling with energy. Across her jade-like skin emerged circles of intricate, mysterious runes. Not mere markings, but living patterns pulsing with her heartbeat, winding their way along every limb, finally converging at her brow. There, on her forehead, a barely visible vertical eye slowly opened. Bai Mo's eyes flew wide in shock. She's entered the fusion state. Fusion with what? Jia shouted, his fist pounding against the barrier with a deep, thunderous boom. Didn't she say she was going to awaken the central eye? Why is she? She is the engine. Bai Mo ground out, anguish twisting his face. Her existence is the final key, the last permission to sustain and awaken this mirrored world. Once she merges with the eye, the mirror realm will open completely again. If she can control it, she could rewrite the very structure of this domain. And if she can't, Bai Mo shuddered, forcing a bitter smile. Then she will become the new master of the mirror. Jia froze, his pupils constricting to pinpoints. That meant Yanji would be trapped in this void, terrifying world of mirrors forever, doomed to become the next guardian, losing herself, her past, everything she ever was. At that very moment, Yanji's consciousness was beginning to fracture. She saw herself standing before a mirror, reflected by countless versions of herself within. Each one smiled back at her, their expressions a myriad of emotions: innocence, seduction, madness, exhaustion. "Welcome back," they spoke in unison. Yanji clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "Get out of my way. You can't get rid of us," a voice chuckled softly in her mind. "You are us." Her body trembled violently, her awareness splintering apart, and fragments of memory floated to the surface. There was a time, on a snowy night, when she had tried to hang herself but failed. When she opened her eyes, she found herself placed in a cold, desolate hospital room. There was a time, under the name Lin Yun, she approached a boy who screamed in his dreams, attempting to awaken the slumbering memories within him. There was a time, during a voyage, she dreamed again and again of herself walking alone on a black ship with no sailors, no sails, no masts, and no direction. She had long ceased to be an ordinary human. Her fate was rewritten the moment she first set foot in the mirror realm, and now, at last, this contract had come to collect its due. "I must win," she told herself, her voice soft but unyielding as steel. Then she raised her hand. All the reflections of herself in the mirror vanished at once. The shards whirled through the air, rearranging into new symbols, new paths, a new self. And she, slowly, began to walk toward the core of the central eye, the eternally sealed door of consciousness. Not for anyone else. As Yanji's fingertip touched that invisible door, a chill that burned like fire spread from the bone of her finger up to her shoulder. Her body felt as if it were being sliced apart by some unseen force, her consciousness on the verge of being stripped from her very being. It wasn't pain, but a deeper kind of weightlessness, as if her very existence was being drawn out of her by the mirror realm, only to be remade. She saw a light slowly spinning before her eyes, like some ancient mechanism grinding along. Rings within rings, symbols upon symbols, each inscribing itself into her mind, slow yet relentless. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. "Wake up! Yanji, wake up!" His shout crashed through the mirrored barriers like a thunderclap, striking her already blurring awareness. She frowned instinctively, a ripple disturbing her heart. He was still waiting for her. She didn't know if she could ever return, nor if her return was merely a self-deceiving fantasy. Yet that single call, sharp as a needle, pierced some hidden corner of her consciousness and cracked the frozen shell around her feelings. "Why haven't you left yet?" she murmured, a line of tears silently tracing down her cheek, refracting countless illusory colors in that world of tangled light and shadow. At this moment, Zhao Jiaxuan was gritting his teeth, his palm pressed hard against the already cracked barrier. Beside him lay Bai Mo, already unconscious. He had long since exhausted his strength. The last flicker of energy in the shield had been awakened by his desperate effort. "This shouldn't be your fight alone," he murmured, lowering his gaze to his palm. The short blade, there was already etched with countless fine cracks, a wound from that time in the ballroom, when he intercepted the oncoming bolt of lightning. But now it seemed to resonate. The blade trembled softly, emitting a deep, humming vibration. "Do you want me to go in?" he asked under his breath. The blade offered no answer, but suddenly began to glow. Jagged blue lines of light crawled across its surface, branching outward until a slender sigil etched itself onto the back of his hand, like a brand or some ancient summons. "So you're a part of her, too?" Zhao Jiaxuan suddenly realized the blade was no ordinary thing.
From the first day he had obtained it, it seemed to possess a will of its own, even saving him from mortal danger more than once at crucial moments. Perhaps Yanji had hidden something by his side all along. "Don't die on me." The words slipped from him in a whisper, as if meant for Yanji and for himself. Then he raised the blade high. The pattern of light erupted, tearing through the mirror realm like a silken ribbon slicing a mirror surface, creating a great rift. In that instant, the countless replicas all froze, as if they sensed some higher command, turning as one to look toward the gash. And at that very moment, Yanji opened her eyes. "It's you?" She gazed at the figure emerging through the gap, her voice barely audible. Step by step, Zhao Jiaxuan approached, shrouded in blue light, his feet crunching through the false reality projected by the mirror realm. Every step was a struggle, as though the unreality of this place threatened to tear him apart. "Didn't you say you couldn't come in?" she asked softly, her eyes impossible to read. "I don't know if I can," he replied, breathing hard, "but I know you're inside, so I can't just stay outside." "You're insane." She let out a quiet laugh, though her eyes shimmered with tears. "Coming in is easy. What about getting out?" "You never said you had to leave alone," Zhao Jiaxuan said, stepping to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. "I want to take that chance too." For a moment, Yanji simply looked at him. Then, slowly, she reached out and drew the cracked short blade from his hand. In that instant, every fissure on the blade sealed, turning it utterly translucent, a single flawless crystal, glowing with an eerie, familiar blue. "This is no ordinary weapon," she whispered, gripping the blade tight. "It's one of the fragments of my memory, the anchor of my being, and you've been carrying it with you all this time." Zhao Jia's lips twitched. "It's rather handy for killing enemies. I'm not stupid." She laughed, a long-lost gentleness flickering in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by tension. Ahead, the central eye suddenly began to tremble violently. The iridescent light burst forth again, and a beam of energy shot straight toward the two of them. Instinctively, Yanji shielded Zhao Jia behind her, sweeping out both hands as she drove her short blade into the ground. With a deafening boom, the beam was severed. It was as if a giant hammer had struck the mirrored realm. The entire space pitched and tilted in an instant. In that moment of upheaval, countless shards began to float, each reflecting a different Yanji, some with gentle features, some with hollow eyes, and some grinning like demons. The fragments circled the pair, emitting a shrill buzzing, a sound that was equal parts wailing and seductive whisper. "Don't look at them," Yanji warned in a low voice. "These are fragments of me, sliced away, false, and dangerous. They want to take my place." Zhao Jia instinctively turned his head aside, but out of the corner of his eye he still glimpsed, in one fragment, a woman identical to Yanji slowly reaching out to him, her gaze full of longing, lips parting to speak. "Do you really believe she's the one you once knew?" With a furious roar, he smashed the shard with his fist. It shattered into dust and scattered in the air. "I believe in her," he said, his tone brooking no argument. Yanji trembled slightly, her gaze settling on him. After a brief moment, she spoke softly, "Then let's end this together." She gripped her short blade and raised it to her brow. As she began to chant in a low voice, the entire mirrored realm trembled violently. The iris of the central eye started to expand outward, as if about to enter the activation stage. "Once we enter the core consciousness, I can't hold on to any emotions." Her voice was quiet, almost icy. "If I change, if I no longer recognize you, then I'll just have to knock some sense into you again," Zhao Jia replied under his breath, his gaze unwavering. She looked up at him, a complex tangle of emotions crossing her eyes before finally settling into the faintest of smiles. "Then you'd better be ready to get bitten." The rainbow light flared once more, and together they stepped through the door that had never before been opened. Beyond that door waited something deeper, older, and stranger than the mirrored realm itself. A presence even the central eye could not fully command. Slowly, the core consciousness began to open its invisible gaze. Under the radiant arc of light, the figures of Yanji and Zhao gradually faded, dissolving into the vast, invisible gate. The very edges of space began to blur, while the flow of time itself seemed to halt, arrested by some unseen force. Everything around them grew impossibly distorted. Every shard within the mirrored realm, every play of light and shadow, every wisp of breath appeared to lose its authenticity. In this moment, they existed not merely outside the physical boundaries of the mirrored world. Existence itself became elusive and uncertain. Yanji felt as if the space around her had been compressed into a single, minuscule point. There was no sense of direction left, no path to follow. She closed her eyes, trying to reach for the hollow core of consciousness that seemed to lie at the center of this void. Yet no matter how hard she tried, darkness pressed in from all sides, sealing her away as if there were no possible escape. A strange sensation welled up within her, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Weightlessness, as though she had been cast aside by the entire world, every connection severed. She had believed she'd already reached her journey's end, bound in this emptiness, where all emotions, memories, even her very sense of self, began to slowly dissolve. Then, from behind her, a familiar voice broke through, a voice deep and urgent, yet tinged with a trembling that betrayed its worry. It was like an invisible thread, tugging at her lost soul with gentle persistence. She turned sharply and saw Zhao Jiao standing there, his eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. He quickly crossed the distance between them, his face etched with unease as he took her hand. The warmth of his palm, the familiar scent, these things shocked her heart into a faint tremor. "You're still here," he said in a low voice, the relief unmistakable in his tone. "I thought you'd vanished." Yanji felt the strength in his grasp, that unwavering certainty, a force that seemed to make the endless darkness around them feel a little less suffocating. She shook her head ever so slightly, her voice hoarse. "I haven't disappeared." But she knew she hadn't truly awakened either. Everything before her eyes still seemed to dissolve, still shifting and uncertain. "You shouldn't have followed me in here," Yanji said slowly, her words heavy with an indescribable weight. "This is a place neither of us can endure." Zhao Jiao tightened his hold on her hand. "I don't care about any of that, Yanji. What matters to me is that we're together." Her heart quivered, a sentence like a sharp arrow piercing straight through, leaving her defenseless. She lifted her gaze to the man before her, the one who had never left her side. In that instant, he seemed at once a stranger and yet achingly familiar. Whenever she was submerged in despair, whenever she felt she could go no further, he was always there beside her. "You shouldn't have to bear all this." She shook her head gently, her eyes clouded with confusion. "How could you possibly understand such loneliness?" His gaze was unwavering, filled with determination. "I will understand. As long as you tell me, I'll share your burdens, always." In that moment, a surge of powerful emotion swept through Yanji's heart. She could hardly breathe. All her pain, all her suffering, came crashing down on her like a tidal wave. The feeling was so overwhelming that her vision blurred, and in her ears, she could hear distant cries and whispers from another world. She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath. "Why are you so persistent?" Zhao Ju did not answer right away. Instead, he gripped her hand tightly, the strength of his grasp seeming to transcend time and space, offering a sense of security she could not put into words. In a low voice, he said, "Because I know you are too." Yanji's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes, looking into those sincere, resolute eyes, and suddenly realized she had never truly seen him before. Or rather, she had never truly seen her own heart. This persistence wasn't just his persistence toward her. It was also her own stubbornness, a voice deep within her soul she had always clung to. She had never forgotten that longing, nor the fierce defiance that refused to surrender. She had simply been running away all this time, running from the deepest fears within herself. "You're right." She spoke softly, the trace of a bitter smile at the corner of her lips. "I've always been running from myself." Zhao Ju was momentarily taken aback, as if he couldn't fully grasp the weight of her words, but his gaze softened even more. He gently pulled her closer and murmured, "Then let's face it together." In that instant, the mirrored realm began to tremble violently, the oppressive darkness growing ever more suffocating. The void around them suddenly twisted and warped, not just shifting in space, but tearing at the very fabric of her thoughts. Yanji felt as if she were being ripped apart, her consciousness stretched to the brink, countless versions of herself crying out all at once. It's trying to consume us," she whispered, her awareness slipping away as the force pulled at her, threatening to drag her under. "No." Zhao Ju seized her shoulders, forcing her to focus. "You can't let it control you anymore." Suddenly, a golden light flickered before Yanji's eyes, the power of the short blade, still quietly flowing within her. She seized that stream of light, gripping the blade with both hands, shutting her eyes and forcing her mind back into focus. Bathed in the blade's radiance, she saw countless fragments, shattered memories spreading out before her eyes. She saw herself standing in a strange place, utterly alone, facing a vast, towering mirror. She walked toward the mirror. The reflection staring back at her was a stranger, so cold, so distant. There was no emotion in those eyes, as if she were looking at an empty shell. "Is this the future you desire?" the mirrored version of herself asked, her voice icy and detached. A sudden heaviness crashed into Yin Ji's heart, her pupils contracting sharply. No! With a jolt, she snapped her eyes open, her consciousness instantly returning to reality. She drew a deep breath, breaking free from that twisted force, her gaze now burning with resolve. No, I will not become one of you. Her voice was low but unwavering, and her hands clenched tightly around the handle of her short blade as she began to gather her strength anew. Zhao Jiafei said nothing, simply standing silently by her side, his gaze as unyielding as iron. He knew Yanji had chosen her path, and he would walk it with her, no matter where it led. The mirrored realm trembled violently once more, the very space beginning to collapse. That dark force attempted to swallow them whole, but Yanji's eyes only grew more resolute. Clutching her short blade, she closed her eyes and softly chanted an ancient incantation. As her voice resonated through the air, the surrounding darkness started to recede, and the rifts in space slowly began to mend. Yet, just as calm was about to be restored, the eye at the center suddenly unleashed a dazzling beam of light, an overwhelming brilliance carrying an indescribable pressure, as if everything was about to be transformed in this moment. Yanji and Zhao Jia pasted side by side once more, facing the eruption of light. There was no hint of fear in their hearts, only a firmer, unwavering resolve. We moved forward together. The light surged closer, threatening to devour all, yet Yanji and Zhao Jiafei remained at the heart of the maelstrom, unbroken. Each carried their own internal battles, and amid this instant of upheaval, their consciousnesses were thrown into turmoil. Yanji could feel her heartbeat quicken, her senses sharpening almost unnaturally in that instant. She could hear her own breath, feel every brush of air across her skin, and even sense the rider's heart murmuring, an uncanny connection that pulsed between them. Her gaze never wavered from the source of the light ahead, as though it were her sole direction in this moment. "Will you stay with me until the very end?" she asked softly, her voice nearly swallowed by the brilliance around them, echoing clear only in her own heart. Zhao Jiafei's eyes were deep and certain, filled with unwavering determination. "No matter where we go, no matter what we face, I will never let you walk alone." He gripped her hand tightly, passing to her a faith that had never faltered. She lowered her head slightly, gazing at their tightly clasped hands. There was a power there that words could never describe, a force that seemed to bind their souls together, destined to lean on and support each other through this endless darkness. Deep within her, she felt a long-suppressed emotion quietly rising to the surface. Memories of all they had shared began to drift back. Their very first encounter, how she had hung her head in silence, timid and withdrawn, like a wounded creature too afraid to rely on anyone. In time, it was a steadfast protection, an unwavering presence that gently guided her out of that unreachable shadow. Now, she was no longer the lonely girl she once was. Her existence was inextricably entwined with his. "I know," she murmured softly, a faint smile flickering in her eyes. "I know you've always been there." At that very moment, as she bowed her head, a brilliant light exploded before her, so dazzling it nearly burned her eyes. The beam descended from above, carrying an overwhelming weight, threatening to crush her body and spirit completely. Yet, Yanji felt the short blade in her hand tremble, its glow as steadfast and warm as ever, a final pillar of strength in her life. "Yanji," Zhao Jiao's voice grew urgent. "We have to choose. We can't linger here any longer." Yanji paused, her eyes instantly sharpening with clarity. She drew a deep breath, her gaze turning fierce. "I know." Raising the short blade, she aimed its tip at the approaching light. The air around her brimmed with pent-up energy, poised to erupt. The space itself seemed to heat up, time stretching and slowing, as if everything was holding its breath. "I must find the core," she whispered, her eyes growing ever clearer. She understood now. The light before her was more than a mere physical radiance. It was the force she had never dared confront within her soul. It was the core of her being, the fear she once fled, the piece of herself she had abandoned. "I will seek it out," she said in a low voice, closing her eyes. The short blade in her hand began to pulse gently, in rhythm with her heartbeat. Zhao Jiao watched the determination in her eyes and finally understood her decision. His gaze softened, a trace of relief mingling with tension in his expression. Even faced with endless darkness and an unpredictable future, he chose to walk this path by her side. "I know you won't turn back," he said, his voice gentle, a promise to her and to himself. "I'll be right behind you." His words were like a slender thread, binding her heart tightly from within. Yanji's breathing grew steady, her inner turmoil gradually giving way to calm. She knew that the bond between her and Zhao Jiao had already surpassed all fear and uncertainty, transcending every impossibility before them. The short blade blazed ever more fiercely, its scattered shards of light gathering at her heart. Gradually, they formed a seamless chain of radiance, winding around her body and, at last, shaping a protective barrier in her midst. Her connection with the short blade reached an unprecedented depth. She could sense the force emanating from the core, drawing nearer to her, and she was ready to face it. "We'll go together," she murmured. The short blade in her hand shimmered with its final glow. A pillar of light spread before her, as though at her summons, and all the darkness seemed to recede, fading away bit by bit. The door still stood there. It was no longer a symbol of fear. It had become a gateway to an unknown future. She understood that beyond the brilliance lay countless choices and enigmas, but she was no longer the timid girl she once was. "You'll stay by my side, won't you?" She turned and asked Zhao Jiao, her eyes shining now with unreserved trust, no trace of doubt left. He smiled gently, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve and tenderness. "Of course. Wherever you go, I'll be there with you." In that moment, Yanji finally understood completely. No matter how strange the road ahead, no matter how unpredictable the future, her heart was already bound to this path. Walking it beside him was her true homecoming. As they stepped into the light together, their figures gradually faded, swallowed by the radiance. The glow illuminated their path forward, and for an instant, it seemed the entire space regained a profound calm. Yet, what awaited them ahead, no one could foresee. As Yanji and Zhao Jiao Rui's silhouettes vanished into that dazzling brilliance, everything fell utterly silent. The world around them seemed to be devoured by an invisible force, the flow of space blurring and wavering. The once blinding light slowly withdrew, leaving behind only a hollow darkness, a suffocating stillness and oppressive weight that made it almost impossible to breathe. Yanji opened her eyes to find herself no longer in the realm of light, but in a place utterly unfamiliar. Thick mist drifted all around, the air tinged with a faint metallic tang, a trace of some indefinable, decaying scent. She looked down at her clothes. They were still neat and unscathed, as if she had just awakened from a dream that belonged to someone else. Drawing a deep breath, she was struck by the heavy dampness in the air, the oppressive feeling nearly making her want to turn and run at once. But just as she moved, a familiar voice rang out nearby. She turned and saw Zhao Jiao standing not far away, his brow furrowed, clearly unsettled by the strange surroundings. His gaze swept through the fog to find her, a hint of concern in his eyes. "Where exactly are we?" Yanji's heart gave a sudden jolt, and an inexplicable wave of tension swept over her. She didn't answer right away, but instead cast a gentle glance around. The thick, heavy fog seemed to shroud everything from view, as if this place didn't quite belong to the real world. Her heartbeat quickened, and she could sense, faintly, that some unknown force was closing in on her from all directions. "This place doesn't feel right," she whispered, unease thickening her voice. Zhao Jiaze nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the swirling black mist gathering ahead. "Yes, this feeling is strange. We didn't pass through here before. You're right, I didn't sense this place, either." Yanji closed her eyes, trying to glean some clue from the tremor of her dagger. But now, its glow was weak, as though suppressed by some invisible power. She realized that the atmosphere here was unlike anything she'd encountered before. Even the darkness she had faced in the past had never made her feel such a clear and present danger. "Have we been brought here by some kind of force?" she asked, her voice low and threaded with doubt. Zhao Jia didn't reply. Instead, his eyes swept the surroundings, as if searching for some sign. "Perhaps, but this power isn't like before. It's not attacking us directly. It's testing us in its own way." Yanji's heart clenched tighter. She saw in his eyes the same wariness she felt herself. "Testing us? What does it want?" "I don't know," Zhao Jiaze said, his brow furrowing even deeper. He stepped forward, scanning the fog that wrapped around them. No directions, no signs, just layer upon layer of darkness pressing in. "But I have the sense that it's watching us." Suddenly, a deep, resonant rumble echoed through the air, a guttural sound that seemed to well up from the depths, carrying an indescribable power. Yanji and Zhao Jia turned almost in unison. Their eyes met, and in that moment, both wore expressions of profound confusion and tension. She could feel the vibration of that sound, as if it reverberated from her own heart, gripping her very soul. "Where is it?" Yanji asked in a hushed voice, an involuntary tremor slipping in. "Close by," Zhao Jiaze replied, his voice steadying, though the wariness in his eyes remained undiminished. We have to find it, figure out exactly what it is. Just then, a vague figure began to take shape within the mist ahead. It grew more distinct with every passing moment, and a voice soon accompanied it. A harsh, gravelly tone, deep as if rising from the very earth itself. You finally arrived. Yin-ji and Jai turned around together, the voice bearing a weight that pressed upon them, as if a formidable force was watching their every move. A figure gradually sharpened in the gloom, emerging as a vague silhouette, one that resembled a human, yet its face was entirely devoid of expression, like an inscrutable stone sculpture. Who are you? Yin-ji asked instinctively, though she knew there was little room for negotiation in a moment such as this. You do not belong here. The blurred humanoid figure spoke, its voice low and ancient. You should not have come. You were led here, drawn into becoming a part of all this. What do you want us to become? Jai asked in a guarded whisper, his eyes brimming with caution. The indistinct figure moved closer, each step steady, sending a subtle tremor through the air with every movement. To become the memory of all this, it intoned, its voice growing older still. To become a part of the endless cycle. Yin-ji felt a sudden jolt at these words. A wave of unease surged through her mind, as if something deep within was resonating with her very thoughts. Endless cycle? She couldn't help but ask. Yes. The humanoid's voice remained low and sonorous. You have already trespassed into the very heart of the endless cycle. Every shard here is bound to countless moments from the past. You believe you can control what happens, but you are nothing more than pieces already fated. Everyone who arrives here becomes part of the past, a vessel for our memory. Yin-ji shuddered inside, staring at the creature before her, her face turning pale. An overwhelming sense of suffocation welled up from within, as if the entire world itself was warning her. This is not a place you are meant to stay. A vessel for memory, she echoed, her voice little more than a whisper to herself. What is it that you truly want? The humanoid did not answer at once. Instead, it let out a quiet laugh, laced with both irony and sorrow. Your arrival is no accident. In fact, it was destined. Everyone who tries to escape finds themselves shackled once more by these chains, until they become a part of it, until they are made into the eternal presence of this cycle. Yin-ji's heart pounded violently, something churning within her, threatening to choke her breath. She gripped her short blade tightly, feeling that long-lost strength rising from her hand. Yet, she knew this strength was not meant to resist the being before her, but to guide her toward her own rightful path. We will not become a part of you, she said coldly, her voice steely with resolve. Zhao Jiapei turned his head to look at her, his eyes brimming with resolve and trust. He said nothing, only nodded silently, then tightened his grip on her hand. They stood together in the midst of the swirling mist, facing the unspeakable creature before them. In that moment, the fear and unease that had haunted their hearts were cast aside completely. Yin-ji felt the dagger tremble more fiercely in her grasp, that familiar surge of power welling up from the depths of her soul, a force impossible to restrain. Without hesitation, she held the blade tightly, her brow furrowed, gaze locked on the indistinct figure ahead. She could sense the relentless threat inching ever closer to her heart, as if the world itself were collapsing around her. She turned a glance at Zhao Jiapei, finding his eyes also fixed on the humanoid creature. The unspoken understanding between them had never been stronger. There were no words, only a silent exchange through their eyes. They were both ready to face whatever fate awaited them. You should not have come here. The voice of the humanoid creature echoed once more, laden with a deep, mournful sigh. It moved slowly, each step graceful and light, yet every footfall pressed down on Yin-ji and Zhao Jiapei's hearts, weighing them with immense pressure. We had no choice. Yin-ji's reply was calm and cold, her gaze sharp as a blade, unwavering as it pierced toward the shadowy figure. Your so-called fate cannot dictate our choices. A raspy, low laughter rang out from the creature again, like the echo of some abyssal chasm. Choice? What choice do you truly have? You have already been destined to perpetuate all of this. A chill settled over Yin-ji's heart, and the suppressed terror surged up again, as if invisible hands were tightening around her throat. Yet she did not retreat. She gripped the dagger even more firmly, her resolve hardening. She understood deeply. She had to break through the predicament before her, no matter where it came from. She cannot stop here. In a low voice, she said to Zhao Jiapei, we must find a way out. We have to break this cycle. Zhao Jiapei's gaze remained unwavering. Outwardly, he showed no sign of doubt, for the shadows of uncertainty in his heart had already dispersed. He looked into her eyes, as if reading some unspoken message there, feeling the depth of her determination. I know, he answered softly. We won't be bound by this thing. Though their exchange was brief, in this moment of life and death, it became a pact of the soul, drawing their strength ever tighter together. Suddenly, the humanoid figure halted and bowed its head slightly, as if lost in contemplation. Yanji held her breath, watching its every move, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. You don't understand. Its voice grew calm, laced with an indescribable sorrow. This is not something you can change. Every act of resistance only makes me stronger. Yanji felt as if that sentence had struck her to the core, a sharp thorn piercing deep into her heart. Instinctively, she sensed there was a profound truth hidden behind those words. This humanoid was not a simple enemy. It seemed to have already seen through her fears and helplessness. Perhaps its very existence was an unfathomable enigma. Are you telling the truth? She asked, her voice low but edged with a sharpness that could not be ignored. The humanoid raised its head. Its blurred face remained expressionless, yet in its gaze there flickered a complex, fleeting emotion. You cannot escape. Every inch of this place is watching you. Every moment you think you might break free is devoured by memory. You cannot return to the world you knew, nor can you leave this place. You have already become a part of us. Unconsciously, Yanji took a step back. Her heart raced, her mind thrown into turmoil. The words detonated within her like a powerful explosion. She felt a tightening restraint, as if all her hope and courage had been swallowed whole by that single declaration. Yet, even as she was engulfed in struggle and fear, her eyes betrayed no trace of wavering. She drew a deep breath and straightened her back once more. I don't believe you, she said softly, her voice carrying a resolve that could not be put into words. No matter what you say, we will never yield. Her words were laced with unwavering finality, a proclamation to all her fears. She understood that this was not merely a battle against the being before her. It was a battle against the shadows and terrors within her own heart. The burdens of her past, the dread of the unknown, every feeling and memory now transformed into the driving force that pushed her forward. Zhao Ju gently clasped her hand, sensing the storm raging inside her. His gaze remained steadfast, as though, together, they had already made their final stand against the chains of this world. I will face everything with you. The figure of the humanoid seemed to grow indistinct, its laughter echoing again. This time, however, there was no hint of lightness, only a pain and helplessness that could not be voiced. You will come to understand, it whispered. Every resistance will only bring deeper despair. Yanji paid no further attention to its words. She turned instead to the swirling layers of mist around them, and a sudden, powerful intuition welled up inside her. She could feel it. Despite everything seeming to lead only to dead ends, the connection between her and Zhao Jiashuan remained unbroken. Her heartbeat echoed with the trembling of the short blade in her grip, with the tension in his clasped hand, as if assuring her that there was still hope for them. We have to break through this mist and find its source, she said, her gaze unwavering. Zhao Jiashuan nodded. He, too, saw the resolve burning in her eyes. He understood that the predicament before them was not an enemy beyond their ability to defeat. Though this space was steeped in unfathomable threats, as long as they stood together, there was still a chance to find the true way out. After a long, heavy silence, they finally stepped forward, moving deeper into the heart of the mist. Each step felt like a foray into uncharted territory. Every breath brimmed with endless possibilities. Meanwhile, the indistinct, human-shaped creature said nothing more. It simply watched them in silence, as if waiting for something. Yet they pressed on, as steadfast and unyielding as ever. Yanji and Zhao Jiashuan made their way through the thickening fog. Each step weighted with a stifling sense of dread, as if something unknown was lurking all around. The air hung damp and heavy, an invisible force hemming them in. Yanji's heart pounded in her chest, each beat a warning that this was a place where she did not belong. She turned to glance at Zhao Jiashuan. His face remained composed, though every now and then, a flicker of caution sparked in his eyes. Do you think there's something waiting for us ahead? She asked, unable to keep the tension from her voice. Zhao Jiashuan did not answer immediately. He stared into the dense mist before them. He knew by now that this adventure had ceased to be merely dangerous. It had become a trial of life and fate itself. Each step forward was a challenge hurled at the unknown. Perhaps we'll find answers, he finally replied, his voice low and steady. Or perhaps it will be the end. Yanji nodded. Although she couldn't quell the unease in her heart, she understood that every decision they made now was crucial. Whatever it is, we have to keep going, she said, her words firm with resolve. We can't afford to stop. They continued on, time itself seeming to blur in the darkness that enveloped them. Yanji could almost feel the weight of the air pressing in from all sides, and it seemed at any moment she might hear a deep, distant voice rising from the heart of the shadows. She tightened her grip on the short blade, the tips of her fingers tingling with anxiety, so sharp it threatened to overwhelm her focus. "Why did we come here?" she suddenly asked, breaking the oppressive silence. Her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. Do you think we can really leave this place?" This question weighed on her like a heavy stone pressed against her heart. Though she already suspected the answer would not bring her comfort, she still couldn't help but ask. Zhao Jia turned to look at her, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. He did not answer right away. Instead, he gazed deeply into the distance. In his eyes, the mist ahead seemed to gradually become clearer, as if he could already glimpse some of its secrets. After a while, he finally spoke in a low voice. "I don't know either, but we have no choice." Yanji watched him, a faint anxiety stirring within her. She knew he wasn't avoiding her question. Rather, like her, doubt and fear had already taken root deep inside him. "Aren't you afraid?" She couldn't help but ask, her voice trembling ever so slightly. What if we can never go back?" This time, Zhao Jia stopped in his tracks. He didn't answer right away, but turned to face her fully. There was a deep, unwavering resolve in his gaze, as though he had already made a decision long ago. "I'm not afraid," he said slowly, "because no matter what happens, I will face it with you." His tone was steady, unwavering, as if this certainty was the very reason for his existence. A subtle shiver ran through Yanji's heart, and the turmoil inside her seemed to find a measure of solace in his words. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, lifting her head to look forward once more. The mist ahead remained endless, and she still couldn't see any sign of an exit. Yet, in this moment, she felt a newfound strength rising within her. Just then, the mist ahead suddenly churned and surged, as if stirred up by some invisible force. Yanji and Zhao Jia immediately grew alert, their short blade and sword glimmering faintly in their hands, ready to face whatever sudden change was upon them. "It's here," Zhao Jia murmured quietly. Yanji gave a slight nod. She knew the real trial was only just beginning. Suddenly, a shadowy figure lunged out from the fog with blinding speed, leaving barely any time to react. Yanji instinctively struck out with her short blade. The edge of her sword collided with the shadow's form, producing a heavy, resonant clang. The shadow staggered back a few paces, but quickly hurled itself at them again, as if a multitude of claws were raining down all at once. Her heart pounded wildly. She swung her sword again, each strike carrying all her strength. Yet the shadow pressed on, relentlessly closing in. "What is it?" Yanji asked anxiously, her eyes flickering with undisguised alarm. "It's part of it." Zhao Jiarui's gaze was sharp. He raised his sword, preparing himself for the next wave of attacks. This trial, its methods are far more complex than we ever imagined. Yanji had no time to ponder further. She followed closely behind, slashing out with her dagger to meet the onrushing shadows. Those shadows seemed woven from countless fine threads. With every swing, her blade collided with that invisible force, sending out a shrill, grating screech. Her wrist was already tingling with numbness, but deep within, her resolve held firm, and she clenched her teeth, refusing to yield. Suddenly, a violent gale swept through, twisting the very space around them. The mist, as if called by some unseen force, swirled swiftly, forming a massive vortex that threatened to devour everything. Yanji felt a powerful pull dragging her forward. The ground beneath her feet turned unstable, almost sending her sprawling. "Hold on to me." Zhao Jiarui lunged forward, grabbing her wrist and pulling her forcefully toward him. Yanji barely had time to react, nearly losing her balance as he drew her in. The world around her seemed swallowed by darkness, with the mist churning ever closer and an overwhelming sense of dread rising within her. She clung tightly to Zhao Jiarui's hand, a nameless fear welling up in her heart. "We have to get out of here now," she gasped, her words edged with panic. "I know." Zhao Jiarui's voice was low and steady, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He gripped her hand tighter, quickening his pace as they hurried through the ever-twisting space. Yet as they pressed onward, the shadowy forms in the mist grew ever denser, as if the entire world was closing in around them. They could see no end ahead. The darkness before them seemed utterly bottomless. Yanji's anxiety mounted, her stride hastening, but she knew she could not stop. She looked up at Zhao Jiarui. He remained resolute, eyes bright as stars in the night sky, guiding her through the unknown. "We have to make it through all this," she murmured, her gaze steely with resolve. "We will find our way out." Yanji and Zhao Jiarui moved through that warped realm, each step making the air grow heavier around them. Her steps grew hurried, her heartbeat pounding fiercely. Whenever her eyes swept the surroundings, those endless shadows seemed like countless watchful eyes, tracking their every move. She forced herself to ignore the encroaching darkness, fixing her gaze on the swirling mist ahead, searching desperately for a way through. "We can't keep going like this," Yinji suddenly said, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "If we do, sooner or later, we'll be lost." Though her voice carried a trace of anxiety, it could not conceal the determination that burned deep within her heart. She had long sensed that the mist before her was no ordinary natural phenomenon. It felt more like a warped force, one that threatened to devour her every thought and emotion. With each step she took, she felt herself drifting further from reality, drawing ever closer to an unfathomable abyss. Zhao Jiawei glanced sideways at her, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He said nothing, but squeezed her hand tightly, as if offering silent support through his touch alone. "I know," he murmured, his voice still unwavering. "But if we stop now, it means giving up." Yinji paused, caught off guard by his words. She turned to look at him, her gaze reflecting unmistakable confusion. "Give up?" she echoed, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Zhao Jiawei nodded, his eyes fixed firmly on the path ahead. "To give up is to let the mist consume us. The moment we stop, everything loses its meaning. We can't give in." His words struck her like an invisible force, resonating deep within her soul. She lowered her head, thoughts flashing back to when they first entered this fog. Back then, she had no idea how everything would unfold. She never imagined she would be fighting unknown powers in such a strange and unfamiliar place. But now she knew. She had no other choice. "You're right." At last, she lifted her head, her voice firmer than before. "We can't stop now. We can't let all of this decide our fate for us." Her eyes sharpened with resolve. In that moment, it was as if she made up her mind to stand against everything that awaited them. No matter how many terrors lay hidden ahead, she refused to retreat. Just then, a strange, droning hum rose from within the mist. A low, resonant sound that seemed to echo from the very depths. Yinji tensed at once, her grip tightening on the sword's hilt, the feeling of being watched washing over her again. Instinctively, she clutched Zhao Jiawei's hand tighter. The two of them froze in place, ears straining as they listened intently to the sound. It drew closer and closer, as if coming from countless directions at once, pressing in with an indescribable sense of menace. Yinji's heart pounded faster, tension spreading rapidly through her body. "What is it?" she whispered, her eyes shining with wary alertness. Zhao Jiawei's brow furrowed, a flicker of unease in his gaze. "I'm not sure, but this is definitely not normal." After a moment, his eyes darkened with deep suspicion. "We have to find the source." Suddenly, a piercing noise erupted from the mist, sharp and jarring, like some blade slicing through the air. Instinctively, Yinji darted aside, her sword flashing in her hand, tracing a line of cold light. Yet the source of that sound never revealed itself. Instead, an oppressive silence fell, heavy and absolute. Her heart pounded so fiercely it felt as if it might burst from her chest. An unfamiliar tension and fear wrapped around her, suffocating and inescapable. She struggled to keep her composure, but the invisible pressure pressed in on her, as if an unseen hand were tightening its grip around her throat. "We're not dreaming, are we?" she whispered to herself, her voice trembling just a little. She couldn't help but wonder if everything before her eyes was nothing more than a nightmare conjured by her own fear. Zhao Jiarui looked at her, his eyes full of quiet understanding. "This isn't a dream," he said, his voice steady and calm. "Every second here is real. We can't escape it." Yinji fell silent for a moment, drawing a deep breath, forcing herself to steady her nerves. She knew that if she lost her composure, they would truly be trapped. She said nothing more, only gripped her short blade tighter and pressed on. Suddenly, a faint tremor rippled through the ground, as if the earth itself shivered beneath her feet. Yinji froze, feeling some unseen force writhing beneath the surface. A wave of dread washed over her, sharp and cold. She sensed something unknown drawing closer. "We're trapped," she said quietly, her voice low and tinged with an anxiety she could not hide. Zhao Jiarui turned slowly to face her, his expression unchanged, as cool and calm as ever. "Yes, this is a force beyond our control, but as long as we don't give in, we still have a chance to break through." Yinji met his gaze. Though unease churned in her heart, she knew that pressing forward was their only hope. She clenched her jaw and nodded. They moved onward again, but this time, every step was cautious, deliberate. The air around them grew heavier, the shadows and the mist thickening, pressing in from all sides. Yinji dared not let her guard down, her senses sharpened, alert to every movement, every whisper of danger that might swallow them whole. All at once, the mist ahead roiled violently, and a strange light burst through, casting an eerie glow over the path ahead. Yinji stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed on the illumination. "What is that?" she asked in a hushed voice, a tremor running through her words. Zhao Jiarui frowned, his eyes narrowing with heightened vigilance. He didn't answer right away, but instead edged forward, studying the shifting shadows around them. The air felt tighter, the pressure mounting, as if that mysterious light was far from ordinary. "Let's be careful," he whispered, his voice low and cautious. "This light." He paused, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes. "It doesn't seem to belong to this world." Yinji felt a jolt in her heart. Instinct told her that this light might be the key to breaking through their current predicament, yet she dared not rush forward recklessly. Drawing in a deep breath, she summoned her courage and, together with Zheojiayi, began moving toward the glow. Step by step, as they drew nearer, the surrounding shadows seemed to grow more insubstantial, as if the light was driving them away. Yet, this sense of unreality brought her no comfort. If anything, it only heightened her vigilance. She understood that danger still lurked ahead, and whatever lay behind the light might well conceal a truth far more terrifying. "We have to go through it," Yinji said softly, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. "Whatever it is, this is our chance." Zheojiayi didn't speak. He simply nodded, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, as if waiting for just the right moment. They took the final step and crossed into the light. The instant they entered, Yinji was struck by a wave of intense dizziness. Her vision twisted and blurred, and the sounds around her faded into a distant murmur. She blinked hard, struggling to stay conscious, but an irresistible force seemed to press in from all sides, wrapping tightly around her. Her heart pounded faster, breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps, as if an invisible hand was clutching at her chest. "Zheojiayi," her voice trembled. She tried to call out, but even her own words sounded muffled and indistinct. She turned, searching for him, and saw that he was right beside her, his eyes wide with the same shock and confusion. "We're trapped in here," Zheojiayi said, his voice low and tense, betraying a nervousness he could not quite hide. He gripped her hand tightly, trying to steady himself, but Yinji could feel the coolness of his palm, proof that things were far from simple. Yinji lowered her gaze, realizing that the hilt of the sword in her hand had begun to warm. It was a power rising from the blade itself, as if responding to some unknown call. She tightened her grip, forcing herself to remain calm. "We have to find a way out," she said, her voice quiet but steely with determination. All at once, the light ahead rippled, as though an invisible wind had swept past them. Instinctively, Yinji staggered back a few steps, barely keeping her balance. Her heart hammered in her chest, and the world around her grew even more indistinct, as if she were being tossed about in a ceaseless, relentless storm. "Yinji," Zheojiayi seized her shoulders, his voice ringing clear and steady. "Stay calm." She drew a deep breath, pressing down the heavy weight of anxiety that had settled in her chest. Striving to clear her mind, she glanced around, searching for any clue that might prove useful. The scene before her began to take on sharper definition. The beam of light was not like any ordinary illumination. It seemed to be woven from countless threads of energy, shifting and swirling before her eyes in a form almost beyond comprehension. There was something strange in the air, a subtle, unfamiliar presence that filled her with a fear she had never known. "What is this place?" Yinji couldn't help but whisper, her questions growing more urgent in her heart. "I don't know," Zhao Jiarui replied, his gaze turning deep and thoughtful, "but it must be connected to a power we've never encountered before." His words were tinged with contemplation, yet an undercurrent of unease slipped through. In this twisted, unfamiliar space, their eyes met, and it was as if some unseen force drew them closer together, tightening the bond between them. A low, resonant hum echoed through the air, like a distant summons, or perhaps a whisper rising from the depths of an ancient abyss. Yinji started, the sound instantly stirring a primal terror deep within her. "Did you hear that?" she asked in a trembling voice. Zhao Jiarui didn't answer, but gave a slight nod, a flicker of caution in his eyes. The sound felt like a warning, beckoning them onward into some unknown chasm, and with each step, they seemed to sink deeper into its grip. Yinji's heart pounded harder, the sensation of being watched washing over her once again. In that moment, she realized that she and Zhao Jiarui were not the only ones in this strange space. She dared not turn around, afraid that the unseen threat might be lurking at her back. "We have to get out of here," Yinju muttered under her breath, her words tight with tension. Zhao Zhao Rui didn't argue. His eyes remained fixed ahead, deep in thought. Now, the strangeness in the air became undeniable. The edges of the space seemed to blur, and a light that had seemed impenetrable before now softened, just a little. Move forward, he said suddenly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Yinji hesitated for a heartbeat, her heart jolting, but she followed him without question. She knew that in such a place, only instinct and their silent understanding could lead them toward even the faintest hope of escape from this unknown mist. Their pace quickened, and with each step the ground beneath them seemed to shift in subtle ways. The light ahead grew ever brighter, until finally it split, revealing a vast fissure before them. From the crack spilled a dazzling radiance, like an irresistible force pulling them forward, drawing them inexorably toward the unknown. Yinji barely hesitated. She tightened her grip on Zhao Jiaxian's hand and moved steadily toward the rift. Her heart raced with anxiety and tension, yet an indescribable force compelled her onward. She knew this was their only chance. "We have to find a way out," she said. Though her voice was low, the resolve in it was unmistakable. Suddenly, the light before them shimmered, as if an invisible wind swept across their faces. Instinctively, Yinji took a few steps back, stumbling, her footing unsteady. Her heartbeat quickened, and the world before her blurred, as if she were being tossed about in a ceaseless storm. "Yinji," Zhao Jiaxian gripped her shoulders, his tone clear and unwavering. "Stay calm." She drew a deep breath, forcing the heavy anxiety in her chest to subside. Willing her thoughts to sharpen, she scanned her surroundings, searching for any clue that might help. Gradually, the scene before her grew more distinct. The beam of light was no ordinary glow. It seemed woven from countless streams of subtle energy, shifting and flowing before her eyes, forming patterns too complex to grasp. There was a strange tang in the air, an unfamiliar scent that stirred a fear she had never known. "What is this place?" Yinji whispered, unable to suppress the deepening questions in her heart. "I don't know," Zhao Jiaxian replied, his gaze shadowed with contemplation. "But it's surely tied to a power we've never encountered." His words carried a note of reflection, yet beneath it lurked a hint of unease. In this twisted, unfamiliar space, their eyes met, and it felt as if some unseen force had drawn them even closer together. A low, resonant echo drifted through the air, part summons from the deep, part ancient whisper from a distant abyss. Yinji startled, the sound striking a primal chord of fear within her. "Did you hear that?" she asked in a trembling whisper. Zhao Jiaxian didn't answer, only nodded slightly, a flash of wariness in his eyes. The voice felt like a sign, luring them deeper into the unknown, each step drawing them further into the abyss. Yinji's heart pounded even harder, that sensation of being watched swelling anew. Suddenly, she realized that she and Zhao Jiaxian were not alone in this place. She dared not turn around, terrified that the unseen threat might be lurking just behind her. "We have to get out of here," Yinji muttered through clenched teeth, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhao Jiafu did not argue back. His gaze remained fixed ahead, as if he were lost deep in thought. At this moment, the strange sensation in the air grew even more pronounced. The boundaries of the space around them seemed to blur, and the light that should have been impenetrable now softened, just a little. "Keep moving forward," he suddenly commanded, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Yinji paused in surprise, her heart skipping a beat. Without hesitation, she followed closely behind him. She understood that in circumstances like these, only by trusting her instincts and relying on their unspoken bond could they hope to find a sliver of hope within this unknown mist. Their pace quickened, and with each step, it felt as if the ground beneath their feet was subtly shifting. The light ahead grew ever brighter, until at last, it split open into a massive fissure before them. From that rift poured a dazzling brilliance, radiating an irresistible pull that drew them inexorably toward the unknown. Yinji barely hesitated. She tightened her grip on Zhao Jiafu's hand and strode toward the fissure. Anxiety and nervousness churned inside her, yet some inexplicable force propelled her onward. She knew this was their only chance. Her eyes were once again drawn to the light, and suddenly, an urgent impulse surged up from within her, a sense that some invisible power was calling her name. The light's allure was overwhelming, filling her with a longing she could not explain. She found herself unable to resist, step by step approaching that brilliant point. "Yinji, wait," Zhao Jiafu called out, his voice sharp with alarm. He rushed to her side and caught her firmly by the arm. Yinji stopped abruptly and turned to look at him. She could feel the force in his grip, a desperate, earnest strength, as if he was trying to pull her back from the brink of that overwhelming attraction. Her voice caught in her throat, a tremor passing through her like a cold wind. I want to go into that light. Zhao Jiafu's brow furrowed tightly. He had clearly sensed something was wrong. His gaze grew sharper, as if he could see right through her eyes and into the turmoil within her soul. Yanji, his voice dropped low, laced with warning, we can't blindly follow it. That light, it's not as simple as it seems. Yanji's heart raced. A frantic inner voice screamed at her that the light before her was not pure hope, but some unknown power that might lead her straight into a deeper, darker abyss. I know, she replied softly. Though her words sounded rational, there was an unyielding determination in her eyes. But I have to go. She slowly broke free from Zhao Jiao's grasp and moved toward that point of light. Every step was filled with uncertainty. Every step felt like a battle against the fear within her own heart. Her heart pounded as if it might burst from her chest. Every nerve in her body was taut. She knew she was heading into unimaginable danger. Yet she couldn't stop herself. An irresistible force seemed to seize her very soul, compelling her onward in spite of everything. Yanji, Zhao Jiao's voice called out again, but this time, the calmness from before had vanished, replaced by urgency and anxiety. You can't do this. You don't understand the power behind that light. It's more than we can bear. But Yanji's steps only grew more resolute, her pace unwavering. She could almost hear the thunder of her own heartbeat, pounding so fiercely it threatened to tear through her consciousness. She did not look back. The only thing she could feel now was the overwhelming call of that light. Each step drew her closer, and with each step, her heart pounded even harder. I can't stop, she whispered, her lips trembling. This is my only choice. She felt her thoughts becoming hollow, as if all her senses were being consumed by some unknown force. She had no way to stop, no control over each step she took. Her hands slowly reached toward the light, her inner compulsion too strong to resist, until finally, her fingertips brushed against its edge. In that instant, a chilling force crashed over her. Yanji's body was suddenly wrapped in an invisible, enormous power, and the world before her eyes spun violently. Her consciousness began to scatter and her vision blurred, until at last, she felt herself swallowed entirely by the light's center. Yet, just as she was consumed by the radiance, a deep voice echoed suddenly in her mind, as if rising from the depths of her soul. You have chosen this path. You must bear its consequences. Yanji's world fell into utter silence. All sound, light, and sensation vanished, as if she had fallen into an endless void. Her body felt as though it floated weightlessly in the air. Her limbs lost all substance, and her heartbeat faded, as if the world itself was devouring her existence. She tried to reach for anything she could grasp, but her fingers slid through the empty air, unable to catch hold of anything real. Her mind felt twisted to the breaking point, anxiety and dread spreading relentlessly within. She felt herself slipping away, growing lighter and more insubstantial with every passing moment. The force from the light wrapped around her, enfolding her like an invisible net, holding her fast, impossible to escape. No, no, she murmured softly, as if clinging to the last thread of her sanity. Yanji. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through her confusion. She jolted, blinking rapidly, searching for the source of the voice. It was clear and resolute, not something from within her mind, but a real sound, tangible in the world around her. Yanji's heart began to race. She spun around, only to find herself staring into a vast, empty whiteness. Yanji, the voice called out again, and this time, she was certain, it was Zhao Jiao's voice. Her vision slowly sharpened as the blank space twisted and warped, gradually revealing a blurred silhouette. A strange sense of comfort welled up inside her, as though she had finally found a harbor to rely on. Driven by desperation, she forced her heavy steps toward the voice, her will unwavering despite the weight of her limbs. Zhao Jia. At last, she cried out his name, her voice tinged with pain and longing, as if she had found her one and only hope in this void. The figure grew clearer, its once shadowy outline gaining shape until, finally, Zhao Jiao stood before her. His eyes still held their usual calm, yet the tension and worry on his face were impossible to miss, seeping through the composed facade. Yanji, are you all right? He stepped closer, his tone laced with barely restrained urgency. Yanji gasped for breath, drawing in a deep inhale as she struggled to steady herself. Every nerve in her body screamed a warning. This was not something simple, and what lay ahead could not be cast off with ease. I'm fine, she whispered, her voice trembling but pushing back the fear within. It's just, I don't know, where we really are. Zhao Zhao's expression darkened, his brows knit tightly together as he considered her words. The light around them was no longer pure and bright. It had warped, as if charged with some unstable power, threatening to swallow them whole at any moment. "We have to find a way out," he said quietly, his tone steady and resolute. "This isn't a place we can control." The gravity and composure in his voice brought Yinji a measure of calm. She tried to lift her head and survey her surroundings. Everything remained blank and empty. The light writhed through the air, like an illusion that could never be grasped. A thought flickered through her mind. This space didn't feel like a natural phenomenon, much more like a trap, deliberately constructed by some unknown force. "Something's wrong," she said suddenly, her voice low but laced with a strange, unplaceable sense of vigilance. "This place feels like some kind of seal or a trial." Zhao Jiajing's gaze grew even sharper as he stepped closer to her, his voice low and grave. "You think this place exists just to trap us?" "Yes," Yinji nodded. "The light we entered wasn't just a simple portal. It might represent some kind of controlling force. Perhaps there's an even greater power behind all of this, pulling the strings." "So you're saying someone is orchestrating everything?" A flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Jiajing's eyes. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, the blade emitting a faint glow as if responding to his tension and vigilance. "I don't know for sure." Yinji bit her lip, her brows furrowing deeply. "But I can feel it. None of this is a coincidence. We're caught in some kind of dilemma, and behind it lies a truth we haven't yet uncovered." They stared at each other for a long moment, the air between them thick with an unspoken tension, as if something momentous was about to unfold. Yinji's heartbeat gradually steadied, but the uneasy premonition only grew stronger, a shadow she could not shake, looming over her heart. "We have to find the answer, and soon." Zhao Jiajing finally broke the silence, his gaze resolute. "Otherwise, we may never escape." Yin-Ji nodded again. She knew escaping this void would not be easy. She had faced countless ordeals before, but never one as suffocating as this. She dared not imagine what fate awaited them if they failed to find the right path. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to remain calm, her eyes sweeping the surroundings once more, searching for any clue, no matter how faint. Suddenly, her gaze halted. She noticed something unusual at the edge of the light. The glow there was wavering slightly, as if concealing something. "There," she whispered, "look over there." Zhao Jiajing followed her gaze, analyzing the scene with cool precision. "Maybe that's our breakthrough." He stared at the spot for a moment, then turned to Yinji. "Let's go." With unspoken understanding, the two of them moved toward the shimmering light. Their steps were light but resolute. The air grew heavier with every stride, as if some unseen force was resisting their advance, making each step feel more arduous. Yinji's heart began to race again, the light before them growing ever brighter, as though it concealed an unimaginable threat. She tried to suppress her fear, but the sense of unease clung to her, persistent as a shadow. She understood now. This was far more than a simple escape. It was a journey into the unknown, a trial that would test them both. And for her and Zhao Jiajing, there might be no turning back. The sound of Yinji and Zhao Rui's footsteps echoed with striking clarity amid the twisted light. With every step they took, it was as if the ground itself trembled beneath them, and the very air grew heavier. That strange radiance began to exert a peculiar pull, like a black hole lurking within an abyss, both deeply terrifying and yet irresistibly alluring, drawing them closer despite their fear. Inside, Yinji's emotions surged like a tide. She knew that the further they ventured, the less chance there was to turn back. The urge to uncover the truth intertwined with a quiet dread buried in her heart, making each breath feel unbearably heavy. Her pace gradually slowed. Outwardly, she still seemed composed, but within, her nerves were stretched to their breaking point. "Do you feel it?" she asked in a low voice, unable to hide a slight tremor. Zhao Rui kept his eyes fixed steadily ahead, his sword already drawn, the blade glinting coldly, ready at any moment to face the unknown. He gave a small nod, his gaze deep and resolute. "I feel it. This force is no ordinary thing. If we keep going, the danger will only grow." "Then what should we do?" A flicker of helplessness flashed in Yinji's eyes. She understood all too well there was no way back from this path. They had to find a way out, or else remain forever trapped in this place. "We keep moving forward," Zhao Rui replied calmly. "No matter how perilous the road ahead, we have no choice but to press on. Only by finding the source can we hope to break free." Yinji drew a deep breath and clenched her jaw, fully aware she had no other options. Now, more than ever, she had to rely on the man beside her, the only anchor left to her reason and hope. The two of them fell silent, their steps growing more cautious as they advanced. The nearer they approached, the more intense the light became, as if they were walking into the heart of a vast field of energy. Yanji's heart raced. She could feel something shifting in the air, an oppressive force that grew heavier and heavier, as though a tremendous weight pressed down upon her chest. I think, Yanji suddenly halted, her gaze locked on the path ahead. We're being watched. Her voice was low and firm, but the suffocating pressure lent it a note of unease. Never before had she felt so acutely that unseen eyes were fixed upon them, ready at any moment to swallow them whole. Zhao Rui turned to look at her, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, as if they could pierce through all deception and shadow. You mean someone is controlling all of this? He asked, frowning slightly, clearly unprepared for the realization that they had already entered such perilous depths. Yes. Yanji's gaze grew solemn. This place isn't just a twisted space. There's something with an intelligence behind it, pulling the strings. This force isn't entirely natural. It's been deliberately shaped. Then we need to be careful. Zhao Jiao's tone became even calmer. He stepped forward, as if trying to shake off the mounting sense of oppression in the air. Stay alert. We're not alone here. There may be other presences as well. Yanji nodded, her nerves taut, heart pounding faster than before. She imagined they might be trapped in some kind of illusion, that even the ground beneath their feet could be nothing but a fabrication, and all that she saw was merely a carefully constructed labyrinth. Suddenly, she sensed a change in the air beside her. A piercing chill swept in without warning. Instinctively, she turned her head, but saw only the empty corridor, the rippling light around her as calm as ever. Yet that chill was all too real, sending a cold sweat prickling over her skin. What is this? A flash of shock darted through Yanji's eyes, but before she could finish her thought, the light before her dimmed in an instant. A tremendous force yanked her forward with startling speed. She lost her balance, her body pitching ahead as the world around her warped and contorted, as if reality itself had come unmoored. Grab my hand. Zhao Jiao's voice rang out at her ear, commanding and urgent. He reached out, seized her shoulder, and pulled her back to his side. Yanji gasped for breath, her face pale, heart racing wildly out of rhythm. She glanced back. Once again, the lights around them had settled into tranquil stillness, as if nothing had happened at all. Though her balance returned, the unease in her heart refused to subside. Was that an illusion? Her voice trembled, doubt gnawing deeper within. We shouldn't stay here any longer, Zhao Jiao replied, voice low and grave. This place is far from simple. It's testing us, trying to make us lose our way. And what should we do? Yanji bit her lip, her fears sharpening into a keen sense of vigilance. She knew this predicament was more complex than anything they'd faced before. If they couldn't find a right way out, they might never escape this sea of shifting light. We keep moving forward. Zhao Jiao's eyes were unwavering. We have to find the heart of this place, uncover the source behind it. No matter how deep it hides, we must tear away its mask. Yanji took a deep breath, steadying herself once more. She glanced down at her hands, feeling the slight tremor in her fingers, as though she were bearing an immense weight. Even so, she summoned her courage, lifted her head, and followed Zhao Jiajui's lead, moving forward into that dazzling, unfathomable unknown that still lay ahead. They had no idea what awaited them. Perhaps a thicker mist, perhaps dangers even harder to foresee. But they both understood that only by pressing on could they hope to unravel the secrets behind this enigma. Yanji's steps grew more cautious, every stride feeling as if she were treading into the depths of the unknown. Her heartbeat still raced uncontrollably. Outwardly, she appeared calm, but inside, anxiety seeped into every fiber of her being. The scene before her grew ever more indistinct, the twisting light weaving itself into a vast net that closed tightly around them. Do you feel like the farther we go, the less real the ground beneath our feet becomes? Yanji whispered. She wasn't even certain her words made sense, yet the unease and pressure building inside her only grew stronger. Zhao Jiajue didn't answer right away. His gaze remained fixed straight ahead, his expression composed, as if nothing in this world could shake his resolve. Yet beneath that impassive exterior, Yanji knew he must be wrestling with a storm of emotions. Having survived life and death and gathered so much experience, he understood better than anyone that what lay before them was anything but simple. The ground is solid, he finally replied, his voice low, tinged with uncertainty. But you're right, something feels more and more off the farther we go. He paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. This isn't just some spatial distortion, not as we imagined. There's definitely some kind of purpose behind it. Purpose? Yanji frowned slightly. She could sense the threat in Zhao Jiajue's words, but still couldn't fully grasp what he meant by purpose. She kept pace behind him, doing her best not to let the chaos of the situation muddle her thoughts. This light, it's deliberately interfering with our minds, Zeo, Jiaozhe murmured, his eyes still keenly scanning their surroundings. It doesn't feel like a natural phenomenon. It's as if some outside force is manipulating everything here, intentionally. Yanji's heart gave a slight jolt. Never before had she so clearly sensed the menace lurking behind this light. Until now, she had thought herself trapped in some strange dimension, or perhaps within an illusion. But in this moment, she began to realize that each step forward might be guided by some unknown presence. "Do you think all of this is someone's doing?" she asked softly. "I don't know." There was a trace of silence in Zhao Ju's voice. "But whatever the case, we must remain alert. The rules here might be entirely different from anything we've ever known." Yanji took a deep breath, trying to clear her mind. Yet as they drew closer to the heart of that luminous core, her emotions grew increasingly tangled. She could feel herself almost swallowed by the space itself. All her reason and awareness began to blur, as if at any moment she might lose control over everything around her. "Have you ever thought," her voice sank so low it was barely audible, "that maybe we've already fallen into some kind of trap? That light, that energy, it might be more than just a distortion in space. It could be a deeper kind of lure, drawing us toward a dead end." Zhao Ju stopped walking and turned to look at her, a profound chill in his gaze. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared at her intently, as if he could read something more from her eyes. After a long pause, he finally murmured, "You're right. None of this is as simple as we imagined." A chill ran down Yanji's spine, and her heart began to race once more. In that moment, she finally understood. She wasn't just exploring some unknown space, but fighting against a force far beyond her comprehension. This force wasn't only clouding her senses and thoughts. It seemed to be leading them towards some predetermined fate. "What should we do?" Yanji's voice trembled with anxiety, her fists unconsciously clenching tighter by her sides. She had tried so hard to stay calm, but nothing before her made any sense. Zhao Ju looked away from her, his gaze fixed once more on the radiant light ahead. It remained dazzling and unreachable, like a distant horizon forever out of reach. "We have no choice but to keep moving forward until we uncover the truth of this place." Yet beneath those words lay an unspoken sense of helplessness. Zhao Ju knew all too well that this path might not be the wisest, but there was no turning back. Every step they took brought them closer to the truth, and with it, the dangers closing in. Still, Yanji's heart was troubled. Her doubts were no longer just about this strange place or its powers. She now wondered about the role she and Zhao Ju played in this labyrinth. Was she truly a participant, or merely a victim carried along by circumstance? And if all of this was the result of some carefully laid scheme, then every step they took was following an invisible script, wasn't it? Her thoughts surged like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf her completely. Yet in this moment, faced with so much uncertainty, all she could do was cling closely to Zhao Jiao, following in his footsteps, striving to catch every subtle clue that might lead to her escape. Suddenly, a shrill, jarring noise shattered her thoughts. It sounded mechanical, like gears grinding and countless pieces of metal scraping together, all merging with a deep, rumbling drone. Yanji jerked her head up. The light before her eyes shifted violently, as if some invisible force was tearing it apart. What had once been gentle illumination now flared into a harsh, unstable glare. "What is this?" Her voice trembled with fear, a flash of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. Zhao Jiao's brow furrowed. He reached out swiftly, seizing Yanji's wrist and pulling her to the side. "Careful!" His voice dropped, urgent and grave. "This isn't normal. Brace yourself for even stronger interference." Yanji felt an inexplicable force closing in from every direction, as though the entire space was pressing in on them. A sharp pain stabbed through her head, her vision swam, and it seemed as if an unseen hand had clamped around her heart, holding her utterly still. "We have to do something." Her voice was nearly hoarse, strained to the edge. She felt her balance slipping away, the world before her blurring further and further. Somehow, the distance between her and Zhao Jiao seemed to widen with every heartbeat. "Don't give up," Zhao Jiao growled, his voice steady and resolute even amid the turmoil. "We have to stay awake. No matter what lies ahead, we face it together." His words pierced through the chaos like a surge of strength, restoring a sliver of clarity to Yanji's mind. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand firm, dizzy and reeling, yet fully aware that giving up now would mean the end of everything. "Go!" Zhao Jiao held her hand tightly, guiding her forward step by determined step. Yin Ji's breath quickened, her body feeling trapped in invisible shackles. With every stride, the air seemed to press harder against her chest, constricting her with each breath, as if the very space around them was shrinking. The light grew ever more blinding, an unseen force compelling her onward, deeper and deeper, unable to stop. "What is this place?" she muttered through clenched teeth, her words barely above a whisper. Zhao Jiao did not answer. His expression grew even more grave, his brow drawn tight, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the source of the light, as if weighing every choice before them. Though his grip remained steady, Yanji could feel the sweat in his palm, and beneath his calm facade, the tension that throbbed within him like a silent ache. "We have to keep moving." Zhao Jiao's voice was low, carrying a note of unwavering resolve. "No matter what lies ahead, stopping now means we'll never be able to turn back." Yanji nodded slightly. Though her heart was brimming with uncertainty, she knew there was only one choice left to her at this moment: to press onward. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, and closely followed in Zhao Jiao's footsteps. Yet as they drew nearer to the heart of the light, the pressure in the air grew steadily more intense, as if it might crush them at any moment. Yanji's eyes began to sting, her mind tangled with chaotic thoughts she couldn't untangle. She sensed a strange power creeping in, quietly eroding her reason, making it harder and harder to keep her emotions in check. "Don't you think this place is too strange?" Yanji's voice was hushed and uneasy. "It's not just the space twisting around us. There's something else, something oppressive." Zhao Jiao's steps never faltered. His gaze remained fixed ahead. "You're right, but now isn't the time to doubt. The only thing we can do is keep moving, keep searching for the real truth." It felt as if something impossibly heavy was pressing down on Yin Ji's heart. Instinctively, she gripped Zhao Jiao's hand more tightly, feeling how cold his palm had become, as though he too was bearing some unspoken burden. Suddenly, the light ahead began to change. Where it had once been blinding, it gradually shifted into a profound blue, like points of light in the depths of the ocean, gentle and mysterious. Yanji stopped in spite of herself, her gaze drawn irresistibly to that blue radiance. The unease in her chest slowly gave way to an inexplicable sense of calm, as though every fear had dissolved beneath the glow. "Look," she murmured, her voice barely more than a whisper. "These lights, they don't seem so frightening anymore." But Zhao Jiao's eyes showed no reaction to her words. He remained alert, his gaze fixed ahead. Though he kept his tension hidden, not for a moment did he relax inside. He knew all too well that this change was anything but simple. They hadn't reached a place of peace. Instead, they'd stepped into an even more tangled situation. "Don't be taken in by it," he warned quietly. "This shift could be another illusion or a trap. Don't let yourself lower your guard." Yanji's heart began to pound. She didn't fully understand Zhao Jiao's warning, but her instincts told her he was right. That eerie sense of peace was deepening, clouding her thoughts, as if all her emotions were being drawn into the light. She realized she couldn't allow herself to slip any further. "Something's wrong with me," Yanji spoke in a low voice, a trace of panic lacing her words. "I feel like I'm not myself anymore." "Hold on." Zhao Jiao suddenly turned and gripped her shoulders, his gaze unwavering. "You have to remember, this isn't what you truly want. None of this is real. They're trying to steer us toward their own ends, but we have to hold on to who we are." Yanji could feel the warmth of his palms pressing through her shoulders. Even though it lasted only a fleeting moment, a surge of inexplicable strength welled up inside her. She drew in a deep breath, fighting to shake off the strange sense of tranquility, willing herself to reclaim her sense of self. "We can't stop now." Zhao Jiao's voice grew even more resolute. "There's only one last stretch left. We have to keep going. As long as we haven't reached the heart of the light, we haven't failed." Yanji managed a small nod. Her body still felt stiff and unresponsive, but she forced her mind to stay sharp, matching her pace to Zhao Jiao's stride. As they pressed deeper, she began to notice subtle changes in the glow around them. The blue light was growing more intense, thickening as if it might swallow them whole at any moment. Her heart pounded harder and faster, her mind racing with countless questions. What was this place, truly? Why had they come here? What kind of power was concealed behind that radiant glow? Each question crashed through her thoughts with relentless force, yet she found herself unable to grasp a single answer. Suddenly, Yanji's vision blurred. Her legs turned weak and unsteady, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Instinctively, she grabbed onto a nearby support, barely managing to steady herself. "Are you all right?" Zhao Jiao looked back, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Yanji's vision began to overlap, and her body still hadn't recovered. She took a deep breath, struggling to shake off the weakness. "I'm okay," She forced herself to stand a bit straighter, though her voice was still faint. Just a little dizzy. Let's keep moving. Determination rang in Zhao Jiao's words. We'll find a way out. There has to be one. Though her heart was still heavy with doubt and fear, Yanji nodded again. Each step felt heavier than the last, but she knew there was no turning back. Her thoughts churned into chaos, as if every idea in her mind was being sucked into a powerful vortex. It felt as though she was trapped in a reality that grew more distorted with every breath. Every subtle ripple in the air threatened to unravel her sense of self, to strip away her connection to the world around her. She glanced down at Zhao Jiao's hand, clasping hers tightly. His eyes were as resolute as ever, but beneath that determination, she could see the exhaustion he could no longer hide. She knew all too well that the end of this journey was likely far from as simple as they had imagined. Somewhere deep within her, a voice whispered that this place had long ceased to be just an ordinary space. Perhaps it embodied a fate from which there was no escape. "Do you really think we can get out of here?" she asked in a hushed tone, her words nearly swallowed by the eerie glow all around them. She understood that if she let fear take root in her heart, she might truly lose herself in this boundless mist. Zhao Jiaxuan did not answer right away. He paused, lifting his gaze toward the source of light ahead, which now shone even more brilliantly. The radiance seemed to swirl like an enormous vortex, devouring everything in its path. His eyes were clouded with complex emotions, as if he were silently struggling against some invisible force. "I don't know," he finally replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "But we have no choice. Moving forward is our only hope." There was a heaviness in his words that Yanji could not ignore. It was not the unwavering resolve of someone unafraid, but rather the resignation of one pushed to the very brink. An intense emotion surged within her, a mingling of fear for the unknown and a deep unease about her own fate. What if we can't make it out? Her voice trembled, betraying the terror she felt deep inside. What if all of this is just a trap? If it's a trap, then we have no way back. Zhao Jiaxuan's words landed with the chill of stark reality, silencing Yin Ji in an instant. She caught a fleeting glimpse of determination on his face, and, as if by magic, the restless anxiety within her was momentarily subdued. "I know you're afraid." His voice was gentle, still steady, but there was something in his eyes, a silent emotion that caught Yanji off guard. It wasn't mere sympathy. It was a resonance, a sense of mutual dependence that ran deeper than words. Yanji looked at him, her heart pounding ever more fiercely. In that moment, she realized this journey into the unknown was not just a test of the body, but a trial of the spirit. The bond between her and Zhao Jiaxuan had long since grown beyond simple companionship. There was now an indescribable understanding between them, a connection that seemed to flow quietly from soul to soul. "I know," she whispered in reply, a flicker of resolve shining in her eyes. "We can't afford to stop." Suddenly, she felt as if a new strength had welled up inside her. Though exhaustion still weighed on her and her mind was clouded, the fear that had gripped her heart was now replaced by a strange, driving impulse. She stopped overthinking, stopped questioning whether she could ever return to where she started. All that remained was the simple act of moving forward, step by determined step, following Zhao Jiaxuan deeper into the unknown. However, as they pressed onward, their surroundings grew increasingly strange. The light was no longer a single hue, but began weaving itself into dazzling bands of color, resembling mysterious surges of energy. The curved space around them seemed to warp their very forms. Suddenly, Yanji's vision blurred, her steps faltered, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. She lowered her head, only to discover that her palms were growing hot, strange ripples flickering across her skin. These waves coursed through her entire body, as if some invisible force was rampaging within her, tearing at her from the inside out. Did you feel that?" she asked anxiously, raising her head to look at Zhai Jiajing. He still hadn't stopped walking, but Yanji could see from the faint furrow of his brow that he was far from unaffected. "Don't stop. Keep moving," he said firmly, his voice leaving no room for hesitation. "It's the power of this place. It's trying to disrupt us, but we mustn't let it take control." Yanji said nothing more. She simply followed him in silence, even as every muscle in her body screamed in protest. She understood, if they stopped now, they might truly never find their way out again. No one knew how long they walked. Time had ceased to have meaning. Yanji felt as if her consciousness was being swallowed by a dense fog, her sense of reality slowly slipping away. Her vision grew hazy. The outline of Zhai Jiajing ahead of her began to distort, dissolving into the shimmering air. She wanted to call out to him, but found she no longer had the strength. All that remained was silence, and a darkness that pressed ever deeper. Suddenly, the ground vanished beneath her feet. She lost her balance and pitched forward. At the very moment she was about to fall, a strong arm seized her shoulder, pulling her back. Her body snapped upright, the weightless feeling fading, replaced by a surge of vertigo that made her squeeze her eyes shut. "Are you all right?" Zhai Jiajing's voice sounded again, tinged with concern. Yanji shook her head, forcing her eyes open. "I'm fine, just a little lost, that's all. Let's keep going." He didn't say more, but his gaze grew sharper, more vigilant. "No matter what happens, remember, we're in this together." Drawing a deep breath, Yanji tried to steady the pounding of her heart. She nodded slightly, willing herself to return to that feeling of mutual reliance. They set off once more. The light around them remained blinding, and the oppressive weight in the air grew heavier with every step. In her heart, Yanji knew with greater certainty, this journey would be anything but ordinary. The unknown ahead was no longer just an obstacle. It had become a vast and intricate mystery, waiting for them to unravel. And when the truth was finally revealed, perhaps that moment would mark the beginning of an even deeper trial. Yanji's heart pounded wildly, each breath growing heavier and more rapid. Her palms were still slick with sweat, so much so that she could barely keep a firm grip on Zhao Jiaoer's hand. The familiar warmth of his touch seeped into her skin, carrying a gentle strength that seemed to remind her, here, in this void, she was not alone. Yet even as she felt his presence, the oppressive atmosphere of this mysterious space made it impossible for her to find any peace. Her steps grew ever heavier, the ground beneath her feet seeming to sap her strength with every stride, as if each step exacted a tremendous toll. "Do you feel the change in the air?" She finally couldn't hold back, her voice a faint whisper that was almost swallowed up by the suffocating emptiness. Zhao Jiaoer did not respond immediately. The scene before them was growing more and more distorted. The light ahead had ceased to be a simple glow and now resembled a chaotic blaze, devouring everything around it. His brows were knitted tightly, his expression calm, but a flicker of unease showed in his eyes. "I do," he finally said, his voice low. "I've noticed the change as well. We can't ignore it." Yanji clung tightly to his hand, as if that was the only way to reclaim a sliver of comfort from the anxiety swirling within her. Her mind was already racing with countless thoughts, her heart filled with questions and fear. She could feel an invisible force drawing ever closer, a sense of imminent danger lurking, ready to engulf her at any moment. "Do you think this is intentional?" Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with confusion and dread. "Someone is pulling the strings behind all this, aren't they? Everything, our fate itself, has been planned out." Zhao Jiaoer stopped in his tracks, turning to look at her. Complex emotions flickered in his gaze as he seemed to weigh how to answer her. He did not deny her words outright. Rather, it seemed as though he was acknowledging some intangible pressure of his own. "I'm not sure," he finally replied. "But this experience has already far surpassed anything we could have imagined. Whatever we've been drawn into, it may not just be someone's scheme. It could be a force beyond our comprehension." A chill swept through Yanji's heart, sending a strange shiver through her. Instinctively, she wanted to move closer to Zhao Jiaoer, but hesitated to ask him more. She understood that, in moments like this, the questions hardly mattered. What truly mattered was whether they could keep moving, whether they could reach a safer place. We've been striving to move forward all this time, but we never really stopped to think, what if this path has no end? Her voice sank again, a hollow look in her eyes. What if we never find a way out? What if we're trapped in this fog forever? Zhao Jiaoer didn't answer her question directly. He simply watched her in silence, and for a moment, the air between them grew unbearably heavy. At last, he let out a sigh, as if he wanted to comfort her fears, though he seemed uncertain where to begin. "If there's no end, then we just keep going," he said, his words brief but brimming with quiet resolve. "Even if there's no light ahead, we keep moving. We walk on until we find a way out." Yanji drew a deep breath, and a rare sense of calm swelled within her. Though doubt and fear still churned inside, she suddenly understood that on this long journey, only persistence would carry them through. Her body felt lighter, and her steps grew less burdened. She lifted her head, gazing at the twisted landscape before them, and a determined glint sparked in her eyes. "All right, I'll walk with you," she replied, her voice clear and unwavering, as though making a solemn promise to herself. The two of them pressed on, the world around them still strange and unsettling, though the pressure seemed to ease, if only for a moment. Yanji no longer dwelled on questions without answers. Instead, she focused on the path ahead. She knew the road would only grow more perilous, but she also understood that moving forward was their only hope for survival. Ahead, the shifting light seemed to pulse, as if some unseen force was trying to sway their will. The air grew heavier with every breath, thick with a sense that something vast and threatening was drawing nearer. Yanji's heart pounded faster, her steps faltering, as if every stride weighed more heavily on her soul. "We need to be careful," Zhao Jiawei spoke again, his voice edged with caution. "Nothing here is as simple as it seems." Yanji nodded, her gaze fixed intently ahead, a vague sense of dread rising in her chest. She could feel it. This world was changing in ways she couldn't quite grasp, and it seemed as though some powerful presence was silently approaching, lying in wait for its moment to strike. Her fingers trembled ever so slightly, yet she clung tightly to Zhao Jiawei's hand. She knew that now, their reliance on each other was no longer just about comfort. It was a matter of survival. In this vast, empty space, there was nothing but the sound of their breathing and footsteps. The silence pressed down on them, stifling and oppressive, as if the very rules of time and space had become hazy and uncertain in this moment. "Have you ever wondered why we ended up here?" Yanji suddenly asked, her voice still low, tinged with a faint trace of questioning doubt. "I have," Zhao Jiao replied. "Perhaps it wasn't by chance that we were drawn into all this. Maybe everything was predetermined long ago." Yanji said nothing more. She understood that Zhao Jiao wasn't willing to delve too deeply into these tangled reasons. All they could do now was keep moving forward, step by step, toward that unknown destination. Yet that urgent sense of uncertainty had already begun to take root in her heart, growing ever deeper and stronger. Yanji's footsteps grew heavier, each step testing the very limits of her endurance. The oppressive air seemed to thicken, pressing on her chest like a heavy stone, making it hard to breathe. Her eyes swept the surroundings involuntarily, searching for anything that might soothe the unease brewing within her. But all that met her gaze remained shrouded in obscurity, the space stretching on like an endless labyrinth, fatally alluring, yet filled with an unsettling emptiness. She came to an abrupt halt, her mind overwhelmed by a tide of indescribable emotions, fear, uncertainty, and a suffocating sense of loneliness. It was as if she were trapped in an invisible cage. Despite the presence of someone by her side, the distance between them felt insurmountable. "Zhao Jiao," she called, her voice low and nearly choked with emotion. "Do you think we can really get out of here?" He turned to look at her, his eyes flickering with a complex emotion. For a fleeting instant, it seemed as though an unspoken force passed silently between them, thickening the very air around them. "We just have to keep going, Yanji." His answer was simple and resolute, yet it stirred even greater turmoil in her heart. She drew a deep, steadying breath, trying to calm herself. But the storm inside refused to settle. She clutched tightly at her chest, as if trying to still the wild thundering of her heart. Every second seemed to stretch, magnifying the pressure until it felt unbearable. As Yanji gazed into the blankness before her, a sudden thought surfaced, one she had never dared to face. What if everything here was nothing more than an illusion? If all of this was meaningless, then wouldn't everything she had done be for nothing? "Do you believe any of this is real?" she whispered, her voice barely audible even to herself. "I'm starting to think we might have been trapped in some kind of cycle all along, one we can never escape." Zhao Jiazi stopped in his tracks and looked back at her, his brow furrowing slightly. "Do you think that all fear and unease are just illusions?" Yanji bit her lip, a flicker of struggle passing through her eyes. She didn't answer right away, but looked at him deeply. She knew the answer didn't lie with him. It was buried somewhere within herself. Yet no matter how she tried to reason it out, the question gnawed at her, leaving her profoundly anxious. She felt her thoughts twisting and turning, reaching desperately for a truth just out of reach. Suddenly, she found herself unable to trust her own senses, even beginning to wonder if everything before her was just a creation of her own mind. "I don't know," she whispered, "but the feeling, it's more and more like I'm trapped in a dream." "A dream?" Zhao Jiazi's frown deepened. "You mean to say we're both dreaming right now?" "Maybe we are, maybe not." Yanji gave a rueful shake of her head. "I can't say for sure." Her words seemed to thicken the air, the sense of oppression growing heavier around them. She felt as if she were caught in an invisible whirlpool. No matter how she struggled, there was no way out. Deep down, she realized her anxiety and restlessness were starting to sever her connection to the world around her. "Maybe," she paused, her gaze unfocused. "Maybe this isn't something we can control at all." "Yes." Zhao Jiazi's voice was low and steady. "All we can do is face it, deal with it. We have no other choice." Yanji looked up, catching the resolute look in his eyes. That firmness was like a silent shield, keeping all her doubts at bay. Suddenly, a surge of emotion welled up inside her, a wordless reliance on him, mingled with a pang of guilt for her own fragile heart. She realized perhaps this was how she'd always depended on him. On his calmness, his resilience, the shelter he provided when her world seemed to crumble. Then let's keep going, she said, drawing a deep breath and lifting her chin, trying to make herself seem stronger. Yes, let's keep going, Jaza nodded slightly, turning his gaze forward once again. Together, they set off down the road. With every step, it felt as if they were breaking through another layer of barriers deep inside. Yanji followed closely behind Jaza. Even as her legs grew heavy and fear still churned within her, she knew she couldn't stop. She needed him, and he needed her, and together, on this road full of unknowns, they seemed to have found a strange and delicate balance. However, as their steps grew more resolute, the scenery around them began to shift in subtle ways. The initial emptiness and silence were gradually replaced by faint sounds, as though something unseen was drawing near. Yanji's heartbeat quickened once again. Suddenly, she thought she glimpsed a vague figure. It darted swiftly across her vision, no more than a fleeting shadow. A chill crept up her spine, and instinctively, she tightened her grip on Zhai Jiaxuan's hand. Did you see something? Her voice trembled slightly. Zhai Jiaxuan stopped in his tracks, scanning their surroundings with tense vigilance. His brow furrowed deeply, his gaze sharp and alert. Was it just an illusion? I'm not sure, but I feel like something's there. Uncertainty colored Yanji's words, and she could almost hear the rapid rhythm of her own breathing. Zhai Jiaxuan stared into the distance, his eyes keen as blades. We can't linger here. This place is far from ordinary. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the path before them. It was so dazzling that it stabbed at their eyes, making them wince in pain. Yanji shut her eyes instinctively, her heart pounding so violently she thought it might burst from her chest. She could almost hear her own mind screaming, yet she was powerless to change anything. When she opened her eyes again, the entire scene had transformed. Gone was the empty, desolate space. In its place stretched a deep, fog-laden corridor, thick mist swirling heavily in the air. At the end of the corridor, an enticing glow flickered, but the closer she looked, the more uneasy she felt. Yanji's gaze locked onto that distant light, as if some invisible force was drawing her forward. With each step toward it, her heart beat faster, part curiosity, part fear. The feeling was complicated, like standing on the edge of an abyss, knowing full well the danger that lurked below, yet unable to resist the urge to leap. Are you sure we should go? She asked Zhai Jiaxuan in a low voice, her anxiety now forming itself into a question. Whether we're sure or not, there's no turning back, he replied, his voice unwavering, calm and resolute. The farther we go, the fewer choices remain. All we can do now is keep moving forward. His words steadied her like a shot of courage, easing her nerves just a little. But that nameless fear still coiled inside her, an invisible hand gripping her heart. Her steps faltered slightly, but in the end, she followed him toward the light. The corridor grew narrower and narrower, the air growing heavier with every step, as though the world itself closed in around them. She could hear her breathing, now labored and heavy, and the quickening pace of their footsteps, each sound tightening the tension in her nerves, winding her ever tighter as they pressed on. Do you have any idea what this place really is? Yanji finally couldn't hold back the question that had been troubling her heart. Her voice was low and a little shaky, betraying a trembling she hadn't meant to show. Zhao Jiaowei kept his gaze fixed ahead, seeming not to respond directly to her question. There was a calm in his eyes, the kind that comes from seeing through everything. But she knew this calm was only a mask. Whatever he truly felt, he had buried it deep where no one could see. I don't know, he answered briefly, but after a pause, he added, but we have no choice. Whether we go back or press forward, the outcome will be the same. A flicker of something complicated passed through his eyes, making Yanji's heart sink. She sensed, however faintly, that Zhao Jiaowei was fighting his own inner battle, even if he never let it show. Yet in this endless fog, no one's heart could escape the weight pressing down from all directions. Yanji gazed uncertainly at his back, suddenly feeling a wave of loneliness. Whether he was by her side or not, it seemed she had always been fighting her way down this endless road, struggling against herself. A quiet voice in her heart whispered that all of this was an elaborate deception, and they were nothing but puppets trapped within it. Still, she couldn't make herself stop, as if some invisible force was guiding her forward. No matter what lies ahead, she murmured, exhaustion weighing down her words, we have to keep going. Yes, Zhao Jiaowei replied quietly, a glint of resolve in his eyes. Whatever awaits us, hope or despair, we have to face it. Step by step, the two of them drew closer to that band of light, the heaviness in their hearts not easing but growing all the more oppressive. Yanji could feel the pressure closing in from every side, as though the very space around them was trying to swallow them whole. At last, they reached the source of the light. It wasn't blinding as she'd imagined, but gentle and warm, like the only hope wrapped within the surrounding mist. Instinctively, Yanji reached out and touched its edge. A strange sensation coursed through her. It wasn't cold, nor was it warm, but it filled her with a peace she had never known before. In that moment, it was as if every confusion and every fear within her was soothed away by an unseen hand. Her heartbeat slowed, and the unrest and discontent buried deep inside her faded away, leaving nothing behind but serenity. "Do you feel it?" she asked in a hushed voice, a calmness she had never known softening her words. Zhao Jiaowei turned to face her, his gaze meeting hers. He was silent for a long moment before he finally spoke, his words slow and steady. "I feel it." Both of them fell silent, as if time itself had paused at this very moment. Yanji could feel her heart beating quietly, yet her mind was suddenly clear. She realized that perhaps she had come to understand something. The light before her was not the key that would answer everything, nor was it an escape hatch to flee from reality. Instead, it merely soothed the deepest unrest and fears within her for a brief while, allowing her to calm down and face whatever lay ahead. A glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. "Whatever is waiting for us up ahead, we cannot avoid it. We cannot avoid it," Zhao Rui echoed, his tone carrying a new note of determination. Just as they were about to move forward, a faint sound drifted from the end of the tunnel. The sound seemed to come from a distant place, and yet at the same time, it felt like a whisper emerging from the depths of their own hearts. Yanji instinctively stopped in her tracks, straining to listen more closely. The sound grew clearer, like a murmur rising from the depths of the underworld, or perhaps some ancient summons calling out to them. "Did you hear that?" Yanji's voice was barely audible. Zhao Rui frowned slightly, sensing her tension. "Is it a hallucination?" "No." Yanji shook her head, her gaze suddenly unfocused. "That sound, it's not an illusion." A wave of emotion surged within her, as if some instinct was warning her that the voice did not belong to this world. And perhaps, she thought, the light was not as warm and peaceful as she had imagined. "It's calling to us," she whispered, as much to herself as to him, seeking confirmation. "Calling to us?" A hint of doubt flickered in Zhao Rui's eyes. "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. She could still sense the presence of the light, as though it really was a gateway to the unknown. But where that passage led, no one could say. "Let's go." Zhao Rui spoke softly. "Whatever lies ahead, we can no longer turn back." A surge of conflicting emotions welled up inside Yanji. Never before had she felt so filled with uncertainty and apprehension about the future. Those indistinct whispers continued to echo in her ears, like voices hidden deep within the unknown, warning her of all that she was about to face. She drew a deep breath and lifted her gaze toward the light. Its glow remained warm and gentle, but now, in her heart, she felt a weighty sense of foreboding. She could no longer be sure if this path was truly the one she'd hoped for, whether it was full of promise or simply a bottomless trap. She turned her head and looked at Zhejia's beside her. His composed face remained as calm as ever, showing not the slightest sign of wavering, as if his spirit had long transcended the troubles of this world. Yet she could sense that beneath that seemingly unshakable calm, there was a heaviness pressing down upon him. He had never revealed his inner struggles to her, but she knew his heart was not as strong as it appeared on the surface. "Aren't you afraid?" she asked softly, her voice low, carrying an unintentional hint of vulnerability. Zhejia's tilted his head slightly, a flash of surprise flickering in his eyes. Then, just as quickly, he regained his tranquil expression, and his deep voice resonated slowly. "Afraid? I've never known fear." Yanji was moved by those words, which stirred memories of times long past. She recognized the firmness in his tone, yet she also understood that beneath that firmness lay endless dread of the unknown. "Don't you think there's something wrong with this place?" she pressed on, her gaze intense. "These sounds, these lights, what do they mean?" Zhejia's eyes shifted forward, his gaze seeming to drift. He didn't respond right away, as if weighing his thoughts, perhaps deciding whether to speak the doubts in his heart. "These sounds may not be mere illusions," he said suddenly, his tone somber. "There's something guiding about them, as if they're trying to communicate with us." Yanji froze, her heart tightening in an instant. "You mean these sounds have a purpose?" "I'm not sure," Zhejia's replied, a hint of unease in his voice as his eyes flickered briefly. "But they don't feel like something born of nature. I get the sense they're waiting for something." Waiting for what? Yanji asked, frowning in confusion. Waiting for us, Zhejiao said quietly, as if this was something he had known all along. A chill rose within Yanji at his words. She shivered without thinking, and even the lights before her seemed to deepen and darken. Suddenly, she understood. Those lights truly seemed to have some strange power pulling at her heart, drawing her toward them, as if they were waiting for her arrival. Are we really going to keep going? She asked in a hushed tone, her feelings a tangled mess. She knew what it meant to move forward, and she knew what turning back would cost. She had no room left for choice. Zhejiao's gaze stayed profound and steady, unruffled by their conversation, as if none of this could shake him in the slightest. No matter what, we have no choice but to go on. You know as well as I do, turning back doesn't necessarily mean safety. Yanji's heart gave an anxious jolt, a flood of unspeakable worry surging through her. She wanted instinctively to argue, but her lips only moved silently, and in the end, she said nothing at all. She knew he was right. Turning back would likely only lead to greater hardship, while pressing forward, though equally uncertain, at least left her with a sense of choice. She nodded slowly, drew in a deep breath, and clenched her teeth. Let's go. Her words fell softly, as if infusing both herself and the two of them with a quiet strength. It was faint, but she felt a peculiar surge of resolve. She was no longer afraid, or at least, she seemed unafraid on the surface. She told herself that none of this could be avoided, whether it was the light ahead or the silent whispers. Both now belonged to the fabric of her life. They moved onward in silence, stepping into the heart of that luminous glow. The air seemed to grow heavier, and every step felt unusually weighty. As they drew closer to the light, Yanji felt the oppressive atmosphere intensify, an indescribable force pressing in as if trying to swallow them whole. Suddenly, a faint tremor ran through the ground, making it quiver beneath their feet, while the air turned sharply warmer. Yanji's heart skipped a beat, and she came to an abrupt halt. What's happening? Her voice wavered, a hint of unease flickering in her eyes. Zhao Jiaoyi stopped as well, his gaze deep and steady as he quietly surveyed their surroundings. The tremor subsided quickly, but the sense of strangeness in the air only grew stronger. He murmured, I'm not sure, but it feels as if something is waking up. A wave of anxiety washed over Yanji. Instinctively, her body wanted to retreat, but she knew that would solve nothing. Whatever happened, she had to face it. We keep going. Zhao Jiaoyi didn't seem particularly alarmed, as if he'd anticipated all of this. The calm in his eyes made it impossible for Yanji to guess what he truly felt. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held her tongue. They pressed on, moving deeper and deeper. With every step, the light around them began to shift, as if some unknown power was orchestrating its transformation. A flicker of confusion crossed Yanji's eyes. She was no longer certain what awaited at the end of this path. Do you see that? She suddenly stopped, her gaze tense as she pointed into the distance. Zhao Jiaoyi halted as well, following her line of sight. The light ahead had grown more intricate, twisting and weaving into a surreal tapestry. Within the depths of that illusion, a blurred face seemed to emerge, silently watching them. The features were indistinct, but the pressure emanating from that face sent a jolt through Yanji's heart. She could feel its silent warning, heavy and unspoken, bearing down on them. What is that? Her voice trembled, uncertainty rising once again within her. We can't turn back. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in Zhejiaoyi's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. But we must tread carefully. What lies ahead may not be as simple as we imagined. Yanji offered no reply, silence and confusion filling her heart. In this moment, she was overwhelmed by an indescribable loneliness. She and Zhejiaoyi, walking alone down this path of no return, with no way of knowing whether hope or despair awaited them at the end. Her steps grew heavier with every stride. Each time her foot touched the ground, she could feel a creeping fear welling up from within, as if some invisible force was binding her tightly. Her gaze remained locked on the emerging light ahead, questions and unease swirling in her mind. What did these lights truly mean? Why were they guiding her and Zhejiaoyi ever deeper into the unknown? She could sense the mounting pressure building around her, swelling like a relentless tide with every step she took. She forced herself not to look back, even as each heartbeat was accompanied by a surge of intense anxiety. This place felt so unfamiliar, so unfathomably deep. What she couldn't understand was why here she could so palpably sense the feeling of being tested, of being watched. That sense of oppression seemed to have taken root in every fiber of her being, impossible to shake off. Zhejiaoyi, what exactly is up ahead? Her voice was low and thick with a confusion and fear she could not put into words. Zhao remained as calm as ever, seemingly untouched by the strange environment surrounding them. His gaze was steady, fixed on the distant source of light, as if there lay a secret only he could fathom. "I don't know either," he said, his tone somber, "but if we don't move forward, I'm afraid we'll never find the answers." Yinji shivered slightly, a question rising in her mind. Was he truly fearless, or was he just forcing himself to stay calm? She knew that beneath Zhao facade of composure, there might well be a deeper, more profound fear than her own. After all, what they faced was far beyond anything they had ever expected. She tightened her grip on the railing in her hand, as if it were the only thing she could rely on, even though the comfort it brought was faint at best. Drawing a deep breath, she forced herself to stop letting fear take control. "I understand. Let's go." As they moved forward, the light ahead grew ever more intense, until Yinji could almost feel the waves of heat radiating from its source. The air around them thickened with heat, as if the temperature of the entire world was rising in tandem with their approach. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, her collar clung to her skin, and with every step, the fatigue in her body became heavier and harder to bear. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. Yinji lost her balance and nearly fell. She grabbed the nearby railing in a flash, steadying herself, then looked up ahead. The tremor lasted only a few seconds, and with it, the heavy heat that had filled the air seemed to dissipate. Yet an uncanny sense of dread spread all around them. "What has happened?" Her voice carried a note of urgency. Zhao Jiaxuan did not answer right away. He slowly glanced around, his gaze growing more alert by the second. Though he showed little outward emotion, the tension beneath his calm was unmistakable. In a low voice, he said, "Something has changed. Perhaps we're drawing near to some kind of presence." Yinji's heart clenched. She was seized by an unexplainable pressure, as if they were closing in on a force so deep and unfathomable that it lay far beyond their understanding. Her hand gripped the railing tighter, her eyes fixed on that patch of light before them. She wanted to ask something, but her mind was in turmoil. Her questions melted into an aching silence, swallowed up by a profound fear. "Can we still turn back?" She finally managed, her voice trembling. She knew the question was naive, but she couldn't help but ask. Zhao Jiaxuan did not reply at once. In truth, he understood better than anyone that turning back was no longer an option. Whether it was that bone-chilling sound or the unknowable mysteries hidden behind the light, both had made it impossible for them to retreat. A flash of resignation passed through his eyes, but it quickly gave way to composure. "Impossible," he said quietly. "We've come this far. Turning back would be futile." Yinji felt her heart sink, heavy as if a stone had been laid upon her chest. She couldn't say why, but she sensed an invisible power was pushing her step by step toward the abyss, a cycle of fate she could not break. She drew a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, though she could not still the storm within. She closed her eyes for a moment, reminding herself in silence, whatever lies ahead, since they'd come this far, the only way is forward, to seek that answer. All she could do was steady herself, and keep moving until she found a way out. Together, they stepped forward once more, deeper into the heart of the light. The air grew hotter, so much so that she felt she was walking through an endless blaze. She could hear her own rapid breathing, her heart pounding faster and faster, as if every second was urging her to face an inevitable end. "Yinji, look!" Zhao voice suddenly broke the silence, cutting through the chaos swirling inside her. She lifted her head, her gaze following the direction he pointed. Up ahead, the light was gathering, coalescing into a vague and looming shape, something massive, like a barrier, blocking their path. At the edges of that illumination, it seemed to roil and churn, as if undergoing some violent transformation. Yinji's heart began to pound, and everything before her eyes started to feel less and less real. Her breathing quickened, fragments of inexplicable thoughts flickering through her mind, as an invisible pressure welled up inside her, woven from fear and anxiety. "What should we do?" Her voice was nearly stifled, her unease rising into a nameless terror. Zhao halted. His gaze remained fixed on the glowing mass ahead, deep and unfathomable. Though a faint uncertainty seemed to flicker within him, he showed no sign of wavering. After a brief silence, he spoke in a measured tone. "We have no choice but to face it." His words were calm, even tinged with an unshakable resolve. Yinji realized he was not only speaking to her, but also to himself. In the face of this unknown fear, there was no other way. He could only confront it and refuse to run any longer. She bit her lip, forcing herself to steady her breath. raising her head as she tried to compose herself. No matter what, she knew there was no turning back. The only path was forward to meet whatever mysteries the future might hold. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward again, close behind Zajiazwi. The light ahead grew stronger and stronger, almost piercing through the darkness of night. With every step, Yenji felt the weight of the moment. Her heartbeat quickening, unease thickening the air, her breath coming harder and harder. Her eyes gradually adjusted to the dazzling brightness, but brought her no comfort. Each footfall seemed to draw her closer to some unknowable force. "It's pulling us in," she murmured, her voice trembling, but she knew the sensation was not a mere illusion. The light ahead was more than just brightness. It was a force, deep and unfathomable, irresistible to any who drew near. Zajiazwi gave no reply. He merely stopped, very gently. His gaze remained steady, but there was a shadow deep in his eyes that betrayed his inner turmoil. He, too, could feel the powerful draw emanating from the source of the light. Despite his efforts to suppress his fear, he could not help but waver before that invisible force. Yenji's gaze followed his footsteps as he stopped and looked around, yet she found nothing that could explain what was happening. The surroundings were still empty and vast. The trembling of the ship seemed to have ceased, and a profound silence filled the air, as if even time itself had come to a standstill in this moment. "We're very close now," Zhao Zhao said suddenly, his voice low and resolute, as if he were speaking both to himself and to Yenji. "Whatever lies ahead, we must find the answer." Yenji didn't reply. She simply took a deep breath and lifted her head to look at the glowing orb ahead. This time, she felt no fear. Instead, she was driven forward by courage she couldn't quite name. Perhaps, just as he said, no matter what awaits them, only by reaching the end could they hope to understand the truth of it all. "Aren't you afraid?" Yenji finally couldn't hold back the question, her voice tinged with complicated emotions. She herself wasn't sure why it slipped out. Perhaps because in this moment, she still couldn't fathom how Zhao Zhao could remain so calm, even displaying such unyielding resolve in the midst of all this fear. "I am," Zhao Zhao answered without the slightest attempt to hide it. His voice remained steady, even carrying a hint of helplessness. "But I know that running away is pointless. Evading the truth won't give us any answers. It will only trap us forever in uncertainty and darkness." Yenji felt a tremor in her heart. So he was afraid, just like she was, but he chose to face it. She, too, had tried to run before, only to find that running only made the fear more unbearable. She bowed her head slightly, pressing her lips together, quietly reminding herself to stay calm. "All right," she said, drawing in a deep breath. "Let's go." The two of them continued forward, their steps heavy but unwavering. As they drew closer, the light grew more dazzling, and a suffocating pressure began to fill the air, as though the radiance wasn't just illuminating their path, but slowly consuming everything around them. Yenji's unease intensified, yet she forced herself not to look back, not to question, only to keep moving ahead. Suddenly, a deep, resonant humming rose from within the light, reminiscent of some colossal engine whirring to life. The sound rose and fell in waves, as if responding to their approach. There was a sense of menace to it, yet no hostility, as though it acknowledged their arrival and understood that there was no turning back for them. "What is that sound? What is it doing?" Yenji asked softly, her eyes flickering with confusion and unease. Zhao Jiajing's expression remained calm, though a slight frown creased his brow and his gaze grew even more intense. "It's guiding us. Whether we want it to or not, it's in control of everything we do." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Have you noticed? We can't stop anymore, can't turn back. The light ahead seems to have an irresistible pull." Yenji felt a chill in her heart. She hadn't realized this before, but now, thinking back, she found that it was true. Her steps simply wouldn't stop. With every move forward, she sensed an invisible force pushing her onward, as if this path had been set long ago, and she and Zhao Jiajing were being driven toward some inevitable destination. "So what can we do?" Her voice trembled with a hint of despair, but there was more fear of the unknown than hopelessness. She understood that everything ahead was beyond their control. There was no way to predict what they would face. Zhao Jiajing glanced at her, a fleeting look of determination passing through his eyes. "All we can do is keep going and find that answer." His tone was utterly calm, as though he were talking about something trivial, yet his eyes betrayed a deep unease and tension. They kept walking, their footsteps echoing through the empty hull of the ship, as the air grew heavier and heavier. The light ahead shone ever brighter, almost blinding. Yenji was filled with anxiety and fear, but still, she did not stop. After all, she knew, there was no turning back for her now. Suddenly, just as they drew near the source of the light, Yanji felt a violent tremor. In that instant, the entire ship seemed to tip and roll over. The temperature in the air surged, as though the whole space was beginning to collapse. Her heart gave a wild leap, panic flashing through her mind, and her steps halted involuntarily. "What's happening?" she cried out, grabbing the railing beside her, her body trembling slightly. "It's reacting," Zhao Jiajing replied, his voice still steady, though his eyes were more alert than ever. "We're close now." "Close to what?" Yanji pressed, unable to contain the storm of confusion and fear inside her. "Close to that presence." He spoke in a low voice, his eyes deep and distant, as if answering her question, and perhaps some secret dread inside himself. Presence. Yanji's heart sank, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of pressure. Her thoughts grew more and more tangled, unable to make sense of what it was they now faced. Yanji's heartbeat grew ever more rapid, her hand clinging tightly to the railing until her fingertips turned white. The oppressive force emanating from the source of light became unmistakably stronger, as if an invisible power was pulling her in, leaving her utterly unable to break free. Her thoughts tumbled into chaos, as though a vast, consuming darkness threatened to swallow her very consciousness, trapping her inescapably within its grip. "That presence," she murmured, her lips dry, a profound unease flooding her heart. She longed to ask more, to know what exactly stood before them, but her throat felt as though it was being squeezed by some unseen pressure, leaving her unable to utter another word. Zhao Jiawei did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly turned his head, meeting Yanji's gaze, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He paused in silence, weighing whether or not to reveal more of the truth to her. At last he spoke. "It is not something humans can comprehend," he said, his voice low, as if speaking of a forbidden secret. "The light we see, everything we sense, these are only its outward manifestations. Its power is beyond resistance." A heavy weight suddenly settled in Yanji's chest, as if the burden of the entire world pressed down upon her. Countless questions flashed through her mind in an instant. Had the path they'd walked all this time been leading them to face this unfathomable being? And if so, what could they possibly do? "What can we do?" she finally managed to ask, her eyes shining with a desperate hunger for knowledge, yearning for even a sliver of hope. Lin Nan was an ordinary university student living in New York City. There was nothing remarkable about him. He was just another average human, attending classes, working part-time, living a simple, unremarkable life. Yet a single accident would change his fate forever. One night, as Lin Nan was walking home, he was suddenly ambushed by a group of armed criminals. Amid the chaos, he somehow drew upon an inexhaustible reserve of strength from within, managing not only to fend off the attackers, but also to subdue them completely. The entire encounter passed in a blur, so swift that even Lin Nan himself did not fully grasp what had happened. From that day on, Lin Nan realized he possessed extraordinary powers. He did not know their origin, nor did he understand how to control them, but he resolved to use these abilities to help others. He became a superhero, using his newfound strength to protect the people of New York City, and gradually grew into the city's guardian. However, Lin Nan soon realized that he was not the only one gifted with superpowers. In the Marvel Universe, a dazzling array of superheroes and villains constantly emerged. He encountered many formidable opponents. Some fought for justice, while others were driven by evil. Yet Lin Nan did not shrink back. On the contrary, he challenged himself again and again, striving to grow, and gradually became a stronger and stronger hero. On his journey, Lin Nan made many like-minded friends, including Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, and more. Together, they stood shoulder to shoulder, battling threats of every kind and defending the peace of Earth. Still, Lin Nan faced many trials and hardships. Not only did he have to battle powerful enemies, but he also had to confront his own inner fears and struggles. He spent countless hours reflecting on his mission and responsibilities, striving to discover where he truly belonged and what his purpose was. In the Marvel Universe, the clashes between heroes and villains never ceased, and Lin Nan, though an ordinary human among them, was destined for an extraordinary fate. Ever since that night, when Lin Nan accidentally discovered his superpower, his life had changed forever. No longer just an ordinary college student, he became a superhero of New York City, his figure often glimpsed in the city's streets and alleyways. With each battle, Lin Nan became ever more adept at wielding his powers. His fists could shatter steel, and his stride could traverse the boundaries of time and space. Despite this, doubts still lingered in his heart. He did not know the origin of his abilities, nor did he fully understand what his true mission was. It was at this time that Lin Nan heard of a brilliant scientist named Hua Hua. Hua Hua was a member of the Avengers, renowned for her extraordinary intellect and cutting-edge technology, making her the center of attention wherever she went. Rumor had it that Hua Hua was researching a way to travel through time, a breakthrough she believed could be the key to saving the universe. Determined, Lin Nen set out to find Hua Hua, seeking her guidance and assistance. He made his way to her laboratory and finally met this legendary genius. Inside the lab, Hua Hua stood before a complex apparatus, a thick notebook in hand, deeply engrossed in her research. "Are you Hua Hua?" Lin Nen stepped forward and asked. Hua Hua looked up and smiled. "Yes, I'm Hua Hua. And you must be Lin Nan. I've heard about your exploits." Lin Nen nodded. "That's right. I came because I need your help. There are some questions I hope you can answer." Hua Hua set her notebook aside and walked up to Lin Nan. "Tell me, what's on your mind?" Lin Nan paused in thought for a moment before he spoke. "I don't know where my powers come from, nor do I know what my true purpose is. What I hope for is to find a way to explore my own heart and discover a path that truly belongs to me." Hua Hua listened quietly, then offered a gentle smile. "Understand. You want to uncover your true mission. I can help you, but we'll need to conduct some special experiments." Lin Nan nodded in agreement. So Hua Hua began a series of experiments, using advanced technology to probe the deepest secrets within Lin Nan's soul. During these experiments, Lin Nan found himself swept into a series of extraordinary visions. He journeyed across the fabric of time and space, witnessing moments from his own past and glimpses of the future, facing countless trials and challenges along the way. Amidst it all, he gradually came to comprehend the true source of his power and the purpose that called to him. Meanwhile, the Marvel Universe stood on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. A formidable villain had emerged, threatening to destroy the entire universe, while the Avengers fought valiantly to defend everything they held dear. At last, Hua Hua and Lin Nan completed their final experiment, making a remarkable discovery. Lin Nan's strength did not come from the outside world. It sprang from the conviction and resolve within his own heart. His mission was not something bestowed upon him by others, but something he alone must choose. Now, he had finally found his path and was ready to use his powers to protect the peace of the universe. "Thank you, Hua Hua," Lin Nan said, bowing deeply before her. "At last I understand. My mission is to safeguard the peace of the universe." Hua Hua nodded with a warm smile. "You're most welcome, Lin Nan. I believe you'll become a great hero. Now, go forth and save the universe." With Lin Nan's resolve and Hua Hua's aid, a grand adventure across time and space was set into motion. The Avengers assembled, gathering heroes like Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, Thor, the Hulk, Black Widow, and many more. Their goal was to collect the Infinity Stones in preparation for the looming cosmic crisis. At the center of the laboratory stood a time travel device, glowing with an enchanting light. Hua Hua and Lin then stood nearby, watching every detail with keen attention. "This device can send you through time, but you must use it with great caution," Hua Hua warned. "If the timeline is disrupted, the consequences could be catastrophic." Lin Nen nodded, signaling his understanding. Together, they made their preparations and stepped into the swirling vortex of time. As they traveled, they witnessed breathtaking sights. They arrived in ancient civilizations, saw endless wars, and beheld the vastness of the cosmos. Journeying through the river of history, they visited many eras, collecting shards of the Infinity Stones. Each leap through time brought a new trial, but they pressed on undaunted, ever moving forward. Through their many adventures, they met a host of companions, ancient warriors, futuristic scientists, and intelligent beings from distant worlds. Together, they worked tirelessly, overcoming one obstacle after another as they gathered the fragments of the Infinity Gem. Yet, as time went on, the challenges they faced grew ever more daunting. Certain villainous forces became aware of their mission and plotted to thwart their plans. During one of their journeys across dimensions, they encountered an army formed by these villains. The leader of this army was a formidable figure known as the Dark King, whose ambition was to seize the Infinity Stones and use them to fulfill his own desires. "We must stop them," Captain America shouted with resolve. The Avengers sprang into action, launching into a fierce battle. Iron Man and Spider-Man clashed with enemies in the sky, their movements swift and relentless. Thor swung his mighty hammer, while the Hulk transformed into a raging beast, fighting tooth and nail against their foes. Meanwhile, Lin Nen revealed his unparalleled strength. His fists could shatter mountains, and he darted across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. After an intense struggle, the Avengers finally emerged victorious. They drove back the villainous army and secured the fragments of the Infinity Stones. "We can't afford a rest just yet," Black Widow reminded them. "There are still many missions waiting for us." Lin Nan, once a devoted member fighting to save the universe, now found a growing darkness stirring within him, setting him on a destructive path. As he continued to gather the Infinity Stones, he became increasingly aware of the dark energy hidden inside himself. This energy, born from his own fears and anger, grew stronger with each passing day, slowly eroding his reason and self-control. During a risky experiment with time travel, Lin Nan finally succumbed to the darkness. He became cold and ruthless, driven only by a desire for destruction. Determined to use the Infinity Stones, he resolved to conquer the universe and bend all existence to his will. He began his invasion of Earth, assembling an army corrupted by the same dark power. Their aim was to obliterate anything or anyone that stood in their way, be they superheroes or villains. Realizing Lin Nan's plot, the Avengers quickly mounted a counterattack. But they were no longer facing a guardian of justice. Instead, they confronted a man consumed by darkness. In the ensuing battle, Lin Nan unleashed his astonishing power. His abilities were nearly unstoppable, and his army swept forward, crushing all resistance. The Avengers found themselves in dire straits, unlike anything they had ever faced. Their unity and trust were put to the ultimate test, and some even began to doubt their own purpose and beliefs. In a decisive battle, Lin Nan nearly destroyed the entire city of New York. His power was almost unstoppable. Waves of dark energy swept across everything, plunging the world into utter despair. Yet, at the critical moment, the Avengers stood united, revealing their true strength. No longer isolated individuals, they became a single, cohesive force. Their conviction and courage helped them overcome their deepest fears and inner turmoil. In the end, Lin Nan's invasion plan ended in failure. His dark powers were utterly shattered, his army completely defeated, and he himself was vanquished, locked away in a cage from which there was no escape. Lin Nan was imprisoned in a specially designed facility. His powers were restrained by a unique energy field, leaving him no chance of breaking free. The darkness within him only grew stronger, slowly consuming his mind and spirit. The heroes of the Avengers knew they could not allow Lin Nan to threaten Earth's safety any longer. They resolved to take action, to confine him completely and prevent any further catastrophe. In a covert operation, the Avengers assembled a special task force made up of their most powerful members. Their mission was clear: return Lin Nan to the prison and strip him of his freedom for good. We must proceed with caution. Lin Nan can't be given a single chance to react, Captain America told his team. His power is far greater than we ever imagined. We have to stay vigilant. The team nodded their understanding and set the plan in motion. They infiltrated the prison's core, bypassing layers of security, moving silently toward Lin Nan's cell. When they reached the entrance to his cell, they found the area heavily fortified, clearly to prevent any chance of Lin Nan's escape. What should we do now? Black Widow asked. We have no choice but to go in, Iron Man replied. We can't allow Lin Nan to threaten Earth any longer. With that, they decided to risk everything and enter Lin Nan's cell to bring him back to the prison. As they opened the door, a surge of dark energy rushed out to meet them, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Lin Nan stood in the depths of the cell, radiating a chilling, ominous glow, like a demon swallowed by darkness. What do you want from me? Lin Nan asked, his tone icy, layered with both authority and mockery. We have no choice but to take you back to the prison, to stop you from endangering the Earth any further, Captain America replied resolutely. Do you really think you can stop me? Lin Nan sneered. My power has already surpassed your wildest imagination. There's nothing you can do to stop me. The Avengers showed no fear. Instead, they stood united, displaying the full extent of their formidable power. Iron Man unleashed a beam of energy, aiming to restrain Lin Nan, while the Hulk transformed into a raging beast, launching into a fierce hand-to-hand battle. At the same time, Black Widow and Spider-Man relied on their agility, darting around in an attempt to subdue Lin Nan. Yet Lin Nan's strength was far beyond anything they had anticipated. He broke free from their restraints and struck back at the Avengers, throwing them into grave danger. After a brutal struggle, the Avengers finally managed to overpower Lin Nan, taking him back to the prison. Deep down, they knew this was only a temporary victory. Darkness never truly disappears. They would need to stay vigilant, always ready for the next challenge. Deep within the Avengers Tower, Iron Man moved quietly through the corridors. He was aware that his actions might be noticed by the other Avengers, but he was determined to see his mission through. His objective was to steal the Cosmic Cube, an artifact that could command the power of the universe, and he believed it might be the key to facing future crises. Clad in his high-tech armor, Iron Man deftly navigated the security blind spots, arriving at the room where the cosmic cube was kept. The atmosphere inside was hushed. Only a faint beam of light filtered in through the window. He gently opened the door and stepped inside. The cosmic cube sat within a specially designed container, radiating a subtle glow. Iron Man approached, his gaze fixed intently on the enigmatic artifact. "Looks like everything's going smoothly," he murmured to himself. But just then, a voice rang out. "Tony, what are you doing?" Iron Man spun around to see Captain America standing in the doorway, his face set in a stern expression. Iron Man was caught off guard for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Steve, what are you doing here? I thought you were on patrol." "I heard something, so I came to check it out," Captain America replied. "But I never expected to find you here." A pang shot through Iron Man's heart. He realized he'd been discovered, but he wasn't ready to give up so easily. "I just came to check on the cosmic cube, make sure it's secure," he tried to explain. "We can't let it fall into the wrong hands." Captain America was silent for a moment, then slowly walked closer to Iron Man. "Tony, you shouldn't be acting alone. We're a team. We should make decisions together." Iron Man said nothing, knowing that Steve was right, but unable to quiet the turmoil within him. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, and the lights in the room began to flash urgently. Both Iron Man and Captain America instantly realized something was terribly wrong. "Someone's broken into Avengers Tower," Captain America shouted. Immediately, the two sprang into action, determined to work together and stop the intruder's assault. In the hallway, they spotted several armed operatives advancing toward them. Dressed head to toe in black uniforms and wielding state-of-the-art weapons, these opponents were clearly highly trained elite forces. "We have to stop them," Captain America called out, his voice ringing with urgency. Iron Man nodded, quickly powering up his repulsor cannons, ready to meet the enemy head-on. A fierce battle erupted as Iron Man and Captain America fought side by side against the armed squad. Their teamwork was seamless, their trust in each other unshakable, allowing them to push back against the attackers with remarkable efficiency. Amidst the hail of gunfire, they dodged bullets with agility, all while ensuring the cosmic cube remained safe from harm. Their combat prowess and extraordinary abilities gave them the upper hand, gradually forcing the enemy into retreat. But the enemy's numbers were far greater than they'd anticipated, and their weaponry only grew more formidable. Iron Man and Captain America soon found themselves in escalating danger, forced to summon every ounce of strength just to protect themselves and the cosmic cube. Inside Avengers Tower, the showdown reached a fever pitch. Powerful energy blasts arced through the room, explosions and gunfire merging into a cacophony that sent tension soaring throughout the building. Iron Man's armor shimmered with metallic brilliance as he weaved nimbly between attacks, never letting his guard down around the cosmic cube. Determination blazed in his eyes. He was resolute in his mission to protect this crucial artifact. "Tony, we have to catch them." Captain America's voice rang with resolve as he charged forward, shield raised and unwavering. Iron Man nodded, and together they drove the armed squad back, cornering them against a wall. Still, their adversaries proved formidable, matching them in both skill and equipment, keeping the two heroes on the defensive. Just then, a surge of dark energy swept through the room, plunging everything into shadow. Iron Man and Captain America instantly felt a crushing pressure descend, slowing their every movement. "What's happening?" Iron Man exclaimed in surprise. "This energy," Captain America's voice wavered with a hint of fear. "It's coming from Lin Nan." Sure enough, Lin Nan's dark power manifested once more within Avengers Tower. His figure flickered through the shadows like a specter, eyes cold and brooding, radiating an aura that seemed capable of swallowing all life. "You have already failed." Lin Nan's voice was low and hoarse. "Now, it's time for me to take control of everything." Iron Man and Captain America stood facing Lin Nan, their hearts heavy with struggle and unease. Lin Nan's dark powers were not something they could easily overcome. Only by giving their all could they hope to withstand his assaults. In the chaos of battle, Iron Man and Captain America launched into a fierce confrontation with Lin Nan. Their energy weapons clashed with Lin Nan's waves of darkness, cutting through the gloom that filled the room. With each collision, Iron Man and Captain America felt the overwhelming force of Lin Nan's power. Blow after blow left them battered and wounded, but they stood their ground, refusing to yield to the encroaching shadows. The fight reached its boiling point. Smoke and flames filled the air, swirling through the battered room. Both heroes' armor was severely damaged, their bodies marked with fresh wounds, yet they refused to back down, determined not to bow before the darkness. At that crucial moment, a brilliant light flashed, illuminating the entire room. A familiar figure appeared at the doorway, his eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. "Spider-Man." Iron Man called out in delight. Spider-Man darted into the room with lightning speed, his movements agile and precise. Sensing Lin Nan's weakness, he joined forces with Iron Man and Captain America for a final, desperate showdown. Together, the three heroes at last defeated Lin Nan. His dark power was utterly destroyed. No longer could he threaten anyone, and the Avengers Tower was restored to peace. Amid the turmoil, Lin Nan spotted a fleeting opportunity. While the Avengers clashed with armed assailants, he slipped deftly through the chaos, dodging bullets and blasts of energy. The Tesseract had been set aside, its faint glow casting a subtle light. Lin Nan's gaze locked onto it, a fierce longing rising inside him. He knew that if he could seize the Tesseract, he would have the power to control everything and become master of the universe. With the roar of another explosion, Lin Nan seized the moment and lunged toward the Tesseract. His fingers brushed its surface, and a surge of immense energy flooded into his body, filling him with a sense of power unlike anything he had ever known. "It's time to go," Lin Nan sneered, gripping the Tesseract tightly. In a flash, he vanished from the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. The Avengers realized Lin Nan had escaped and gave chase, their anger spurring them on. But Lin Nan had already disappeared beyond their reach, leaving behind only the wreckage and a lingering sense of sorrow. "He has the Tesseract now," Iron Man said bitterly. "We have to find him before it's too late. But now that he possesses the cosmic cube, how can we possibly stand against him?" Captain America's brows were tightly knit. They all knew that Lin Nan's power had grown unfathomable, and they had no choice but to find a way to stop him. Inside Avengers Tower, tension hung heavy in the air, pressing on everyone's hearts. They understood that Lin Nan's departure signaled an even more daunting battle ahead. They would have to unite, standing shoulder to shoulder against this looming darkness. Iron Man and Captain America began to strategize their next steps. They resolved to rally the Avengers, gather every hero they could, and work together to track Lin Nan's whereabouts and thwart his sinister designs. Out in the desert, forces of darkness and justice clashed, locked in a battle for survival. The wind howled, sandstorm raging, while the ground trembled and the sky blazed with bursts of energy. Lin Nan's fierce duel with the Desert Lord had reached its fever pitch. They unleashed wave after wave of immense power, each striving to utterly vanquish the other. Standing atop a towering dune, Lin Nan surveyed the barren expanse, eyes fixed on the horizon as if envisioning his future reign. "I am Lin Nan, Lord of Darkness." His voice rang out across the desert. "With the cosmic cube in my grasp, I shall rule all things. The universe itself will kneel at my feet." His words were laced with arrogance and unwavering confidence. In his mind, he was already invincible, his reign unstoppable. "You insignificant creatures will become my slaves," Lin Nan proclaimed, his voice echoing. "No one and nothing can prevent me from becoming master of the universe." Every word carried authority and menace, and his gaze was cold as steel. He stood there as though he were a god descended to earth, holding the fate of the world in his hands. But just then, a clear, ringing voice cut through the silence of the desert. "And who do you think you are?" Lin Nan's eyes snapped toward the sound. Not far away stood a young woman, her gaze steady and pure, meeting Lin Nan's eyes with fearless resolve. "Who are you, that you dare speak to me?" Lin Nan's voice was thick with fury. He was not accustomed to being challenged. The woman smiled slightly, her tone carrying an undercurrent of mysterious strength. "I am the Desert Lord's envoy, the one who stands for justice and protection." Lin Nan sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "Justice? Protection? What a joke. You insignificant beings are powerless to stop me." She gave no reply, but in her eyes shone unwavering determination. "We will guard this land for all time. No evil will ever be allowed to taint it." Lin Nan let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Guard it? No matter how hard you try, you will never stop me from ruling the universe." His words brimmed with arrogance and self-importance, convinced that his power was now unstoppable by anyone. Yet at that very moment, a surge of tremendous energy suddenly swept in from the distance, sending vibrations rippling across the desert. "Do you feel it?" The woman's voice was filled with hope. "That is the light of hope. It will drive away the darkness and save the entire universe." Lin Nan's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense the fluctuations of energy from afar, and a flicker of unease stirred in his heart. "Impossible!" he roared, his voice blazing with fury. "No force on earth can stand in my way." But the distant waves of energy only grew stronger, spreading throughout the desert like a beacon of hope, illuminating the path ahead. With the arrival of the Time Variance Authority, TVA, the atmosphere grew even more tense. Clad in identical uniforms and moving with precision, it was clear they were highly trained and carefully selected. "Where are we?" one TVA agent asked, scanning their surroundings with sharp, wary eyes. Standing on a high outcrop, Lin Nan gazed coldly into the distance. He knew the TVA's presence meant his plans could face serious interference, and he would have to proceed with caution. "This is the desert," Lin Nan replied, his tone icy and proud. "I have everything under control here. There's nothing you can do to stop me." The TVA agents exchanged glances, fully aware this was no ordinary assignment. They had been sent to this desert to resolve a crisis that could shake the stability of the universe itself. "We're just here to do our job," one agent answered calmly. "Your actions have caused a temporal deviation. We must take action to fix it." Lin Nan let out a cold laugh. "Temporal deviation? Whatever you do, it won't change the fact that I already rule the universe." The TVA agents silently surveyed their surroundings, their eyes steely with determination. "We will do everything in our power to protect the universe's stability. You cannot stop us." As the conversation unfolded, the tension in the air thickened. The desert was charged with an uneasy energy, as though a fierce conflict could break out at any moment. The TVA agents sprang into action, fanning out across the desert as they realized the urgency of correcting the timeline's deviation. They searched, each one hunting for the source that threatened to throw the timeline off course. Meanwhile, Lin Nan stood atop the desert heights, feeling the tremors in the timeline, a sensation that made him uneasy. He understood that with the TVA's arrival, his plans faced serious jeopardy, and he would have to act swiftly. "I can't let them ruin my plan," Lin Nan muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the far horizon as he searched for threats lurking deep within the desert. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar surge of energy. A dazzling light flashed, and a figure materialized before him. "Lin Nan, you've already caused a deviation in the timeline," a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. "Your actions have triggered instability in the universe. You must stop at once." Lin Nan looked coldly at the figure before him, his eyes sharp with suspicion. "Who are you, to dare stand in my way?" The strangers slowly removed their veil, revealing a face both familiar and enigmatic. "I'm a guardian of the heart of the universe. I represent the order and balance of all things." Lin Nan's brow furrowed slightly. "A guardian? I've never heard of you." The guardian smiled faintly. "I have always remained at the edge of the cosmos, safeguarding its secrets and maintaining its balance. Your actions have disrupted that harmony, and I must stop you." A chill settled in Lin Nan's eyes. "No one will stop me. I have mastered the power of the universe. No one can stand in my way." A flicker of caution crossed the guardian's gaze. "Your power is born of darkness. You have set foot on a dangerous path. If you do not relent, the universe will be plunged into endless night." Lin Nan let out a cold laugh. "Darkness is power, too. I'll use it to conquer the entire universe." Their exchange crackled with challenge and defiance. Both knew that this conflict would determine the fate of all existence. At that moment, the arrival of the female captain brought a new twist to the standoff. She was tall and resolute, dressed in the uniform of the TVA, her hand gripping a shimmering energy staff. In her demeanor was a calm decisiveness, as if she were ready to face any threat that might arise. The Lord of the Desert faced Lin Nan's provocation with unflinching composure. "Your power may come from darkness, but I stand for justice and protection. This world will never bow to evil." Their words rang with unwavering resolve. Each knew that only by overcoming the other could they defend what they cherished most. In the heart of the desert, forces of darkness and justice collided, igniting a life-and-death battle. The wind howled, the earth trembled, and the sky was alive with violent surges of energy. The clash between Lin Nan and the Lord of the Desert had reached its fever pitch. Wave after wave of power burst forth as they struggled to defeat one another. Wounds appeared on both as the struggle raged on, but neither yielded nor wavered. They understood that the outcome of this conflict would decide who would rule the universe, and neither would give up without a fight. "Lin Nan, your actions have violated the laws of time. You must face the consequences." The female captain's voice was firm and cold as she confronted Lin Nan without a hint of fear. Lin Nan regarded her with a frosty glare, his eyes brimming with anger and contempt. "You self-righteous guardians aren't even worthy of speaking to me." Ignoring his provocation, the female captain strode straight toward Lin Nan, gripping her energy baton. She knew she had to act now to stop him from causing further damage to the timeline. Lin Nan took a wary step back, sensing the immense power radiating from her. "You think you can stop me? Keep dreaming." The captain offered no more words. With swift, precise movements, she unleashed bolts of crackling energy from her baton, striking at Lin Nan with relentless force. Lin Nan dodged desperately, doing all he could to avoid her attacks, but the baton seemed to strike from all directions, each blow pushing him closer to danger. In the heat of battle, the captain finally found her opening. With a decisive strike, she brought Lin Nan down. "Let go of me," Lin Nan roared, struggling fiercely to break free from her grasp. Unfazed, the captain quickly fastened a collar around his neck, its blue light pulsing ominously, a special device designed to control time. "Now, you can't disrupt the timeline any longer," she said, her tone cold and resolute. "Every move you make will be watched and controlled by us." Lin Nan howled in fury, but he knew there was no escaping her control now. "You fools! You'll never truly stop me." Yet the blue glow from the collar had already enveloped him, and he felt an inescapable force locking him within a prison made of time itself. Under the TVA's supervision, Lin Nan's powers were strictly suppressed, leaving him incapable of causing further harm. However, after his trial, TVA agents discovered that the disruption he'd caused had already thrown the timeline into chaos. Drastic measures were needed to repair it. Working tirelessly, the TVA's tech team developed a tool capable of resetting time, the Time Distorter. The device resembled a glowing sphere, its core wrapped in intricate electronics and control mechanisms. "This is our only hope," said one of the TVA's technical experts. "If we can't mend the timeline, the entire universe will descend into chaos." The TVA agents decided to bring the Time Distorter to the area where the timeline had shifted most dramatically, in order to reset time and restore order to the universe. They gathered together, preparing to embark on this dangerous mission. "We must proceed with utmost caution," one of the TVA agents warned. The Time Distorter wields immense power. If mishandled, it could unleash an even greater catastrophe. The agents nodded silently. They understood the risks, yet they also knew that this was their only hope. Whatever challenges awaited them ahead, they were ready. They would face them with everything they had. In the desert, the timeline distortion had already caused severe chaos. Sandstorms raged, dark clouds loomed over the sky, and it felt as if the entire world was trembling. The TVA agents arrived at the very heart of the distortion, preparing to activate the Time Distorter. "Begin the operation," one of the agents commanded. The TVA's technical expert quickly activated the device, which burst into a brilliant glow. Energy from the Time Distorter surged through the air, warping the space and time around them. The agents stood by, witnessing the spectacular sight, their hearts filled with both anticipation and anxiety. They knew that once the Time Distorter was set in motion, they would be stepping into the unknown. Suddenly, the Time Distorter emitted a piercing, resonant hum, and the entire desert began to quake violently. A shaft of dazzling light shot out from the device, engulfing the desert and bathing everything in its blinding brilliance. The agents squeezed their eyes shut, feeling the very fabric of space and time twisting and shifting around them. As the light faded, they slowly opened their eyes, only to find themselves in an entirely new world. The Time Distorter had worked its magic. The timeline was recalibrated, and the order of the universe was restored. The agents breathed a collective sigh of relief, knowing their mission was accomplished. Passing through the temporal gateway to TVA headquarters felt like traveling across the endless expanse of the cosmos. Together with Lin Nan, the agents arrived at the sprawling, state-of-the-art facility, a secret base hidden at the center of the universe, dedicated to overseeing and maintaining the stability of the timelines. The TVA headquarters was immense and imposing, its architecture intricate and infused with the spirit of futuristic technology. The agents escorted Lin Nan into a specially designed tribunal room, preparing to judge and deal with him. "Lin Nan, your crimes are beyond dispute," a senior TVA official declared sternly. "Your actions have gravely disrupted the order and stability of the universe. You must face severe punishment." Lin Nan stood in the courtroom, his gaze cold and arrogant, as if he felt no fear for his own fate. "You foolish people. Do you really believe you can control time? You can't even begin to comprehend my power." The agents remained calm and resolute, fully aware of the trial's gravity and the absolute necessity of following protocol. "Your arrogance and conceit have led to your downfall," one agent declared. "Now it is time to pay for your crimes." The trial commenced. TVA agents presented a mountain of evidence, demonstrating that Lin Nan's actions had critically destabilized the timeline and posed a tremendous threat to the universe. Lin Nan tried to defend himself, but his words were laced with anger and disdain. Meanwhile, the nomads chose to distance themselves from the battlefield. They understood that this conflict wasn't theirs to fight, but it might bring them unpredictable dangers. In the midst of battle, both Lin Nan and the Lord of the Desert found their strength waning. Signs of exhaustion began to show on their bodies, yet their eyes remained filled with unwavering resolve. Each was determined to defeat the other and claim victory in this final showdown. "You'll never defeat me," Lin Nan taunted, his voice brimming with provocation. "I wield the power of the cosmic cube, while you're merely a lord of the desert. How could you possibly be my match? I will never be bound by any of you," Lin Nan roared. "I will regain my freedom and rule the entire universe." The trial pressed on, the tension in the room mounting with every passing moment. The agents knew they had to reach a decision soon, or risk plunging the universe into even greater chaos. Suddenly, a door pulsing with blue light appeared in one wall of the courtroom, opening in utter silence. From within, a mysterious figure stepped into view. "Stop!" A deep, commanding voice rang out. "Lin Nan's fate is mine to decide." Everyone turned, astonished, as a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask strode into the courtroom. His arrival was so unexpected that it left everyone momentarily speechless. "Who are you?" one agent asked, wary and alert. Slowly, the stranger removed his mask, revealing a face both familiar and enigmatic. "I'm the Keeper of Time. I have come to pass judgment on Lin Nan's fate." The onlookers stared in amazement at the Keeper of Time, fully aware that this mysterious figure embodied the power and order of time itself, and that his words would decide Lin Nan's destiny. The Keeper of Time approached Lin Nan, his gaze profound and stern. "Your ambition and arrogance have thrown the universe into turmoil. You must bear the consequences." Lin Nan clenched his jaw, realizing there was no longer any escape. In silence, he accepted the Keeper's judgment, knowing his fate was now sealed. After the trial concluded, Lin Nan was confined in the TVA's prison, sentenced to a long period of incarceration and observation. The timekeepers remained behind to oversee the proceedings, ensuring that Lin Nan would never again threaten the balance of the universe. Behind this judgment, order was restored to the cosmos, and the timeline was recalibrated. The agents resumed their duties, vigilantly guarding the timeline's stability, determined to maintain peace and harmony across the universe. Within his cell at the TVA prison, Lin Nan's mind was constantly searching for an opportunity to escape. But he quickly realized a collar, pulsing with a blue light, had been fastened around his neck, a device used by TVA agents to control the timeline. Lin Nan tried to break free from the collar, only to find it locked firmly in place. No amount of force could remove it. He understood that only by disabling this collar might he have a chance to break free from his captivity. During his time in prison, Lin Nan encountered an agent named Alex, who seemed to possess some knowledge of TVA technology. Lin Nan decided to join forces with him, hoping they could discover a way to remove the collar. "Do you know how to take this collar off?" Lin Nan asked in a hushed voice, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Alex frowned. "That's the TVA's latest tech. I can't break it either. But maybe there's another way." A trace of disappointment flickered in Lin Nan's eyes, but he knew he couldn't give up now. "We have to find a way out, or I'll be trapped here forever." Alex pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. "What if we steal a device that controls the collars? If I have one, I might be able to deactivate yours remotely." Lin Nan nodded, and together they resolved to find a way to steal the device. In the prison's control room, they spotted a TVA technician performing routine maintenance. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Nan and Alex quietly slipped into the room, careful to avoid drawing the technician's attention, and managed to get their hands on the collar control device. Just as they were preparing to leave, a blaring alarm suddenly sounded throughout the control room, and red warning lights began to flash. "We've been found," Alex whispered urgently. The two quickly ducked into cover, trying to evade the TVA agents who were closing in. The agents rushed in, throwing the control room into chaos. Lin Nan and Alex fought with all their might to protect the device, but they were surrounded by agents determined to stop them. The situation grew increasingly perilous. After a fierce struggle, Lin Nan and Alex finally managed to evade their pursuers. With the collar control device in hand, they escaped the prison at last. Back in the room where Lin Nan was imprisoned, they quickly connected the device to the collar around his neck. Alex moved deftly, his fingers flying over the control interface. "All set," Alex announced. "Now I can remotely unlock your collar." A surge of anticipation and anxiety flooded Lin Nan's heart. He knew this was his only chance to escape captivity. Alex activated the device. A streak of blue light shot out, swirling around Lin Nan's collar. After a few seconds, the collar glimmered faintly. Then, without a sound, it was undone. The moment the collar was released, Lin Nan felt a wave of liberation rush through him, as though freedom had returned to his veins. He stood up, his eyes shining with newfound resolve and determination. But just as he was about to make his escape, a TVA agent stepped into the room, holding a remote in his hand. The device bore a striking resemblance to the one that had controlled the collar, glowing softly with a blue light. "Sorry, Mr. Lin Nan. You're not leaving yet." The agent's voice was cold as he pressed a button on the remote. Suddenly, Lin Nan felt a wave of dizziness crash over him, as if some invisible force was pulling him back. To his astonishment, his body began moving backward, as though time itself was rewinding. "No!" Lin Nan shouted, his voice echoing with desperation, but he could do nothing to stop himself from being forced backward. The agent watched, expressionless, seemingly unmoved by Lin Nan's distress. He knew it was time to send Lin Nan back to where he'd been taken. After another bout of vertigo and disorientation, Lin Nan realized he was back at the very spot where he'd been captured. Rage and disappointment welled up inside him. He was trapped once again in this prison. "You despicable fiends!" Lin Nan roared, his eyes burning with fury and resentment. "You'll never stop me." The agent regarded him coolly, saying nothing. He knew that Lin Nan's ambition and arrogance would be his undoing, and that the TVA would always safeguard the order and peace of the universe. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Nan and the Lord of the Desert had reached a fever pitch. Neither of them paid any attention to those around them, utterly absorbed in their clash. Their figures darted across the sands, unleashing bursts of formidable energy. The nomads could feel the intensity radiating from the two, a chill creeping into their hearts. They understood that this fight might affect not just the desert, but the entire world. "What should we do?" another nomad asked, anxiety about the unknown creeping into his voice. "We should get as far from here as possible," someone suggested. "This is a battle far beyond what we can handle." Inside the prison cell, Lin Nan sat quietly, contemplating his next move. Although he had been forced back into his original position, he had no intention of giving up. He knew that as long as there was even a sliver of hope, he would keep fighting. At that moment, the cell door swung open. A female agent from the TVA stepped in, holding a remote that shimmered with a blue light, her gaze unwavering and resolute. "Lin Nan, your time has come," she said, her voice carrying a note of determination and finality. Lin Nan eyed her warily, uncertainty swirling in his mind. "What do you want?" The agent offered a faint smile, then pressed a button on the remote. Lin Nan felt his body being pulled by an unseen force, but this time there was no dizziness, no sense of vertigo. To his astonishment, he realized he hadn't been sent back in time. Instead, he had been transported to an entirely new place. He looked around and found himself standing in a mysterious, unfamiliar environment. "Where is this?" Lin Nan asked, his curiosity piqued. With a gentle smile, the agent explained, "This is a secret TVA base. We need your help to deal with another threat." Lin Nan's eyes narrowed, instantly understanding that he'd been drawn into a new conflict. He had no idea what challenges this mission might bring, but he was ready. Whatever dangers awaited, he was determined to face them head-on, without hesitation. The agent led Lin Nan into a towering building, stopping at one side, where an ordinary elevator door awaited them. She gestured for him to step inside. Lin Nan hesitated, eyeing the door with suspicion and unease. "Please, Mr. Lin," the agent said, her voice steady and commanding. "This is the only way to reach our destination." Lin Nan paused for a moment, then entered the elevator. As the doors slid shut, a powerful sense of pressure closed in around him, as if the entire space were squeezing tighter with every second. His heart pounded, and a slight tremor ran through his body. He understood that this journey might prove far more difficult than he'd imagined. The elevator began to descend, picking up speed with each passing moment. Lin Nan felt a tremendous force pulling him downward, his mind spinning as though he were caught inside a vast whirlpool, unable to break free. "How are you feeling?" the agent asked, her voice cutting through the noise of the elevator and reaching Lin Nan's ears. He fought off the discomfort, managing a strained smile. "I'm all right," he replied, though his voice trembled just a little. Time seemed to blur inside the elevator. Lin Nan felt as if he had already spent a long stretch within its confines, yet he couldn't say for certain how much time had truly passed. He closed his eyes, trying to steady himself, willing himself to remain calm as he waited for the elevator to reach its destination. At last, the elevator came to a sudden halt. A sharp jolt of momentum thrust Lin Nan forward, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. He managed to regain his balance with some effort, then looked up, only to find himself in a place utterly unknown to him. The space brimmed with mystery and uncertainty. There were no signs, no directions, nothing to indicate where he was. Lin Nan glanced around, attempting to get his bearings, but everything appeared so unfamiliar, so cryptic. "Are we here?" Lin Nan asked, his voice laced with confusion and unease. The female agent nodded. "Yes, this is our destination." Questions swirled in Lin Nan's mind. He had no idea where he'd been brought, nor what challenges might await him. But he understood one thing. Whatever difficulties lay ahead, he would have to face them head-on. Ambition and strength would be his guiding lights on this journey. In this strange, enigmatic place, Lin Nan pressed on toward his goals, determined to confront every challenge with courage, to fight for freedom and for power. He knew that only by constantly pushing his own limits could he grow and gain true strength. Standing in this unfamiliar space, Lin Nan's gaze swept the surroundings, searching for any clue to his whereabouts. The room radiated a sense of advanced technology. The walls were lined with peculiar devices and monitors, as if he'd stepped into a world of the future. The female agent watched Lin Nan closely. From her pocket, she produced a folder and handed it to him. Stamped on its cover was the TVA emblem, beneath which a series of formal clauses and regulations were neatly printed. "Mr. Lin Nan, please sign here to confirm your acceptance of our assignment," she said, offering him a pen. Lin Nan took the folder and began to read carefully. The document described in detail the nature and objectives of the mission, as well as the tasks he was expected to complete. He realized that this was an essential step. Only by signing could he officially take part in the mission. Yet, as he read, Lin Nan noticed that the clauses were far from straightforward. Every line seemed layered with hidden meaning, warning him to be vigilant. He understood that by signing, he was agreeing to abide by the rules of the TVA, but also accepting enormous risks and challenges. "I'll sign," Lin Nan finally declared, knowing this was the only way forward. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the document. As he wrote, a surge of responsibility and purpose washed over him. He understood that he was about to shoulder a tremendous burden, fighting for the future of both himself and others. Once the signature was complete, the female agent took the document and slipped it back in her pocket. She gave a slight smile, her expression showing appreciation for Lin Nan's decision. "Excellent, Mr. Lin Nan. You've made the right choice," the agent said. "Now let's begin our mission." Lin Nan nodded in agreement. He knew this mission would be a grueling and perilous journey, but he was ready. No matter what trials lay ahead, he would face them with courage. The darkness within Lin Nan intertwined with the Desert Lord's mysterious power, sparks of energy crackling between them. In the heart of the desert, they clashed in a fateful battle that would decide the destiny of the universe. "You can never defeat me," Lin Nan roared, his body radiating an endless surge of dark energy. "The power of the desert will endure forever." The Desert Lord's voice rang with unwavering conviction. "Your evil will be banished. Justice will prevail." At the edge of the desert, several figures dressed in Mongolian nomadic attire approached, their eyes wide with curiosity and caution as they took in the scene of the battle. "What's going on here?" one of the nomads asked, bewildered by the sudden eruption of combat. After finishing the paperwork, the female agent led Lin Nan down the corridor into another room. The space was filled with the hum and clatter of machinery. On the wall hung a glowing screen displaying a stream of numbers and charts. "Here, you'll need to collect your mission ticket," the agent said, pointing to the screen. In that vast and enigmatic room, Lin Nan's gaze was drawn to a television set. The screen flickered to life, showing an animated short that began to tell the story of the TVA. The animation burst with vivid colors and lively motion. The tale opened in the endless reaches of time and space, a chaotic and empty era, with the entire universe consumed by disorder. But in that very moment, a mysterious force emerged, the Guardians of the Gates of Time. Their sworn duty was to protect the stability and order of the timeline. They founded the TVA, the Time Variance Authority, rising to become one of the most crucial organizations in the universe. The TVA's mission was to oversee changes in the timeline and prevent disruptions and chaos. Through constant patrols and interventions, they ensured that each timeline unfolded according to established rules, thereby preserving the stability and harmony of the entire universe. The animated short vividly depicted the founding of the TVA and their vital role in the universe. Lin Nan watched intently, his heart brimming with curiosity and awe. In the animation, the Guardians of the TVA displayed unparalleled strength and wisdom. They traveled across various timelines, resolving countless potential crises and disasters, bringing peace and prosperity to the cosmos. Immersed in the short film, Lin Nan deeply felt the greatness and mystery of the TVA. He realized he was about to enter a world filled with challenges and dangers, yet he believed that with effort and courage, he could become a true guardian. As the animated short came to an end, silence settled once more in the room. Lin Nan's heart was filled with reverence and curiosity toward the TVA. He knew the trials ahead would be unlike anything he had ever faced. But he also held firm to the belief that, as long as he had courage and confidence, he would overcome any obstacle and become a true hero. Drawing a deep breath, he gathered his resolve. He knew he was ready to face the coming tests and challenges. Staring steadfastly ahead, eyes sharp with determination, Lin Nan committed himself to becoming a true guardian, to protecting the peace and harmony of the universe. At the dawn of that mysterious and unknown universe, the multiverse formed the very foundation of existence. Planets, stars, galaxies, and countless forms of life flourished across the vast cosmos, giving rise to scenes both beautiful and wondrous. Yet at the farthest edge of the universe, a conspiracy was brewing. An ambitious faction sought to seize control of the multiverse, scheming to rule over all creation and reduce every living being to servitude. These forces assembled the greatest powers from across the universes, gathering legions of soldiers and fleets of warships, preparing to launch a devastating cosmic war. A shadow fell over the universe, and all living things sensed the looming threat and danger from the future. When war erupted across the stars, panic and despair swept through the people. None could foresee the outcome of this conflict, nor whether they might survive its devastation. Yet all understood that their only hope lay in unity, standing together to resist those who sought to destroy the universe. Amid the chaos and fear, heroes rose to the challenge. Brave warriors from every universe took up the mantle, determined to defend freedom and justice, and to fulfill their mission as protectors of the cosmos. On the front lines of the cosmic war, heroes launched into fierce and brutal battles. Planets were obliterated, star systems reduced to ashes, and countless beings suffered endless pain and torment. Yet, the heroes did not give in to despair. They fought valiantly, standing firm against wave after wave of enemy assaults, determined to defend the dignity and freedom of the universe. Time and again, the cost of these clashes grew heavier. Some gave their lives on the battlefield, becoming immortalized as heroes of the cosmos. Others returned, wounded yet unbroken, their resolve undimmed as they continued to fight on the front lines. And there were those who, tempered by the crucible of war, emerged stronger, ultimately becoming invincible warriors. Through this cosmic conflict, people came to understand the true value of life and the preciousness of freedom. They realized that only by standing united, resisting together, could they overcome all adversity and challenge, and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the universe. Amidst the panic and chaos of the cosmic war, 3 mysterious guardians of time appeared. Their arrival was so sudden, it was as if they had traveled from the very depths of time and space, sent as emissaries from another realm. Their presence drew every eye, stirring curiosity, wonder, and even fear. In a world ravaged by fire and turmoil, these 3 guardians stood out as an awe-inspiring sight, commanding respect and reverence. "Are these really the legendary guardians of time?" someone whispered anxiously, their voice tinged with unease. "I never imagined they'd appear at a moment like this," murmured another, their eyes reflecting both doubt and anticipation. With the arrival of the 3 guardians, a strange and profound calm settled over the battlefield. Their figures were tall and imposing, as if they embodied the will of the cosmos itself. Their gaze seemed to pierce the mists of time, seeing through to the heart of every mystery. "The cosmic war has caused severe distortions in the timeline," one of the guardians declared, his voice echoing through the expanse like the very law of the universe, solemn and commanding. "We must act. The multiverse must be woven into a single primary timeline to restore order to the cosmos." Another guardian continued, his tone cold yet resolute, with the authority of a master over time itself. At these words, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of awe. At last, they understood. The 3 guardians of time had come to stabilize the universe's timeline and restore its order. Lin then let out a cold, mocking laugh, his gaze filled with scorn. "Can't you see? I possess the cosmic cube now. I am the master of the universe. No one can stop me." With that, he raised the cosmic cube high, unleashing a torrent of energy. The Lord of the Desert, too, summoned his power, striving to halt Lin Nan's onslaught. In the heart of the desert, 2 mighty forces clashed in a fierce confrontation. Sand whirled through the air, dunes rolled with thunderous force, and the world was filled with the explosive surge and collision of energies. Amidst this chaos, 3 guardians of time began their solemn task. Their gestures were graceful and practiced, as if they were weaving a grand tapestry across the cosmos. Their eyes remained fixed on the space before them, closely watching the ripples in time and space as they started to untangle the multiverse, gradually merging it into a single, main timeline. Their movements were light and deft, with each motion brimming with boundless power that seemed capable of reshaping the very course of the universe. Under their command, the tremors of time and space slowly subsided, order was restored to the cosmos, and everything began to return to its rightful path. The multiverse has been restored. The timeline of the universe is once again stable, the three guardians declared in unison. Their voices rang out, ethereal and powerful, carrying a sense of mystery that resonated like celestial music. Those who witnessed this marvel looked on with awe and deep gratitude. They understood that it was these three guardians of time who had saved the universe from chaos and set everything back on its proper track. After stabilizing the cosmic timeline, the three guardians realized that a dedicated institution was needed to monitor and maintain the stability of this principal timeline. Together, they founded an organization known as the Time Variance Authority, or TVA. The TVA's headquarters stood at the very center of the universe, a vast and magnificent structure that embodied the wonders of futuristic technology, leaving all who beheld it in awe. At its grand entrance stood two sentinels in uniform, their eyes sharp and vigilant, prepared to respond to any sudden crisis. Inside the TVA, everything was meticulously managed and closely monitored. Towering surveillance screens lined the corridors, displaying the status of countless timelines and sounding alerts for any anomalies. Staff members moved swiftly and methodically through the halls, each engaged in their own precise duties. Within the TVA's control center, a uniformed officer stood before a command console, his gaze fixed intently on the enormous display before him. His face was set with stern focus. One of the TVA's senior managers, charged with overseeing the operation of the universe's timelines and ensuring all proceeded according to established order. Report: Timeline 3792 is experiencing abnormal fluctuations. A staff member hurried over, face grave, delivering the news. Investigate at once. Determine the cause of the anomaly and take appropriate action. The officer ordered with resolute authority. He knew that any irregularity in the timeline could have dire consequences, and it had to be addressed without delay. In other departments of the TVA, staff members were also working under intense pressure. They monitored and analyzed countless timelines, ready to report any anomaly to their superiors for immediate intervention. The stability of timeline 5120 is showing a downward trend, another staff member hurriedly reported to his colleague. They all understood that the stability of timelines was crucial to the functioning of the universe. Any fluctuation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, in the TVA's control center, the tense atmosphere lingered. The team kept a close watch on the flow of every timeline, ensuring that everything proceeded according to the prescribed order. Suddenly, an alarm blared, cutting through the air and plunging the entire control center into a state of high alert. On the main screen, a warning flashed. An unauthorized group was traversing the multiverse, disrupting the stability of one of the timelines. Their actions had triggered the TVA's alert system. Lock onto their movements immediately and notify the agent squad to move in for arrest. A senior official commanded sternly, his voice sharp with resolve and unwavering authority. Beyond the TVA's core, the agents sprang into action. Clad in their uniforms and armed for the mission, they gathered swiftly, prepared to set out. These agents were the elite force of the TVA, specially trained to hunt down and apprehend those who tampered with the timelines, thus safeguarding the universe's balance. Prepare to move out, the lead agent called, his words ringing out like a rallying cry, invigorating every member of the team. The agents assembled quickly, marching in brisk steps toward their departure point. Their mission was clear: to track down those who slipped between universes, whose actions now posed a severe threat to the stability of time itself. There was no room for hesitation. These individuals had to be swiftly apprehended and brought to justice. Back in the control center, the staff watched the agents' progress with bated breath, a mixture of tension and anticipation in their eyes. They hoped the team would succeed in capturing the timeline offenders and restore order to the universe. The agent squad has set out. We expect to lock onto the targets soon, one staff member reported, his voice carrying a hint of confidence and determination. Lin then stepped up to the main screen and followed the instructions displayed there. With a few precise actions, a small ticket was dispensed from a slot beneath the screen. Lin Nan took the ticket and examined it closely. It bore his mission number and a detailed description of his assignment. "This is your mission ticket, Mr. Lin Nan," the female agent said. "Please be sure to remember both your mission details and number. They will be crucial to the success of your operation." Lin Nan nodded, carefully slipping the task slip into his pocket. He knew that this tiny piece of paper would play a crucial role in his mission, and he had to be ready at any moment to face whatever might happen. "Next, we'll head to the mission site," the female agent announced, her voice brimming with confidence and determination. Lin Nan followed the female agent to the other side of the hall. Here, the space opened up, a wide, expansive area, the floor inlaid with metal panels, while the walls were adorned with all kinds of devices and instruments, each emitting a faint glow. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the room, as if an immense force had jolted the entire space. Lin Nan's heart leapt. Instantly on alert, he scanned the surroundings for any sign of danger. "What's happening?" Lin Nan asked, his voice tight with tension and anxiety. The female agent furrowed her brow, clearly unsettled by the abrupt quake as well. "I'm not sure. We need to check it out." With that, she led Lin Nan in the direction of the disturbance. A mysterious figure slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of deep, enigmatic eyes. His voice was as cold and unfathomable as a dark winter lake. "I am the Lord of the Desert, the spirit who guards these barren lands." A sly glint flickered in Lin Nan's eyes. "Lord of the Desert, I'm here to rule the entire universe. You should know that opposing me will only bring you ruin." The Lord of the Desert was silent for a moment. He could sense the sinister aura radiating from Lin Nan and understood that this dark visitor threatened disaster for the desert and the entire universe. "Your ambition knows no bounds, but you will not succeed," the Lord of the Desert replied, his voice steady. "The power of the desert cannot be tainted by evil. I will protect this land to the very end." They reached one side of the hall, where a colossal device pulsed with dazzling light. Strange symbols and patterns covered its surface, as if channeling some mysterious, unknown energy. "What is this?" Lin Nan stared intently at the device, trying to unravel its secrets. The female agent's eyes never left the machine. "I don't know, but I can feel the force it's emitting. It's incredibly strong. We need to be extremely careful." Suddenly, the device let out a deafening roar, and a surge of powerful energy rippled through the air. Lin Nan and the female agent instantly stepped back, alert and ready to defend against any threat. At that moment, a small opening appeared at the center of the device, and a blinding beam of light shot out, illuminating the entire hall. Lin Nan and the female agent squinted, straining to see what was hidden within the brilliance. However, they were stunned by the scene before them. A figure stepped out from the glow, dressed in mysterious attire and wielding a weapon shimmering with blue light. "What is that?" Lin Nan's mouth hung open in disbelief as he stared at what was unfolding before his eyes. "It's a time mutant." The female agent's voice was laced with both surprise and caution. "I can't believe they've shown up here." Lin Nan felt his heart sink. He knew all too well that the Time Mutants were a powerful and enigmatic organization, skilled at manipulating the forces of time to execute all manner of plots and schemes. Their presence meant this mission was about to become even more perilous, and they would have to proceed with the utmost care to avoid falling into danger. "We have to stop them," Lin Nan declared, his eyes burning with determination and resolve. The female agent nodded. "Yes, we can't let them sabotage our mission." She tightened her grip on her weapon, readying herself for the battle that lay ahead. Suddenly, they noticed a stranger in the center of the hall. He wore simple, unadorned clothes and looked rather bewildered. The newcomer glanced around, clearly lost. This was his first time here, and the unfamiliar surroundings left him deeply confused. "Look over there." The female agent's voice rang out sharply as she pointed at the stranger. Lin Nan immediately followed her gaze and saw that the stranger held no mission ticket. Tension spiked between them. In this place, without a mission ticket, participation was impossible. The rule was absolute and could not be defied. "He doesn't have a mission ticket," Lin Nan said warily, his voice tight with anxiety. The stranger seemed to realize his mistake as well. He frantically searched his pockets and looked around for his ticket, but it was nowhere to be found. Panic and helplessness flashed across his face. He knew all too well what a grave price he might pay for this oversight. Just then, a blinding beam of light shot down from above, enveloping the stranger. He stared at it in terror, but it was already too late. His body began to fade, dissolving into a cloud of fine dust, and then, in an instant, he vanished completely from the air. Lin Nan and the female agent stood frozen, wide-eyed as they witnessed the chilling spectacle, their hearts pounding with shock and fear. The severity of this punishment sent a cold shiver down their spines. "He's gone." The female agent's voice trembled, her eyes wide with terror. Lin Nan clenched his fists, a surge of anger and indignation welling up inside him. He understood now. This world was nothing like the peaceful facade it projected. Beneath the surface lurked countless dangers and traps. Here, a single misstep could bring unthinkable consequences. "We have to tread carefully," Lin Nan said in a low, steady voice, his gaze unwavering and composed. The female agent nodded, fully aware of the danger that loomed over them. "Yes, we can't afford any more mistakes," she said, her voice brimming with resolve and determination. A chill ran down Lin Nan's spine. He understood that if he hadn't produced his mission ticket in time, he might have shared the same fate. He quickly reached into his pocket, fingers fumbling until he found his ticket, and hurriedly pulled it out. "This is my mission ticket," he shouted, raising it high above his head, hoping to draw everyone's attention. The female agent immediately turned to look, spotting the ticket in Lin Nan's hand. A fleeting expression of relief crossed her face. "Quick, give me the ticket," she urged. Lin Nan promptly handed his mission ticket to the agent, feeling some of the tension in his chest finally ease. He knew that only by giving her the ticket could he guarantee his own safety. The agent took the ticket and examined it carefully. Once she verified the mission number and its details, she nodded in satisfaction. "All right, everything checks out," she said, slipping the ticket into her pocket. Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief, an indescribable sense of lightness washing over him. He knew he had narrowly avoided disaster, and now he could press on with his mission. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from the device at the center of the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Both Lin Nan and the agent instantly grew alert, scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. "What's happening?" Lin Nan asked, his voice tight with urgency and concern. The agent frowned, a look of unease flickering in her eyes. "I don't know, but we need to stay on our guard," she replied, gripping her weapon tightly, prepared for whatever might come next. Without warning, the device in the center of the hall emitted a dazzling burst of light, flooding the entire space with its brilliance. Out of the radiance, a massive time portal materialized at the heart of the device. Lin Nan and the agent stared in stunned silence at the unfolding scene, anxiety and astonishment written across their faces. They both knew that the appearance of the time portal meant someone was attempting to tamper with the timeline, a threat that could endanger the entire universe. "We have to act fast," Lin Nan called out, his voice ringing with determination and resolve. Meanwhile, in the desert, winds howled as sand danced in the blistering heat, the world infused with an ancient and mysterious energy. Lin Nan stood amid the endless dunes, feeling the searing dryness bite into his skin, his eyes alight with ambition and desire. "This world will belong to me." His words echoed across the desert, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. But just then, an immense force erupted from deep beneath the earth, warping the very fabric of space and ripping open a massive chasm in the desert floor. A solitary figure slowly emerged from the crevice, draped in an ancient robe and wearing a veil that lent an air of deep mystery. "Who are you?" Lin Nan called out warily, his voice edged with caution as he sensed the immense power radiating from this enigmatic stranger. The female agent nodded. "Yes, we cannot let them succeed," she replied, gripping her weapon tightly, ready to face whatever challenge awaited them next. Across the cities of Lin Nan's continent, diverse civilizations and superpowered individuals flourished. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and the weak struggled to survive. Yet amid the ceaseless dangers and trials, heroes would rise, those who made it their mission to protect the vulnerable and uphold justice. Lin Nan's story began with a young man named Alan. He possessed a rare and extraordinary ability, the power to control time itself. But Alan was completely unaware of his gift, until a sudden crisis forced him to wield his power to save himself and his friends. As time passed, Alan gradually peeled away the layers of mystery surrounding Lin Nan's world, discovering that his remarkable power stemmed from an ancient, enigmatic energy. Resolving to use his gift for good, he was determined to safeguard the peace and safety of the continent, aspiring to become a true hero. But peace on the Lin Nan continent was far from assured. In the shadows, a dark force was secretly manipulating events, intent on shattering the very order of their world. At the helm of this sinister faction stood Anu, a formidable superpowered being whose ambition was to rule the entire continent and plunge it into endless darkness. To thwart Anu's plot, Alan had to unite with other gifted individuals, forming an alliance to fight back against the encroaching darkness. Together, they became known as the Guardians, battling fiercely to defend Lin Nan's peace from Anu's relentless invasion. Through one fierce battle after another, the Guardians grew stronger, learning to trust and work with one another as they overcame countless formidable foes. Yet they knew all too well that the true test was only beginning. They had to remain ever vigilant, prepared to confront new threats at any moment. On the frontier of Lin Nan's continent, a grand laboratory stood tall amidst a barren landscape. Its owner was a young and exceptionally talented scientist named Hua, one of the most brilliant minds in Lin Nan, renowned for her mastery in studying bizarre phenomena and cutting-edge technology. Within these walls, Hua was deeply engrossed in her research on a new type of energy known as space-time energy. It was said that whoever unlocked the secrets of this force could traverse the fabric of time and space, even alter the course of history itself. Hua sat at her lab bench, holding an ancient tablet inscribed with strange symbols. She focused intently on the stone, trying to decipher the archaic script. The lab was filled with an air of mystery, as if time itself had come to a standstill within these walls. I think we're on the verge of a breakthrough, Hua murmured to herself. Her assistant stood nearby, quietly watching her, full of confidence in her research. Suddenly, the walls of the laboratory began to tremble, and the floor quaked beneath their feet. Hua and her assistants sprang to their feet, looking around warily. In a flash of lightning that streaked across the sky, a mysterious figure appeared at the doorway. "So you're Hua?" The newcomer's voice was low and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority. Hua frowned, a hint of confusion flickering across her face at the sudden intrusion. "Yes, I am. Who are you? How did you get into my lab?" she demanded. The mysterious figure stepped further into the lab, revealing a familiar face. He was none other than Stark, a technological titan renowned for his brilliance and leadership. "My name is Tony Stark. I'm a member of the Avengers. We need your help," he said, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Hua furrowed her brow. "The Avengers? What do you want with me?" Tony Stark walked up to Hua, his expression grave. "We've uncovered a new threat, a dark force that endangers the safety of the entire universe. We need your expertise, your time travel technology, to help us find and defeat this darkness." As Hua listened to Tony, a flash of shock crossed her eyes. She understood all too well that if this dark force were allowed to spread, the entire universe would be plunged into peril. Without hesitation, she nodded. "All right, I'll do everything I can to help." And so, Hua joined forces with the Avengers, embarking on an adventure across time and space. Together, they journeyed through different eras and dimensions, searching for any trace of the dark force and facing formidable dangers and challenges along the way. Throughout their quest, they endured countless trials and hardships, but they also discovered trust and friendship among themselves. Supporting one another, they confronted threats unlike any they had faced before, united in their resolve to safeguard the peace and safety of the universe. Banding together, Hua and the Avengers made a bold decision to use time travel to journey into the past and gather the Infinity Stones scattered throughout the cosmos. These stones were believed to be the source of the dark power, and only by collecting them all could they hope to destroy the darkness once and for all. They arrived at a site filled with ancient ruins, a legendary place said to conceal a hidden gemstone. Yet danger lingered everywhere. Age-old traps and vigilant guardians made their quest exceedingly difficult. "We must proceed with caution. Stay on your guard," Tony Stark warned, his eyes sweeping the surroundings, ready for any threat that might arise. Hua nodded in agreement. She pulled out a time travel device that shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Adjusting the instrument with practiced hands, she sought the perfect moment to cross into the era where the gemstone was found. "All right, everything's ready," Hua announced. "Let's set out now." The group gathered close, following Hua's guidance as they traveled together through time. After a dizzying rush, they found themselves in a mysterious and ancient world. Mystique filled the air. Timeless buildings and sculptures radiated with an enigmatic light. The group moved cautiously through the ruins, careful not to let their guard down. His gaze was fixed on the cosmic cube, with a swirling darkness enveloping him, as if heralding the arrival of shadow and chaos. Under his command, the cosmic cube emitted a blinding brilliance, shrouding the entire base in its light. Lin Nan's power grew ever stronger, his voice resounding through the vast space, making everything tremble in response. Now that Lin Nan possessed the cosmic cube, nothing could restrain him. His strength had become unmatched. With it, he tore open a rift in space and time, stepping through to find himself in the midst of a vast desert. Suddenly, streaks of lightning flashed before their eyes, darting like electric currents between the ancient structures. It was an ancient trap. Anyone who touched those bolts would face certain doom. "Watch out! Stay clear of the light," Hua called out urgently, quickly recalibrating her time travel device in hopes of finding a way past the deadly trap. Everyone scrambled to dodge the flickering lights, but the trap's assault only intensified. Tony Stark deployed his technological arsenal, doing his best to shield the group and buy them precious time. "I found a solution," Hua shouted suddenly. She tuned her device to synchronize with the trap's frequency. In a flash of lightning, she managed to manipulate the flow of time itself, rendering the trap powerless. Seizing the opportunity, the group dashed through the now harmless zone and arrived at their destination. On a mysterious altar before them rested the gemstone, pulsating with an otherworldly glow. "This is the gem we've been searching for," Hua Hua said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she reached out and gently touched its luminous surface. At that very moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted, enveloping everyone in its midst. A representative of the dark forces appeared before them, a gleaming weapon in his hand and a cold, merciless glint in his eyes. "Who are you?" the dark envoy demanded in a chilling tone, his voice brimming with authority and warning. "We're here to protect the universe," Hua Hua replied without a trace of fear. "Your dark schemes are doomed to fail." The dark envoy let out a harsh, mocking laugh as he brandished his weapon, unleashing a violent wave of energy. The group rallied, meeting his assault head-on as a fierce battle broke out. Within the ancient ruins, light and shadow clashed, and the flames of conflict raged. Hua Hua and her companions fought valiantly, determined to vanquish this force of darkness once and for all. Yet the dark envoy revealed astonishing power. His attacks grew ever more ferocious, and the group gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. "We have to think of something," Hua Hua shouted, gathering all her strength as she desperately tried to discern a weakness in their foe. The sudden appearance of a mysterious figure cast a tense shadow over the scene. In the dimness of the ancient tomb, his presence radiated an imposing aura, as if he were a messenger from some unknown realm. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Tony Stark asked warily, his gaze locked onto the enigmatic stranger. The mysterious figure stepped forward, his eyes deep and unfathomable. "I am an observer from an ancient era. I have witnessed the birth and destruction of a universe." At his words, a ripple of shock ran through Hua Hua and her companions. An observer from ages past. Such an identity was nearly impossible to fathom, hinting at unimaginable centuries of experience. "Do you know why we are here?" Hua Hua asked, probing for the true intentions of this observer. The observer smiled faintly, his reply laced with mystery. "I know your mission. You have come to gather the Infinity Stones, to thwart the Dark Force's sinister plot." The group stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the observer could know their plans. Yet a flicker of hope stirred within them. Perhaps this enigmatic figure would become their ally. "We need your help," Hua Hua said sincerely, her words full of earnest resolve. "We must destroy the Dark Forces and save the universe." The observer was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over each of them. "Your mission is noble, but you must understand, the power of the Dark Forces is far greater than you imagine." His words weighed heavily on their hearts. They knew all too well that facing the Dark Forces would not be easy. Still, they also understood that if they did not stand strong, the consequences would be unimaginable. "We're willing to take the risk," Tony Stark declared firmly. "We'll do whatever it takes to defend the peace of the universe." The Watcher nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Very well. Your courage is worthy of respect. I'm willing to offer my help." And so, Hua Hua and her companions set out on their adventure alongside the Watcher. They journeyed across time and space, gathering the scattered Infinity Stones throughout the cosmos, striving to fend off the looming threat of the forces of darkness. Meanwhile, the Dark Forces advanced their own plans. They dispatched a vast army, aiming to invade Earth and seize its resources and power. Yet humanity on Earth would not stand idly by. People banded together, rallying against the Dark Forces in fierce resistance. Thus began a grand war upon the planet. In this great conflict, humans and the armies of darkness clashed in desperate combat. Cities lay in ruins, families were driven from their homes, but the people did not yield. With unwavering resolve, they fought to defend their homeland and their future. The invaders were fierce and formidable, but humanity was not alone. United, they supported one another, standing together to resist the extraterrestrial onslaught. Amid the crucible of war, humanity revealed astonishing courage and strength. With their very lives, they defended freedom and justice, waging battle for the peace of Earth. But things did not go smoothly for the Dark Forces. Though powerful, they hadn't anticipated humanity's tenacity. Time and again, their assaults were repelled, and the Dark Forces gradually found themselves trapped in defeat. After endless struggles, the Dark Forces campaign finally ended in failure. Forced to retreat, peace returned to Earth. Through courage and unity, humanity had triumphed in this fight for survival. Yet, this did not mean the end of all troubles. The shadow of darkness still lingered in the corners of the universe, their schemes ever threatening to return. Humanity would have to remain vigilant, ever ready to face new challenges. As their plans unraveled, the leaders of the Dark Forces were consumed by despair and fury. They had come to realize that their ambitions were utterly shattered, vanquished by humankind and the heroes of the Avengers. At the same time, Lin Nan had returned to his secret base. With the cosmic cube in hand, he felt the surge of limitless power coursing through him. He knew that now was the time to put his own plan into motion. With the might of the cube, he would seek to rule the universe, bending all to his will. All shall belong to me, Lin Nan roared, his voice brimming with arrogance and ambition. Now, the time has come for my journey to begin. Inside a secret base, the leaders of the dark forces were holding an emergency meeting. They gathered together, faces grim, the atmosphere heavy with tension. We can't just sit here and surrender, one of the chiefs shouted angrily. We have to find a way to escape, regroup our forces, and take revenge on those damned humans and the Avengers. But our base has already been discovered, and our troops have been defeated, another leader said bitterly. It's impossible for us to escape now. Are we really going to admit defeat like this? Yet another leader roared in fury. We are the dark forces. We can't just be beaten so easily. Just as despair began to set in, a subordinate rushed into the meeting room, his face pale with panic as he reported, "Leaders, the Avengers have found our base. They're on their way here." The leaders exchanged uneasy glances. They knew there was no longer any chance of escape. They made up their minds to make one final stand, a last, desperate battle against the Avengers. At that very moment, the Avengers had already arrived at the base of the Dark Forces. Their leader, Tony Stark, marched at the front of the team, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. "Is everyone ready?" Tony Stark asked, his voice ringing with resolve and strength. "Ready," the other heroes answered in unison, fearless and prepared for the battle ahead. The Avengers charged into the base of the Dark Forces, and a fierce battle erupted. The leaders of the Dark Forces unleashed their formidable powers, fighting desperately and recklessly against the heroes. The battle raged with ferocious intensity. Flames blazed, swords clashed, and explosions shook the air. The Avengers and the leaders of the Dark Forces fought a life-and-death struggle, neither side willing to back down as they gave everything they had. "These humans, they're so tenacious," one of the Dark leaders bellowed, his figure darting wildly across the battlefield, unleashing bursts of powerful energy. "We can't let them defeat us like this," another leader shouted, swinging his weapon with a furious assault. At the same time, the Avengers refused to yield. United as one, they supported each other, pressing forward with steely resolve despite the strength of their foes. Their determination to overcome the Dark Forces never wavered. As the battle wore on, the leaders of the Dark Forces gradually fell into disadvantage. Though their powers were immense, they could not withstand the onslaught of the Avengers' unity and courage. In the end, the Avengers triumphed over the leaders of the Dark Forces. Their enemies were captured and shackled, their schemes utterly foiled, and now they would face severe punishment. After this decisive victory, the Avengers cheered for their hard-won success. Though the shadows of evil still lingered, they had already proven the strength and courage of humanity, and they were confident that they could continue to uphold peace throughout the universe. Deep within the Avengers Tower, Tony Stark moved with both lightness and resolve in his step. He made his way through the hallways, ever alert to the slightest sound around him. As Iron Man, he understood the peril of his mission, but he also knew that only through such actions could he truly protect the peace of the universe. He quietly approached an important door. Behind it was the Tesseract, a powerful and mysterious artifact capable of channeling cosmic energy. It was the prize the Dark Forces desperately sought, and an object the Avengers were sworn to protect. Tony Stark adjusted his suit, preparing himself for whatever obstacles might arise. He drew a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. The room was shrouded in dimness, with only faint light spilling from a control panel embedded in the wall. Tony stepped in cautiously, never taking his eyes off the Tesseract's resting place. But just as he drew near the artifact, a sharp voice cut through the silence. "Iron Man, you've arrived at just the right moment." Tony started, instantly scanning his surroundings with alertness. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, weapon in hand, its blade gleaming coldly, hostility burning in his eyes. "Loki." Tony recognized the intruder at once. He knew this was a key member of the Dark Forces, a formidable adversary to the Avengers. "That's right, it's me," Loki replied with a cold smirk. "Did you really think you could just walk away with the Tesseract? You're far too naive." Tony faced Loki, his gaze unwavering and calm. "I will take the Tesseract, no matter what it costs me," he declared. "The peace of a universe must not be broken." Loki laughed, an edge of mockery in his voice. "Do you really believe you can take me on alone? Don't underestimate me, Iron Man." Their eyes locked across the room, and the air grew thick with tension. Suddenly, Loki lashed out with his weapon, launching a fierce attack. Tony dodged swiftly, keeping one eye on Loki and the other on the Tesseract. He knew that even a single misstep could spell disaster for the entire plan. "You will never defeat me," Loki roared, his attacks growing ever more ferocious. "I will destroy everything and plunge this universe into eternal darkness." Tony Stark didn't respond. His entire focus was locked onto the battle and the Tesseract. He knew that only by returning the Tesseract to Avengers Tower could he hope to thwart the Dark Force's sinister plot. The fight raged on for some time, both sides displaying astonishing strength and skill. Yet, Tony Stark was Iron Man, not only armed with formidable technology, but also with unyielding resolve and courage. At last, in the midst of a fierce exchange, Tony seized a fleeting opportunity and forced Loki back. He quickly snatched up the Tesseract and turned to make his escape from the room. "This time you've won, Iron Man," Loki's voice echoed behind him. "But the power of the darkness is far greater than you can imagine. In the end, we will triumph over you all." Chaos erupted in the corridors of Avengers Tower as battle broke out. Iron Man, Tony Stark, clashed violently with Loki, a member of the Dark Forces, while the other Avengers fought desperately against the minions of darkness. "We have to stop them." Captain America's voice rang out over the battlefield. He swung his shield with determination, leading the Avengers into the fray against the enemy. "Don't let them near the Tesseract." Black Widow darted nimbly across the field, her cold daggers flashing as she fended off the relentless assaults of the Dark Forces. At the far end of the battlefield, Thor and the Hulk joined forces against a squad of Dark Warriors. Their strength seemed limitless. Each blow they struck shattered any obstacle in their path. "Come on, show me what you're really made of," Hulk bellowed, his massive fists unleashing waves of destruction with every swing. Meanwhile, the Dark Forces proved themselves formidable as well. Their fighting skills were razor-sharp, each attack brimming with catastrophic power. "Don't let them get close to the Tesseract." Loki's voice echoed above the chaos, wielding a gleaming weapon and unleashing bursts of energy. The clash between Iron Man and Loki was especially fierce. The two darted across the battlefield, every collision sending shockwaves of energy across the hall. "You will never stop our plans," Loki snarled, his eyes flashing with cold menace. "We'll do whatever it takes." Tony Stark replied resolutely, weaving through the battlefield with lightning speed, dodging Loki's relentless assaults. The battle raged on for some time, with both sides displaying astonishing strength and determination. Yet, thanks to the unity and relentless effort of the Avengers, the members of the Dark Forces gradually began to lose their advantage. "We cannot fail," Captain America shouted, his voice ringing out as he brandished his shield, leading the Avengers in their relentless push forward. "Take them down." Black Widow's voice rang across the battlefield. Her daggers gleamed with a cold, steely light as she struck down members of the Dark Forces again and again. Amidst the fierce chaos of battle, an unexpected event occurred. Lin-Nan, who was not originally a member of the Avengers, spotted an opportunity at the edge of the conflict. He moved closer to the heart of the fight, concealing himself in a shadowed corner, witnessing the clash between Iron Man and Loki. Though Lin-Nan was no warrior, he understood all too well that if the Dark Forces seized the Cosmic Cube, the consequences would be dire. During a brief lull in the fighting, Lin-Nan's eyes caught sight of the Cosmic Cube, carelessly dropped to the ground by one of the Dark Force's minions. In that instant, Lin-Nan's heart skipped a beat. He realized this might be his chance to seize the cube and whisk it away, thwarting the Dark Force's sinister plans. Amid the confusion, Lin-Nan sprang into action. He dodged the attacks raging around him, skillfully edging his way closer to the Cosmic Cube. Reaching out, he gently picked up the mysterious artifact. "This is the Cosmic Cube." Lin-Nan's heart trembled as he felt the pulse of its strange energy radiating through him. But just as Lin-Nan prepared to flee, a member of the Dark Forces caught sight of his actions. "Stop right there!" the enemy shouted, lunging toward Lin-Nan. A surge of anxiety shot through Lin-Nan. He knew he had to escape at once. "I must get the Cosmic Cube out of here," he told himself, steeling his resolve. He spun around and sprinted in the direction of escape. The battle still raged on all around, but Lin-Nan's focus had narrowed to a single purpose: getting away. "Catch him!" shouted the Dark Forces, their members breaking away to pursue him, unwilling to let Lin-Nan slip from their grasp. Lin-Nan ran with all his might, the cacophony of pursuit echoing behind him. He knew he had to get away quickly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. He dashed through corridors, weaving past battling Avengers, never slowing his pace. His heart pounded in his chest, but he refused to falter. He knew the fate of the universe now rested on his actions. At last, Lin-Nan burst through the front doors of Avengers Tower, gasping for breath, the Cosmic Cube clutched tightly in his hand. He understood that his task was far from over. He needed to find a safe way to secure this precious artifact and stop the Dark Force's evil scheme once and for all. He darted toward a secluded spot, hoping to evade the gaze of his pursuers. As he raced down the street, the scenery around him seemed to blur, but he did not slow down. He knew that only when he found a safe hiding place could he finally breathe easy. Behind an abandoned building, Lin Nan discovered a concealed corner. He carefully stashed the cosmic cube, making sure it would not be found. Lin Nan hurried into an unfamiliar desert, realizing that here, far from conflict and commotion, was the perfect place to hide the cosmic cube and safely consider his next move. The sun was sinking in the west, painting the entire sky with a crimson glow and draping the desert in a golden radiance. The desert wind swept past with a scorching breath, but Lin Nan was undisturbed by it. He knew he had to act quickly. This place should be safe, Lin Nan murmured to himself, and began searching for a suitable spot to conceal the cosmic cube. Scanning his surroundings, he finally spotted a hidden cave that looked perfect for stashing a treasure. He stepped gingerly into the cave, making sure he hadn't been followed. Inside, the cave was dark and dry, its walls etched with rocky patterns that lent an ancient and mysterious air. Lin Nan moved deeper into the cave and placed the cosmic cube in a well-hidden nook. He studied it closely, awe rising in his heart. This mysterious object held boundless power, the power to shape the fate of the entire universe. I must protect it, Lin Nan vowed silently. He understood the weight of the responsibility he carried, but he was willing to bear it, believing in his own strength to see it through. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed through the cave. The cosmic cube, at last, it has been found. Startled, Lin Nan immediately scanned the darkness around him. At the cave's entrance, he glimpsed a shadowy figure, whose deep-set eyes flickered with a mysterious light. Who are you? Lin Nan demanded, his voice edged with caution. The figure stepped forward, revealing a face both familiar and strange. He wore ancient garments, as though he had stepped out of a distant past. I am the ancient guardian, the man replied. I once watched over the cosmic cube, until it vanished. Lin Nan's eyes widened in surprise. He had never expected to encounter a guardian in such a remote place. Why are you here? He asked. I have been searching for the whereabouts of the cosmic cube, the guardian explained. Now that I've found it, I will resume my duty. Lin Nan felt a surge of determination within him. He knew he could not let the cosmic cube fall into the hands of strangers. I must protect it, he said firmly. I won't let anyone harm it. The guardian gazed at Lin Nan, as if he could sense the resolve burning in Lin Nan's heart. You are a brave soul, he said, but the power of the cosmic cube is beyond your imagination. Are you truly prepared to bear its burden? Lin Nan fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I'll do everything in my power, he replied, because its safety is crucial to the peace of the universe. The guardian nodded quietly, understanding that he could not stand in Lin Nan's way. He turned and left the cave, vanishing into the darkness of the night. On the edge of the desert, a group of Mongolian nomads strolled at a leisurely pace. They wore traditional robes and wide-brimmed hats, their faces weathered and strong, radiating a rugged and untamed spirit. As they drew closer to the cave, their eyes fell upon Lin Nan. He stood silently at the entrance, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. The nomads paused, curiosity flickering in their eyes as they sized up the stranger. They exchanged a few hushed whispers among themselves, trying to guess at Lin Nan's identity and purpose. Where are you from? Asked a tall nomad, his voice rough and low, like wind sweeping across the sand. Lin Nan turned to face them, offering a faint smile. I'm just a traveler passing through, he replied. I lost my way in this vast desert. The nomads exchanged meaningful glances, not wholly convinced by Lin Nan's explanation. Still, they betrayed no suspicion, choosing instead to keep a close watch on his every move. You're here all by yourself? Another nomad asked, a slight furrow in his brow, betraying his concern. Lin Nan nodded. Yes, I'm searching for a treasure, he said. I've heard tales of a mysterious trove hidden somewhere in this desert, and I wish to find it. The nomads were caught off guard by his words, a glimmer of surprise sparking in their eyes. They were no strangers to the secrets of this desert, well aware of the ancient legends and treasures said to be concealed here. A treasure, one of the nomads murmured softly. Indeed, this desert hides many secrets. Seeing their interest piqued, Lin Nan seized the chance to draw closer to them. Perhaps we could search together, he suggested. After all, they say the treasures of this desert can bring endless fortune and power. The nomads fell silent for a moment, exchanging thoughtful looks as they weighed Lin Nan's proposal. At last, they nodded, signaling their willingness to join forces with him. Very well, we will search for the treasure in this desert together, said one of the nomads. But you must follow us and obey our instructions. Lin Nan felt a surge of joy in his heart, realizing that he had gained new companions, people who could help him in his quest for the cosmic cube and protect it alongside him. He nodded in agreement. And so, Lin Nan set out on the treasure hunt with the Mongolian nomads. They crossed deserts and climbed over hills, their journey fraught with hardships and challenges, yet each step was taken with determination and courage. During this journey, Lin Nan gradually forged a deep bond with the nomads. They came to trust one another, offering mutual support as they faced many difficulties and overcame countless obstacles in their search for the treasure. However, just as they neared their destination, an overwhelming force suddenly manifested in the desert. A dazzling beam of light split the night sky, as if heralding the arrival of some momentous event. As Lin Nan and the nomads continued through the desert, they reached a high vantage point. From this elevation, they could survey the vast expanse of the desert below, endless golden sands shimmering under the sunlight. A proud feeling welled up inside Lin Nan. He decided to introduce himself on this high ground, to reveal his identity and origins to the Mongolian nomads. "My friends," Lin Nan called out, standing atop the rise and facing the gathering of nomads around him. His voice echoed across the desert. "I am Lin Nan, a traveler from a distant planet." The nomads widened their eyes, curiosity shining in their faces as they studied Lin Nan. Never before had they met someone like him, a traveler from the stars, leaving them full of wonder. "I have come to this desert in search of an ancient artifact," Lin Nan went on. "The cosmic cube, a relic of unimaginable power, one that can shape the destiny of the universe itself." At the mention of the cosmic cube, a spark of excitement flickered in the eyes of the nomads. They understood the importance of this treasure and the gravity of Lin Nan's mission. "I have fought against evil on other worlds, all in the name of safeguarding peace across the cosmos," Lin Nan declared, his voice steady and resolute. "Now, the cosmic cube has appeared before me once more. I must protect it and stop those who would use its power to bring harm to the universe." The nomads listened intently, deeply moved by Lin Nan's sense of purpose. They felt his determination and courage resonate within them. "We will support you with all our strength," one of the nomads said. "The power of the cosmic cube is beyond our imagination, but as long as you are with us, we will walk this path by your side." The other nomads all voiced their agreement, expressing their willingness to join Lin Nan in the quest for the cosmic cube and to protect it from the forces of evil. A wave of joy washed over Lin Nan's heart. He realized he was not alone. With these formidable companions by his side, he believed he could fulfill his mission and safeguard the peace of the universe. And so, Lin Nan and the Mongolian nomads pressed onward with their journey, traversing deserts in search of the cosmic cube. Their friendship and trust grew ever deeper, each member striving with unwavering resolve toward their shared goal. Amid their trials, Lin Nan and a mysterious stranger discovered a massive television screen materializing on the wall of the room. The screen began to play an animated short, recounting the origins of the TVA. On screen, a mysterious creator fashioned the timekeepers, beings tasked with guarding the flow of time and the fabric of reality itself. Endowed with boundless wisdom and power, the timekeepers' mission was to preserve the stability of the timeline and shield the universe from the chaos of temporal disruption. As ages passed, the universe became riddled with all manner of temporal disturbances and branching timelines. The timekeepers realized they needed an organization to oversee and manage these challenges. Thus, the TVA was born. The TVA's purpose was to protect the integrity of the timeline, preventing temporal chaos and the formation of rogue branches. By employing many means, including pruning errant branches and policing time-related crimes, they worked tirelessly to maintain cosmic order. Within the animated short, Lin Nan and the mysterious figure witnessed the TVA's inception and the demanding nature of their work. They saw that the TVA's responsibilities were both crucial and arduous, requiring ceaseless dedication to preserve peace and order across the universe. Both Lin Nan and the mysterious figure felt a profound sense of respect and gratitude for the TVA. They came to understand that, though the TVA's labors were largely unknown to the world, their presence was essential to the universe's stability and safety. "This is the story of the TVA," the mysterious figure said. "They are the guardians of the universe, entrusted with maintaining the stability of the timeline." Lin Nan nodded thoughtfully, now fully aware of the TVA's significance. "We ought to honor their work," he replied, "for in their silent vigilance, they're the unseen protectors of our world." As the animated short concluded, a heavy silence settled over the room. Lin Nan and the mysterious figure both fell into deep contemplation, shaken by the vastness and the cosmic conflicts the animation had revealed. It seems the universe's history is far less tranquil than we imagined. Lin Nan finally broke the silence, his voice tinged with gravity. The mysterious figure nodded. Yes, the history of the universe is filled with war and chaos. In countless cosmic conflicts, people fought for control and nearly destroyed everything. A thoughtful light flickered in Lin Nan's eyes. Then how does the TVA deal with situations like that? The mysterious figure smiled faintly. The TVA's mission is to prevent such catastrophes from happening again. By managing the timeline and stopping temporal disruptions, they fundamentally safeguard the universe's peace and stability. Lin Nan drew a deep breath, realizing the TVA's importance. Our duty is not just to protect the present. We must also defend the future, he said. We cannot allow the universe to descend once more into war and chaos. The mysterious figure nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why we must unwaveringly carry out our mission, to protect the timeline's integrity and stability. Their conversation was underpinned by a profound sense of responsibility and purpose. They both understood the weight they bore for the universe's future. Despite the daunting obstacles ahead, they were willing to persevere for the sake of peace and safety. In the corner of the room, a brilliant light began to glow. Gradually, 3 mysterious figures, dressed in splendid robes, materialized. Their tall, imposing forms seemed to command time and space themselves. Lin Nan and the mysterious figure instantly felt their presence. The room was suddenly filled with solemnity and reverence. Timekeepers, Lin Nan murmured, his expression grave. They finally arrived. The mysterious figure watched them nervously. We need to be extremely cautious. The 3 timekeepers strode to the center of the room, their eyes radiating a sense of transcendence, as if they held the universe's secrets. Who are you? Lin Nan stepped forward to ask. One of the timekeepers, a mysterious figure crowned with a golden halo, spoke in a deep, measured voice. We are the guardians of the universe, the keepers of time. We have witnessed your actions. Your attempt to alter the timeline cannot be tolerated. Lin Nan and the mysterious figure exchanged a glance. They knew the magnitude of the power before them. We mean no harm. We only wish to save the universe, Lin Nan tried to explain. Another timekeeper, robed in silver, replied coolly, Save the universe? Your actions might unleash even greater calamity. Maintaining the stability of the timeline is our responsibility. But the current timeline is unjust, the mysterious figure exclaimed urgently. We have to do something. The third timekeeper, a mysterious figure draped in flowing robes, finally spoke. What you say is not without merit, but we cannot allow any disturbances to the timeline. We will comb through the universe's multiverse, merging it into a single main timeline. Lin Nan and mysterious figure exchanged a glance. They understood the intention behind the timekeepers' words. Although their actions were motivated by goodwill, in the eyes of the timekeepers, they were interfering with and disrupting the timeline. Please don't stop us, Lin Nan pleaded. All we want is to save the universe. The timekeepers fell silent for a moment, as if weighing their options. At last, the timekeeper encircled by golden halo spoke. We will allow you to continue your mission, but remember, maintaining the stability of the timeline is our responsibility. Lin Nan and the mysterious figure breathed a sigh of relief. They knew the timekeepers disapproved of their actions, but at least they would not stand in their way. We'll proceed with the utmost caution, Lin Nan said solemnly. Thank you. With the intervention of the timekeepers, the universe's many timelines were fused into a single main timeline. Yet, to preserve the stability of this timeline, they realized they needed a more powerful organization to monitor and manage the universe's temporal flow. Thus, they decided to create an organization named the TVA, the Time Variance Authority. The TVA's mission would be to oversee the universe's multiple timelines, prevent temporal chaos and branching, and safeguard the main timeline stability. Lin Nan and the mysterious figure were brought to the TVA headquarters, an immense and magnificent structure set at the very heart of the universe, brimming with unparalleled technology and power. The moment they stepped into the grand hall of the TVA, they were awestruck by the scene before them. On gigantic projection walls, the universe's multifaceted timelines were displayed, colors and lines interweaving, forming a complex and breathtaking panorama. This is the TVA headquarters, the mysterious figure said, his voice tinged with reverence. Lin Nan studied his surroundings carefully, feeling the boundless strength and wisdom that filled the place. This is truly incredible, he murmured, filled with wonder. They were then led into a vast control room, the very heart of the TVA. Towering control consoles were covered with buttons and screens, and staff members busily tended to the equipment. This is the TVA's command center, the mysterious figure explained. Every aspect of timeline monitoring and management happens right here. Lin Nan and the mysterious figure were guided into a conference room where many senior TVA officials and experts had already assembled. "Welcome to the TVA," Lin Nan and the mysterious stranger, a uniformed TVA official, approached and greeted them. "We are already aware of your mission, and we will fully support your actions." Lin Nan and the mysterious stranger thanked them, then began a discussion with the TVA officials. Together, they needed to develop a detailed action plan to ensure the universe could be saved. "We must act quickly," the mysterious stranger urged. "The stability of the timeline is under increasing threat. We can't afford to wait any longer." The TVA officials nodded in agreement. They understood that only through their combined efforts could peace and security be preserved across the universe. With the establishment of the TVA, they immediately launched strict enforcement against those who darted between the multiverses, disrupting the timelines. These offenders were known as time variants. Their actions not only endangered the balance of the universe, but also risked triggering unpredictable consequences. Under the TVA's supervision, timelines across various universes were brought under effective control. Incidents of temporal chaos and branching timelines significantly diminished, and those who dared to challenge the TVA's authority found themselves quickly hunted down and punished. Lin Nan and the mysterious stranger became key members of the TVA, actively participating in the maintenance of timelines and the pursuit of criminals. They traveled between different universes, tracking down and capturing those who sought to disrupt the flow of time. During one mission, they pursued a criminal who tried to exploit the chaos in the timeline for personal gain. This individual possessed formidable abilities to manipulate time, slipping between universes in an attempt to evade the TVA's grasp. Lin Nan and the mysterious stranger gave chase, engaging in a fierce pursuit. They traversed various universes, confronting countless dangers and challenges, but their resolve to bring the criminal to justice never wavered. At last, in a universe shrouded in utter darkness, they cornered the fugitive. In a tense and heated confrontation, Lin Nan and the mysterious stranger joined forces to subdue him and handed him over to the TVA officials. "Your crimes will not go unpunished," the mysterious stranger said sternly. "You cannot escape the law." The criminal clenched his teeth in frustration, but he knew there was no way out. He was escorted back to TVA headquarters, where a harsh trial and severe punishment awaited him. As Lin Nan continued his journey with the Mongolian nomads, suddenly, a squad dressed in dazzling uniforms appeared on the distant edge of the desert. They approached swiftly, their ranks moving in perfect formation, footsteps even and resolute. Bold letters spelling TVA stood out on the uniforms of these newcomers, the emblem of the Time Variance Authority. As the organization responsible for monitoring the timelines, they rarely intervened in outside events, making their sudden appearance all the more astonishing. Lin Nan and the Mongolian nomads halted, their eyes wary as they watched this unexpected group. None of them knew why the TVA had come here, and suspicion weighed heavily in their hearts. A senior official from the TVA stepped forward to face Lin Nan, his expression grave and dignified. "You are Lin Nan," he declared, his voice calm and commanding. Lin Nan nodded. "Yes, I'm Lin Nan," he replied. "You're from the TVA?" The official nodded in return. "I represent the TVA. We've received information about you," he said. "You are carrying the cosmic cube, and that has drawn our attention." Lin Nan furrowed his brow, his guard up. "Why would the TVA be interested in me?" he asked. "Does the matter of the cosmic cube concern you?" The official shook his head. "The cosmic cube itself is not our concern," he explained. "But your actions are affecting the stability of the timeline, and that is our responsibility." A realization dawned on Lin Nan. He understood the TVA's intentions. "You're here to interfere with what I'm doing," he said. "But I'm only searching for the cosmic cube to protect the peace of the universe." The official paused, then continued. "We need to bring you to TVA headquarters. Your actions must be reviewed to ensure the timeline remains stable." Lin Nan's frown deepened. He had no intention of abandoning his mission. "I can't leave," he said resolutely. "The safety of the cosmic cube is more important than anything else." The official's gaze hardened. He was determined to fulfill his duty. "You have no choice," he replied. "You must come with us." A surge of anxiety swept through Lin Nan. He knew it would be difficult to avoid the TVA's intervention, yet he refused to back down. He had to find a way to protect the cosmic cube and see his mission through. At this tense moment, the Mongolian nomads readied themselves, prepared to stand against the TVA. They closed ranks at Lin Nan's side, a clear sign of their support and trust. "We'll stand with you," one of the nomads declared. "No matter what happens, we will not abandon you." Bolstered by the strength and courage of his companions, Lin Nan realized he was not alone. Resolute, he vowed to defend the cosmic cube at all costs and stop the forces threatening the universe. Lin Nan and the Mongolian nomads faced the arrival of the TVA, and the situation grew increasingly tense. They were deep in the desert, and the appearance of the TVA meant they would have to confront even greater challenges to protect the cosmic cube and fulfill their mission. "We can't let them take Lin Nan," one of the nomads whispered, his eyes burning with determination. The other nomads voiced their support as well. Deep down, they understood that the TVA's interference would likely bring even more trouble, but they were willing to take the risk. Standing with Lin Nan, they would resist the encroaching evil together. Lin Nan felt the warmth of his companions' support well up inside him. He knew he was no longer alone. With these brave allies at his side, he was confident he could overcome any hardship and see his mission through to the end. "We have to fight back," Lin Nan declared, his voice steady and resolute. "The TVA is no match for us. We have more than enough strength to defeat them." The Mongolian nomads nodded at his words, ready to face the TVA in a fierce confrontation. Calm and composed, they assumed defensive positions, preparing for the enemy's approach. Seeing Lin Nan and the nomads' unwavering stance, the TVA agents couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. They knew this would be a hard-fought battle, but their orders were clear. They had to complete their mission, no matter the cost. "We have no time to waste," a TVA official said coldly, his tone unwavering. "Seize Lin Nan and take the cosmic cube." The TVA agents began to advance toward Lin Nan and the nomads, wielding advanced weaponry and displaying formidable combat prowess. Lin Nan and the nomads stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the oncoming assault. The air in the desert grew heavy with tension. A fierce showdown was about to erupt. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy rippled from the distance, warping the timeline and making the entire desert tremble. Both the TVA agents and Lin Nan's group felt the force approaching, their hearts tightening in anticipation. As the energy intensified, a blinding light descended from the sky, like a meteor streaking across the night, illuminating the entire desert. Everyone looked up. From within the brilliant radiance, a figure emerged, draped in a magnificent robe, crowned with an ornate headdress, and holding a staff that shimmered with mysterious light. That's— Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the figure. It was the Time Lord, a mysterious being who commanded both time and space. The Time Lord walked slowly to stand between Lin Nan's group and the TV agents, his gaze sweeping over everyone, exuding an aura of transcendence. "What are you all doing here?" The Time Lord's voice resonated, imbued with an indescribable authority. The TVA agents stared at the Time Lord in astonishment, having had no idea he would appear here. A chill of fear crept into their hearts. Lin Nan and the nomads were equally stunned. They had not expected the Time Lord to show up in person. This could only mean their confrontation was about to have even greater consequences. The Time Lord looked around, his gaze finally settling on Lin Nan. "You have the cosmic cube in your possession. You've disrupted the balance of the timeline," he declared, his voice resonant. "This is an unforgivable act." Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had to explain himself to the Time Lord. "I only wanted to protect the cosmic cube," he said earnestly. "I had no other choice." The Time Lord fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "The power of the cosmic cube must not fall into the wrong hands. But your actions have brought chaos to the timeline." A sense of dread washed over Lin Nan. He realized he had made a grave mistake. "I am willing to accept whatever punishment you deem fit," he replied. "But please allow me to finish my mission." The Time Lord considered this in silence, then finally nodded. "Very well. You may continue," he said. "But I will send someone to monitor your actions. The stability of the timeline must be ensured." Lin Nan nodded gratefully. He knew he had been granted the Time Lord's forgiveness, but he also understood that the weight of his responsibilities had grown even heavier. As Lin Nan and the Mongolian nomads pressed on, a woman in a TVA uniform suddenly stepped toward them. Her gaze was piercing. Clearly, she was a seasoned warrior. "Lin Nan, you must stop," the captain commanded, her voice ringing with authority. She brandished a glowing baton in her hand. Lin Nan halted and fixed his eyes on the captain, every sense alert. He understood she was a senior member of the TVA and not to be underestimated. "You cannot stop me," Lin Nan replied calmly. "I have a mission of my own." The captain frowned, displeased. "The cosmic cube's presence has severely affected the timeline," she said. "You must hand it over." Lin Nan shook his head. "I cannot do that," he answered firmly. "The cosmic cube's power must be used to protect the peace of the universe." The captain let out a cold, derisive laugh. "And what makes you think you're qualified to make that decision?" she retorted. "You're just a traveler, not someone worthy of such power." Anger flared within Lin Nan, but he knew now was not the time for argument. "I won't back down," he said. "No matter what you do to stop me, I will keep moving forward." No sooner had he finished speaking than the captain swung her baton with lightning speed, launching a fierce attack. Lin Nan dodged nimbly, but the captain's speed and strength were far beyond what he had anticipated. Lin Nan dodged several attacks, but the captain was drawing ever closer, and a sense of helplessness crept over him. He knew he had to find a way to break free from her grip and press on. Just then, a Mongolian nomad, witnessing the scene, charged forward with courage to stop the captain's assault. Yet, the captain dispatched him with ease, knocking him to the ground, and continued her relentless approach toward Lin Nan. Lin Nan's heart tightened. He realized he had to act. Swiftly, he evaded her next strike, then seized the stick from her grasp and swung it with all his might. The captain was startled by Lin Nan's sudden counterattack, but she quickly regained her composure, and the two were soon locked in a fierce struggle. They spun and clashed amid the desert sands, blow for blow, each move as deadly as the last. As the duel raged on, Lin Nan felt his strength waning, while the captain seemed utterly unfazed, her attacks only growing more ferocious. Just as Lin Nan prepared to launch one last desperate assault, the captain suddenly produced a strange collar and, in a swift motion, fastened it around his neck. A surge of overwhelming energy pulsed from the collar, and Lin Nan's body went rigid, paralyzed. Horrified, he realized the collar could manipulate time itself, freezing him in place. What have you done? Lin Nan managed to force out, his voice strained, the sense of lost freedom heavy in his chest. Panic surged within him. He understood just how dangerous his situation had become. Shackled by this collar that controlled time, he was nearly powerless, a crushing feeling of helplessness flooding over him. The captain looked at Lin Nan, now completely at her mercy, and smiled with satisfaction. Now you should understand. You're no match for the TVA, she taunted. The fate of the Tesseract is no longer yours to decide. Gritting his teeth, Lin Nan's heart was ablaze with anger and defiance. He knew he had to find some way to break free from the collar, or the destiny of the Tesseract would be lost. It was then that, without warning, a dazzling light descended from the sky, illuminating the vast desert. Everyone looked up. Suspended in midair was a mysterious device, radiating an enchanting glow. Both Lin Nan and the captain stared at the device in astonishment, each sensing the immense power it contained. A thought flickered in the captain's mind. Could this be a tool capable of resetting time itself? What is that? She exclaimed in surprise, never expecting such a mysterious device to appear at this critical moment. Lin Nan, too, was taken aback, but hope surged within him. Perhaps this device could help him break free of the collar and reclaim control over his fate. Without a second thought, Lin Nan decided to take the risk. He strained against the collar's grip, mustering all his willpower, and pushed himself toward the floating device, desperate to seize his chance. The female captain saw what was happening and immediately realized Lin Nan's intention. She rushed after him, trying to stop his actions. However, Lin Nan was already fully focused on his target, advancing without a trace of fear. Just as the female captain was about to launch her attack, Lin Nan finally reached the device. He reached out and gently touched its surface. Instantly, a surge of tremendous energy flooded into his body. Lin Nan felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, and his body began to change. The restraints of the collar gradually faded away, his strength returned, and he regained his freedom. Seeing this, the female captain acted quickly, attempting to halt Lin Nan once more. Yet Lin Nan, now restored to his former strength, dodged her attack in a flash and countered with a swift blow that knocked her to the ground. The female captain curled up in pain, realizing she had failed. You traitor, she hissed through clenched teeth. Lin Nan ignored her curses and turned back toward the device. He knew he had to use it to reset time, thwart the evil force's conspiracy, and protect the peace of the universe. He reached out, gently touched the device, and closed his eyes, silently praying. As a brilliant light burst forth, the entire desert seemed to shudder. Bathed in the dazzling glow, time itself appeared to flow backward. The sights of the desert blurred, then gradually returned to their original state. Everything seemed to have reset to the very beginning, becoming clear once again. As the light faded, Lin Nan slowly opened his eyes and found himself back at the very moment he had just experienced. Yet he knew that this time, things would be different. He had to prevent the evil plan and defend the peace of the universe. After passing through the time portal, Lin Nan was transported to TVA headquarters. He sensed a mighty energy enveloping the building, as if it emanated from the depths of the cosmos. He was led into a vast hall, bustling with people and filled with all manner of strange beings weaving through the crowd, showcasing diversity and prosperity. Welcome to the TVA, the Time Variance Authority. A senior TVA official approached. eyes sharp and exuding an indescribable authority. "You must be Lin Nan, the traveler who possesses the cosmic cube." Lin Nan met the TVA official's gaze, his eyes unwavering. He showed no fear. "Yes, I am Lin Nan," he replied. "I have my mission. I won't let the cosmic cube fall into the wrong hands." The TVA official nodded. "Your resolve is admirable," he said, "but the power of the cosmic cube is too great. It should not be wielded by a lone traveler." Lin Nan looked calmly at the TVA official. "I know this is dangerous," he said, "but I'm willing to take on this responsibility for the sake of peace in the universe." The TVA official paused in silence before responding. "We will be monitoring your actions to ensure the safety of the universe." Lin Nan was keenly aware that he would never escape the TVA's surveillance. Yet he felt no fear, for his own convictions and determination gave him strength. Within the TVA headquarters, Lin Nan underwent a series of tests and screenings to verify his identity and intentions. He met each challenge with composure, revealing his steadfastness and decisiveness. At the same time, he learned about the TVA's organizational structure and the way it operated. The TVA existed beyond the bounds of time and space, tasked with maintaining the universe's stability and preventing the distortion or collapse of the timelines. Lin Nan fully understood the weight of his mission. He resolved to cooperate with the TVA and to protect the peace of the universe together. Though he knew the path ahead would be anything but easy, he was willing to give everything he had for his beliefs and his calling. Inside TVA headquarters, Lin Nan encountered many different people and beings, each hailing from a different time and place, each carrying their own unique stories and experiences. He became friends with a warrior named Kate, who possessed unmatched combat skills and sharp intelligence. On the training grounds, they challenged each other, growing together as they exchanged techniques and insights. Meanwhile, Lin Nan also met Loki, a time variant who served as a member of the TVA. Loki possessed abilities and wisdom that surpassed the ordinary, and between the two of them, a quiet understanding grew, a bond that defied simple explanation. Yet despite these connections, Lin Nan found himself gripped by despair. He longed to escape, but the collar that controlled the timeline was a relentless shackle. His hands could not reach it. Any attempt at freedom was in vain. "It seems you have no way out," came a chilling voice from behind him. He turned to see a TVA agent standing there, eyes cold and merciless. The agent approached with slow, measured steps, each one radiating an inescapable sense of authority. "You can't escape with that collar on," the agent said, his voice tinged with a mocking undertone. "We have complete control over you now." A surge of anger rose within Lin Nan. He struggled desperately against the collar's restraint, but it was useless. He knew his own strength was no match for the TVA. He would have to find another way out of this predicament. "You can't treat me like this." Lin Nan growled through gritted teeth. "I have a mission, and I won't let you stand in my way." The agent let out a cold laugh. "Do you really think you can stop us?" he said. "You're just a traveler, insignificant and powerless." A wave of despair washed over Lin Nan. He knew he had fallen into grave danger. Yet, he refused to give up. He understood he had to find a way to break free from these shackles and continue his mission. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Nan's mind. "Lin Nan, don't give up." It was Loki's voice, clear and resolute. "You must believe in your own strength." Lin Nan's heart trembled. He realized that Loki was reaching out to him, offering support and encouragement. A surge of determination welled up within him. He knew he couldn't surrender so easily. He had to see this through. "I can't give up," Lin Nan whispered to himself. "I must trust in my strength and keep moving forward." Resolute, he decided that no matter how many obstacles stood in his way, he would persevere. Instead of struggling against the collar's restraints, he began to consider other solutions. At that moment, an idea flashed through his mind. Though he couldn't remove the collar, perhaps he could use it to divert the TVA's attention and create a chance to escape. Lin Nan feigned obedience, quietly waiting for the right moment. When the agent let down his guard and turned away, Lin Nan sprang into action. With a swift turn, he wrenched himself free from the collar and, in an instant, dashed out of the TVA headquarters. His movements were sharp and decisive, leaving the agent with no time to react. The agent stared in shock as Lin Nan vanished from sight, realizing he had made a grave mistake. He immediately reported to his superiors, mobilizing all efforts to hunt down Lin Nan. The female captain sneered as she pulled out a remote control. She pressed a button, and suddenly Lin Nan felt a powerful force enveloping him. His body, utterly beyond his control, was drawn back toward the TVA headquarters. "Did you really think you could escape? How naive," the female captain mocked, her eyes glinting with sly arrogance. Lin Nan struggled desperately, but the overwhelming force left him helpless. A sense of powerlessness swept over him. He knew he had fallen into a trap he couldn't break free from. In the end, he was brought back to the TVA headquarters and confined once more to his original place. His heart was heavy with dread, for he knew an even greater challenge now awaited him. Inside the TVA's prison, Lin Nen gazed out the window, his mind filled with anxiety and unease. He knew he had to find a way to break free from the collar's hold and reclaim control over his own fate. At that very moment, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Lin Nan, do you need help?" The voice carried a hint of concern and worry. Lin Nan turned his head and saw a shadowy figure standing there. The stranger's identity and origins piqued Lin Nan's curiosity and anticipation. "Who are you?" Lin Nan asked, his voice brimming with confusion and curiosity. The mysterious figure smiled. "I'm a member of an organization that opposes the TVA," he said. "We share a common enemy, and I'm willing to help you get out of this predicament." Something stirred within Lin Nan. He realized this might be a rare opportunity. "What can you do?" he asked, hoping for some practical advice or assistance. The mysterious man gave a knowing smile. "We have a way to break the collar's hold," he replied, "but you'll need to cooperate with our plan." Lin Nan pondered for a moment, then nodded resolutely. "I'm willing to cooperate," he said. "As long as I can be free from this collar, I'm ready to pay any price." The stranger nodded in approval, a smile still on his lips. "Follow me," he said, turning to walk toward the entrance of the prison. Lin Nan followed, closely behind, his heart brimming with hope and anticipation. He knew he was about to set foot on a new path, one filled with greater challenges, but he no longer felt afraid. He understood now that he was not alone. Someone was willing to reach out and fight by his side. With a soft chime, the elevator doors slid shut, and Lin Nan was led into a space steeped in mystery. He looked around and found himself in a vast hall, its walls inlaid with ancient runes and enigmatic designs that exuded an aura both mystical and timeless. "Welcome to our base," the mysterious man's voice sounded in Lin Nan's ear. "This is our stronghold against the TVA. Here, you'll discover your own strength." A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Nan's face. He hadn't expected to be brought to such a secretive place. "Where is this?" he asked, curiosity getting the better of him. The man smiled again. "This is our secret base, the headquarters of the organization that stands against the TVA," he explained. "We are dedicated to defending freedom and justice, and challenging powerful forces like the TVA." A surge of admiration welled up in Lin Nan's heart. He realized that he and this organization shared the same goals and mission. "I want to join you," he declared solemnly. "I will do everything I can to fight for freedom and justice." The mysterious man nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Your joining us will make our cause even stronger," he said. "Now, let's begin your training." In the days that followed, Lin Nan underwent rigorous training and a series of tests, constantly honing his abilities and elevating his spirit. He was determined to adapt fully to this entirely new environment and assume his new role. He learned how to wield his powers and skills, standing up to the TVA in order to safeguard peace across the universe. Along the way, he met many like-minded companions, joining forces with them to face challenges side by side. Through these trials and exercises, Lin Nan gradually came to recognize his own potential and his destiny. He was no longer a solitary wanderer, but a warrior fighting shoulder to shoulder with other heroes. In the struggle against the TVA, Lin Nan displayed both courage and wisdom. He became a valuable member of the organization, striving tirelessly toward their shared goal. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges and tougher trials still awaited him. He knew he must always remain vigilant and be ready to confront whatever new obstacles might arise. Following the mysterious figure, Lin Nan crossed the grand hall and entered a small room. The room was simply furnished, but every wall was covered with strange devices and symbols, radiating an aura that was both ancient and enigmatic. At the center stood an old-looking printer. "This is our signing ceremony," the mysterious figure explained, gesturing toward the printer. "Every word you say will be printed out and will require your signature to confirm." Lin Nan was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a ritual. "Understood," he replied with a nod, preparing himself to sign. The mysterious figure picked up an ancient quill and gently pressed a button on the printer. The machine gave a soft hum before it began to slowly print out words. The first line appeared on the paper. "I, Lin Nan, willingly join the organization resisting the TVA and vow to fight for freedom and justice." Lin Nan stared at the words, his heart swelling with resolve and conviction. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the pen and signed his name beneath the statement. The printer continued, producing the next sentence. "I will do everything in my power to protect the peace and safety of the universe." Lin then gazed at this line in silence, feeling the weight of responsibility and purpose settle within him. Once more, he took up the pen and added his signature. The printer moved on to the next declaration. I am willing to obey the organization's command and arrangements, and will fight alongside my comrades. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Nan signed his name again. He knew he had made the right choice, to stand with his companions and strive together for a common cause. At last, the printer produced the final statement. I will remain forever loyal to the organization, no matter what hardships and trials may come. Lin Nan pressed his signature onto the page with determination, his heart brimming with resolve and conviction. He knew that he had officially become a member of this organization, and from now on, he would fight alongside his companions, striving for the peace and safety of the universe. Once the signing ceremony concluded, the mysterious man carefully put away the quill and the document. Now you are one of us, he said. Next, let's begin your training. Lin Nan followed the mysterious man out of the signing room and into another chamber. This new room felt spacious and empty. At its center stood a massive black cube, encircled by a frame of metal, resembling an enormous square stage. This is our training ground, the mysterious man explained. Here, you'll face a series of tests and challenges designed to hone your abilities. Lin Nan looked around, his heart filled with anticipation and a sense of challenge. I'm ready, he declared. Please tell me what I should do next. The mysterious man smiled and nodded. First, you'll need a ticket of entry for the challenge, he said. Only with the ticket can you step into the domain of the challenge. Lin Nan nodded and walked to one corner of the room, where a small booth stood, much like a ticket kiosk. He stepped inside and discovered an old-fashioned ticket machine. The machine screen displayed the names and descriptions of various challenges. Lin Nan scrolled through the list, noting a wide variety, challenges of strength, speed, intelligence, and more. He selected a challenge called the Valley of Shadows. Its description read, in this challenge, you will enter a labyrinth of illusions, facing phantoms and obstacles. You must rely on your wisdom and courage to discover the path that leads to the exit. A thrill ran through Lin Nan's heart. This challenge intrigued him. He pressed the button, and the machine issued a slip of paper, a ticket for entry. With the ticket in hand, Lin Nan returned to the training ground. The mysterious man was waiting for him, and when he saw the ticket in Lin Nan's hand, he smiled and nodded in approval. Now you're ready to take on a challenge, he said. Let's begin. Lin Nan followed the mysterious man to the center of the training ground. The man gestured toward the massive black cube. Step inside the cube, and the challenge will begin, he instructed. Lin Nan drew a deep breath and strode toward the cube. The moment he stepped inside, a surge of powerful energy enveloped him. His vision began to shift and blur, as if he had been transported into a world of illusions. The labyrinth teemed with all manner of illusions and obstacles. Lin Nan darted endlessly through its winding corridors, searching for a way out. He needed to draw on his wit and courage to overcome the myriad difficulties and challenges that stood in his way, for only then could he hope to emerge victorious from this trial. He pressed on without pause, confronting one obstacle after another, one illusion after the next. Sometimes he had to leap, sometimes he needed to dodge, and at times he was forced to unravel perplexing riddles. Yet no matter how daunting the challenge, he never wavered. He faced everything with unshakable resolve and a steadfast heart. Through these ordeals, Lin Nan steadily honed his skills and deepened his understanding. He learned how to deal with every test that came his way, gradually transforming himself into a true warrior. Navigating the maze, Lin Nan tried to trace the path that would lead to the exit. Suddenly, as he turned a corner, a piercing scream echoed through the air. He spun around instantly, just in time to glimpse a shadowy figure dissolving, vanishing into a swirl of dust. A jolt of alarm shot through him, and he sprinted toward the spot. When he arrived, he saw a young man standing there, his eyes clouded with confusion, his body slowly fading away, as if some unseen force was devouring him. Help him quickly! Lin Nan shouted, rushing to the young man's side. The mysterious figure hurried after him. Together, they unleashed their abilities, desperately trying to stave off the force that was consuming the young man. But it was too late. In the end, the young man crumbled into dust, disappearing into the air. What's happening here? Lin Nan demanded, his heart pounding with shock and fear. The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before answering in a low voice. This is the cruel reality of the challenge, he said. In this place, anyone without a ticket is doomed to vanish, reduced to nothing but dust. Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. He had never imagined the challenge could be so merciless. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to see the ordeal through to the end, determined not to let anyone else come to harm. He pressed forward, fear and unease gnawing at him. But he knew he had to be strong and brave. There was no other choice. Throughout the challenge, he encountered wave after wave of illusions and obstacles. Yet he faced them all without fear, pushing through every hardship, always moving toward the exit. With trembling hands, Lin Nan hastily fished out his own ticket, praying that he wouldn't share the young man's fate. Then, without hesitation, he dashed ahead, racing toward the place where the dust had appeared. The mysterious figure followed, close behind. In that moment, the distance between them seemed to vanish. The only thing that mattered was reaching the young man as quickly as possible. At last, Lin Nan and his companion arrived, just as the young man's body was beginning to fade away. The ticket, clutched tightly in his hand, was already losing its glow. Lin Nan's heart clenched. He quickly crouched down, trying to press the admission ticket into the young man's hand. "Hurry, hold on to it," he urged anxiously. The mysterious figure joined in as well, gathering an energy field in an attempt to slow the young man's fading away. But it was already too late. The ticket itself had begun to vanish, as if being swallowed by some unseen force. At the very last instant, the young man's hand shot out and gripped the ticket tightly. Instantly, the admission ticket burst into a brilliant light, then transformed into a beam that shot straight into the young man's body. Both Lin Nan and the mysterious figure let out a sigh of relief. They knew the young man had been saved. Yet, confusion and fear still lingered on the young man's face. He had no idea what had just happened. "You're safe now," Lin Nan said softly, offering comfort. "Everything's all right." Slowly, the young man opened his eyes. He saw Lin Nan and the mysterious figure, and the terror in his heart began to ebb away, replaced by a deep sense of gratitude. "Thank you," he said. I don't know what happened to me." Lin Nan smiled gently and shook his head. "No need to thank us. We just did what we could," he replied. The mysterious figure stepped forward, concern written on his face as he checked on the young man's condition. Together, they decided to bring him back to the base for further examination and care. On the way back, Lin Nan struck up a conversation with the young man and learned that he was just an ordinary person, accidentally swept up in this dangerous challenge. Their talk made Lin Nan even more aware of how cruel and perilous these trials were, and it strengthened his resolve to protect the innocent, to keep them from harm. The Guardians of the Galaxy were once a mighty alliance, united by their mission to preserve peace and order across the cosmos. But now, they faced an unknown threat, a shadow looming over the universe, threatening to destroy everything. In this endless war, Lin Nan had become a pivotal figure. Within him was a powerful energy that could tip the balance. The Guardians set their sights on this planet, searching for hope that could pull them back from the brink. At the edge of the universe, there was a man named Peter Quill. He was an adventurer from Earth, chosen by fate to become one of the galaxy's greatest heroes, Star-Lord. He led a team of aliens known as the Starhawks. Their mission, to stop the spread of darkness and save the universe itself. However, in this war, Star-Lord and his team found themselves facing unprecedented adversity. Their enemies were powerful and ruthless, and their alliances were slowly falling apart. Just when all hope seemed lost, they heard whispers of the legend of Lin Nan. It was said that Lin Nan was a mysterious planet, endowed with the power to alter the fate of the universe. In the depths of despair, Star-Lord and his team resolved to seek out Lin Nan and search for the hope that could save the cosmos. Yet Lin Nan was not a place easily reached. Hidden within veils of cosmic mist, only the bravest could hope to find its trail. Star-Lord and his companions embarked upon a perilous journey, knowing they would have to conquer challenge after challenge before they could set foot on this enigmatic world. Along the way, they encountered many strange and wondrous creatures and faced countless dangers. Still, their resolve and courage never wavered, for they understood that only by reaching Lin Nan could they discover the answer that would rescue the universe. As Star-Lord and his team set out in search of Lin Nan, meanwhile, astonishing changes were unfolding back on Earth. Hua Hua, once an ordinary scientist, had now become one of the Avengers. Her wisdom and bravery made her stand out across the universe, earning her the admiration of many. In the face of the current crisis, Hua Hua showed a determination and perseverance unlike any before. In her laboratory, Hua Hua threw herself wholly into an unprecedented project, time travel. She believed that only by traversing time could they find the cure to save the universe. The entire lab crackled with electric energy. Clad in a white lab coat, Hua Hua's eyes shone with unwavering resolve as her fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, operating a host of intricate instruments. "Hua Hua, this experiment is too dangerous," a voice rang out in the lab. It was Hua Hua's partner, Alan, the mechanical engineer. His tone was laced with worry and unease. Hua Hua paused, turning to face Alan. Smiling, she replied, Alan, I know it's risky, but this is our only hope. If we don't act, the entire universe will be plunged into darkness. We can't just stand by. We must fight for the future. Alan gazed into Hua Hua's resolute eyes, filled with admiration and trust. He knew Hua Hua had never been one to back down easily. She always found a way forward. All right, I believe in you, Hua Hua. We must succeed, Alan declared, his voice brimming with determination. Hua Hua gave a slight nod and immersed herself once more in her work. She understood that this experiment was fraught with unknowns and danger, but she was willing to risk everything if it meant saving the universe. Time trickled by slowly in the lab. Each minute, each second tested Hua Hua and Alan's resolve. They adjusted parameters again and again, refined the code, and tirelessly experimented with every possibility they could imagine. At last, after countless attempts, they discovered a path leading toward success. They managed to create a device capable of traversing time itself, a breakthrough that would prove crucial in their quest to save the universe. While Hua Hua and Alan were busy bringing the time travel device to life, Star-Lord and his team pressed on with their search for Lin Nan. They journeyed across the stars, facing endless adventures and challenges, yet never did they give up hope of finding Lin Nan. Deep down, they understood. Only by finding Lin Nan could they unlock the secret to saving the universe. On their starship, Star-Lord gathered his team to strategize about their next move. We've searched this planet for ages, but there's still no sign of him. Maybe we missed something, rumbled Bruce, his voice low and steady. Perhaps Lin Nan isn't on any ordinary planet. Maybe he's hidden somewhere beyond our imagination. We must examine every detail closely and look for hidden clues, suggested Lucia, the sharpshooter, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. Star-Lord paused to reflect, then nodded in agreement. He realized that aimless searching would get them nowhere. They needed a new approach to find Lin Nan. Just then, an urgent signal crackled through. It was a message from Earth. Hua Hua and Alan had succeeded in building the time travel device, but they needed Star-Lord and his team's help. Without hesitation, Star-Lord and his crew set a course for Earth. They knew the time travel device was the key to finding Lin Nan. Only with the power to cross time could they hope to locate the Infinity Stones and save the universe. When they arrived on Earth, Hua Hua and Alan had already made all the preparations. They had moved the time travel device into an abandoned factory, the perfect place to conduct their experiments. Welcome back, Star-Lord. Everything is ready. We've been waiting for you. Hua Hua greeted them with a warm smile. Star-Lord and his team entered the factory, taking in the sight of Hua Hua and Alan's careful preparations. The time travel device glowed faintly, as if whispering of its power and mystery. So what's our next step? Star-Lord asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. We need to collect the Infinity Stones. That's the key to saving the universe, Hua Hua explained, her tone unwavering and full of confidence. Star-Lord and his team nodded in agreement. They understood this would be a perilous and arduous task. Yet, they were resolute in their mission, to save the universe and protect the future of all life. As Star-Lord and his team activated the time travel device, astonishing changes were unfolding on Earth. Lin Nan's forces continued their invasion, aiming to seize Earth's resources to fuel their ambitions among the stars. But humanity refused to surrender without a fight. People banded together, launching a fierce resistance against Lin Nan's armies. Amid the ruins of a city, the resistance was hard at work, preparing for the battle ahead. They built makeshift defenses, trained soldiers, and steeled themselves for the imminent assault. We cannot let Lin Nan's invaders succeed. We must defend our home, the leader of the resistance shouted, his voice ringing out and inspiring everyone within earshot. We will prevail. We won't let them destroy our Earth, a young soldier cried, thrusting his fist in the air, his eyes blazing with determination and courage. Just as the resistance braced for battle, a flash of lightning split the sky. The crowd looked up in astonishment to see a group of humans clad in strange gear materializing from the light. It was Hua Hua and Alan, leading their team. Hurry, we have to help them, Hua Hua shouted, rallying her team as they charged toward the resistance fighters. In this critical moment, humanity and heroes from across the cosmos united as one, standing shoulder to shoulder against Lin Nan's invasion. A fierce battle erupted. Every ounce of their strength poured into defending their home. On the battlefield, Hua Hua and Alan revealed their extraordinary talents. Hua Hua, drawing on her scientific expertise, developed a series of advanced weapons, effectively holding back Lin Nan's offensive. Alan, with his mechanical genius, repaired damaged equipment, providing invaluable support to the resistance. We have to work together if we want to defeat them, Hua Hua called out, her voice brimming with confidence and resolve. That's right. We can't let them win. Alan gripped his weapon tightly, determination shining in his eyes. Through the combined efforts of Hua, Alan, and Earth's defenders, Lin Nan's invasion was finally repelled. His forces were soundly defeated, forced to retreat and leave Earth behind forever. After the battle ended, people on Earth erupted in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. Their hearts overflowed with gratitude for Hua, Alan, and the heroes from across the cosmos. Only through their courage and sacrifice had Earth survived. Amidst the joy of triumph, Hua and Alan met up with Star-Lord and his team. They exchanged thanks and warm greetings, each expressing genuine respect for the bravery and determination they saw in one another. With Lin Nan's invasion thwarted, the Avengers shifted their focus to a greater menace, the distortion of time and space itself. They realized this anomaly might be a weapon wielded by an even more powerful enemy, and that they had to find a solution, fast. In an emergency meeting, Hua, Alan, Star-Lord, and the other heroes gathered to discuss the daunting challenges before them. We must uncover the source of this distortion as soon as possible, or the universe will face disaster beyond imagining. Star-Lord's voice was grave and urgent. He knew their time was running out. I believe we can use our time travel device to trace the origin of this disruption, said Hua, her eyes shining with intelligence and resolve. She was confident they could solve this puzzle. Alan nodded, already mapping out strategies to use the time travel device for their search. They all knew they had to act quickly. Any delay could bring unimaginable consequences. As preparations were underway, a sudden, violent tremor shook the room, rattling the entire conference hall. The Avengers sprang to high alert. This could only mean a new threat had emerged. At that moment, a squad of soldiers clad in black armor burst into the room. Their towering figures radiated a chilling aura, each one exuding a sense of menace. "Seize them now," barked the lead soldier, his voice cold and rasping. The Avengers leaped into action. Drawing on their skills and advanced gear, they launched a fierce counterattack. Hua drew upon her scientific prowess to craft high-tech weaponry. Star-Lord and his team displayed their combat expertise, while Alan used his mechanical genius to repair critical systems on the fly. The battle was fierce. The room echoed with the roar of explosions and the clash of weapons. The Avengers fought with every ounce of strength, knowing that only by overcoming these mysterious warriors could they continue their pursuit of the time-space distortion. At last, after a grueling fight, the Avengers managed to drive back the black-armored assailants. Breathing hard, they exchanged triumphant smiles, fully aware that they had secured another important victory. Yet, as the Avengers regrouped to continue their quest to unravel the mysteries of time and space, a new conspiracy was quietly taking shape in the shadows. Tony Stark, once a proud member of the Avengers, has now turned his back on them, becoming a solitary villain. Driven by vengeance, he is determined to seek out a formidable power to destroy his enemies. On a dark night, Iron Man slips quietly into Avengers Tower. His target, the Cosmic Cube, once used to defeat great evil, this powerful artifact has now become a weapon in Iron Man's hands. He moves through the corridors of the tower, his figure cold and forbidding beneath the dim lights. With his skills and advanced technology, he evades the Avengers' security with ease, drawing ever closer to the display case that holds the Cosmic Cube. "Everything is under my control," Iron Man mutters to himself, his voice brimming with confidence and arrogance. Just as he's about to seize the cube, a sudden voice breaks the silence. "Stop! You can't take that." A figure steps out from the shadows. It's Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Iron Man turns to face him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Kid, you couldn't have picked a better time. I was just looking for a little entertainment." Iron Man scoffs, his tone dripping with disdain. Spider-Man stands his ground, undaunted, his eyes shining with courage. "I won't let you get away with this, Tony. You've chosen the wrong path, and I'm going to stop you," Spider-Man declares, his voice firm with justice and resolve. The standoff between them is tense and silent, like a scene from a wordless play. Both are elite warriors, and the coming battle will be a fierce contest. Inside the tower, their fight breaks out in earnest. Iron Man unleashes his high-tech arsenal and expert combat skills, trying to overwhelm Spider-Man. But Spider-Man's agility and unique abilities help him dodge every attack, keeping Iron Man at bay. The battle rages on, echoing through every corner of the building. In flashes of energy and bursts of light, they display the height of their abilities and the depth of their powers. But in the end, it is Spider-Man's wit and courage that turn the tide. He defeats Iron Man, foiling the plot to steal the Cosmic Cube and safeguarding the fate of the universe. After Spider-Man's victory and the thwarting of Iron Man's scheme, chaos descends upon Avengers Tower. Iron Man's betrayal leaves the Avengers reeling, gripped by confusion and anger. They cannot fathom why their former ally would turn against them, and that bewilderment quickly spirals into turmoil and conflict. In the corridor of the tower, the Avengers had fallen into utter chaos, locked in a frenzied brawl. Once united and resolute, the heroes had now turned against one another, their battles growing ever more fierce and savage. "We can't let Iron Man have his way. He's betrayed us. We must capture him," shouted one of the Avengers, brandishing energy weapons in both hands as he charged at his foe. "No one can stand in our way. We have to find the Cosmic Cube, or everything will be lost," another member roared, his eyes wild with madness and longing. On this tumultuous battlefield, desperate struggles erupted between former allies. Each hero unleashed their unique powers and skills, fighting with relentless ferocity. None would yield. Every blow was struck in the name of their own conviction. In one corner, Spider-Man was locked in a brutal clash with Hulk. Relying on his agility and lightning-fast strikes, Spider-Man tried to outmaneuver his opponent. Hulk, in turn, unleashed his immense strength and unbreakable fighting spirit, intent on bringing Spider-Man to the ground. "Hulk, you have to stop. We're allies, not enemies," Spider-Man called out, his voice pleading, thick with desperation. "I'm not your ally anymore. I only believe in strength," Hulk roared back, his eyes blazing with fury and resolve. Elsewhere, Star-Lord and Flora were locked in a fierce contest of their own. Star-Lord fired back with expert marksmanship and quick wit, while Flora countered with her scientific prowess and advanced gadgets, striving to forge even more powerful weapons to fight him off. "You don't understand, Flora. We have to find the Cosmic Cube, or the universe will be doomed," Star-Lord snapped, anger blazing in his eyes. "You're wrong, Star-Lord. We can't sacrifice everything just for power," Flora replied coolly, her voice steady with determination. As chaos engulfed Avengers Tower, Lin Nen happened to catch wind of news about the Cosmic Cube. The revelation only fueled his growing ambition and provided the perfect opportunity for him to make his escape. Outside the tower, a squad of Lin Nan's agents lay in wait, having been stationed there for some time, poised for the perfect moment. Eyes fixed on the unfolding turmoil inside, they awaited their leader's command. "Boss, we've received word about the Cosmic Cube. Everything's ready," one agent reported in a low voice, eyes shining with anticipation. Seated in the command center, Lin Nan's gaze betrayed a flicker of excitement and cunning. "Very well. Everything is proceeding as planned. We must act quickly. Under no circumstances can we allow the Cosmic Cube to fall into their hands." Lin Nan issued his orders with a calm authority, his voice carrying an unmistakable weight that brooked no argument. The agents sprang into action, putting their skills and equipment to good use as they infiltrated Avengers Tower. Inside the building, they encountered members of the Avengers, and a fierce battle erupted. Amid the chaos, the agents demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess and fearless determination. They wielded a variety of weapons and tactics, doing everything in their power to overcome the Avengers and seize the Cosmic Cube. In the corridors of the tower, the agents clashed violently with the Avengers. Weapons met in a relentless struggle, the sharp clang of metal and bursts of energy echoing through the halls as the entire building seemed engulfed in the flames of battle. "We have to stop them. The Cosmic Cube must not fall into their hands," shouted an Avenger, brandishing energy weapons in both hands as he charged toward the agents. "We cannot fail. We fight for our leader," bellowed one of the agents, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve and fervor. In this life-or-death struggle, both the agents and the Avengers paid a heavy price. Amid blood and fire, they fought bravely, none willing to retreat, each one battling for their own beliefs. At last, the agents succeeded in seizing the Cosmic Cube. Amid the turmoil, they made a swift retreat, vanishing from Avengers Tower with their prize. Harnessing the power of the Cosmic Cube, Lin Nan found himself transported to a distant and mysterious place, a vast desert. Beneath the blazing sun, endless waves of golden sand shimmered, the heat so intense it seemed to warp the horizon, turning the world into a blazing furnace. In this barren wasteland, life was rare and precious. Only the hardiest creatures could withstand its harshness. At that moment, a group of nomads dressed in simple garments approached from the far side of the desert. Though their faces were veiled by wind-blown sand, there was determination in their stride and a courageous glint in their eyes. Lin Nan stood at the heart of the desert, the power of the Cosmic Cube swirling around him, making him appear both formidable and enigmatic. His gaze swept across the desolate landscape, as if searching for something elusive. It was then that the nomads spotted Lin Nan's solitary figure. They halted, curiosity and caution mingling in their eyes as they studied the mysterious stranger. "Who are you? Why have you come to our land?" one of the nomads called out, his tone laced with both wariness and intrigue. Lin Nin did not respond. Instead, he regarded them in silence, a faint glimmer of cunning and ambition flickering in his eyes. He doesn't look like an ordinary man. Could he be an alien from a distant planet? One of the nomads whispered to his companion, his voice tinged with reverence and awe. Whoever he is, we can't let him linger on our land for too long. We need to stay vigilant and protect our home. The third nomad murmured, his hand tightening around his weapon, ready for any threat that might arise. Lin Nan sensed the wariness and hostility in the eyes of the nomads, but he felt no fear. On the contrary, he looked down on their attitude with scorn and contempt. You wretched natives, do you not know who I am? I am a master of cosmic power. You should be kneeling at my feet, calling me your emperor. Lin Nan proclaimed haughtily, his voice brimming with authority and arrogance. At his words, the nomads' eyes flashed with anger and disdain. Though they lived in the desolate desert, they bowed to no one. They cherished their dignity and freedom. We are a free people, one of the nomads declared solemnly, his tone unyielding. We will never submit to the rule of any outsider. You can leave our land peacefully, or we won't hesitate to drive you out ourselves. Hearing this, Lin Nan's eyes glinted with fury and contempt. He hadn't expected these natives to dare defy his rule. Their resistance filled him with both rage and humiliation. Foolish natives, you will pay dearly for your ignorance. Lin Nan roared, his voice seething with rage and menace. At the edge of the desert, Lin Nan stood atop a rise, gazing proudly over the endless sands before him. The scorching sun cast his silhouette across the golden sea, making him seem the absolute ruler of this barren realm. I am Lin Nan, hailing from the far reaches of the cosmos, wielder of the power of the cosmic cube, he announced, his voice echoing across the desert, resonant with confidence and authority. His self-introduction sent a ripple of echoes through the desert, as if the very earth was trembling at his arrival. The nomads listened in silence, their eyes reflecting suspicion and caution. The cosmic cube? What's that? One nomad asked, surprise and curiosity lighting up his gaze. Lin Nan heard the question and chuckled, finding their ignorance truly laughable. The cosmic cube is one of the greatest forces in the universe. It can bend time and space to its will. No one can rival its power, he replied, his voice thick with pride and self-importance. Hearing this explanation, a flash of surprise and fear passed through the eyes of the nomads. They had never heard of the cosmic cube, nor could they have imagined such a powerful force existed. Why do you come to our land? What is it that you want? Another nomad asked, his voice edged with caution and distrust. When Lin Nan heard this question, a trace of cold indifference and contempt flickered in his eyes. He had no desire to explain himself to these lowly natives, convinced they could never comprehend his ambitions or goals. I am here to seek greater power. Only by mastering the force of the cosmic cube can I become the true ruler of the universe. His voice was cold and arrogant, filled with unwavering determination and obsession for his goal. Upon hearing this answer, an ominous feeling rose in the hearts of the nomads. They realized that this man, who called himself Lin Nan, was beyond anything they could handle. His ambition and power far surpassed their imagination. At the edge of the desert, just as Lin Nan was introducing himself to the nomads, a sudden group of people dressed in strange uniforms appeared. They were from the TVA, the Time Variance Authority. Their arrival was like a violent sandstorm, swiftly sweeping the desert scene under their control. Clad in standardized temporal uniforms, their cold faces bore a ruthless precision. When Lin Nan saw them arrive, a flash of wariness appeared in his eyes. The presence of the TVA signaled a threat. They were the supreme authority in the universe for managing time and space, tasked with maintaining the stability of the timeline and preventing any interference. TVA agents, one of the nomads cried out in alarm. They knew all too well what the TVA's presence meant. Their timeline might be in jeopardy. The TVA agents moved quickly, sealing off the desert's perimeter in an airtight formation. Their actions were swift and methodical. Ignoring the nomads, their attention turned directly to Lin Nan. So, you are Lin Nan? According to our records, you have caused serious interference with the timeline. A TVA agent stepped forward, his tone cold and severe. Lin Nan stood his ground, a hint of disdain and arrogance flickering in his gaze. The timeline? So what? I wield the power of the cosmic cube. Who dare stand in my way? The TVA agents faced Lin Nan's arrogance without flinching. By order of the Time Variance Authority, you must come with us and face judgment. Lin Nan let out a cold laugh. Judgment? What do you have to judge me? I am the master of the universe. You're nothing but insects. His voice dripped with scorn and contempt. The TVA agents stood expressionless, yet their eyes revealed a sense of unwavering resolve. No matter what kind of power you possess, you cannot escape the judgment of the Time Variance Authority. Lin Nan stood atop a high dune in the desert, facing the TVA agents. His gaze betrayed a flicker of caution and unease. Though prideful and arrogant, he knew that going up against the TVA would be a perilous battle. Lin Nan, you have violated the laws of time. You must stand trial, one of the TVA agents shouted, his voice ringing with solemn authority. Lin Nan looked back at them coldly, his heart brimming with anger and inner turmoil. He knew he had made a grave mistake, but he was not willing to yield to the TVA's pressure so easily. So you think you can control time? Ridiculous. Lin Nan sneered, his words laced with contempt and disdain. The TVA agents bristled at his retort, a flash of anger and disapproval crossing their faces. You cannot escape time's judgment, Lin Nan. The mistake you've made cannot be undone. Just then, a surge of powerful energy swept across the desert, splitting the sky like a bolt of lightning and sending waves of disturbance through the dunes. Both Lin Nan and the TVA agents felt the force of this energy. Surprise and tension appeared on all their faces. What's happening? A TVA agent exclaimed, his eyes wide with a flicker of panic and unease. Lin Nan cast a steady glance around, his eyes sharp with vigilance. What is this energy? Could it be another force has intervened? At that moment, from the epicenter of the energy burst, a figure emerged. He was clad in a magnificent robe, a golden crown atop his head, and in his hand a scepter radiating with strange light. Who are you? Another TVA agent cried out, gripping his weapon tightly, ready for whatever threat might come. Lin Nan fixed his gaze on the figure, surprise and curiosity sparking in his eyes. Could it be? The figure approached Lin Nan and the TVA agents, his presence commanding and authoritative. Lin Nan, you have indeed made a grave mistake, but I can give you a chance. Lin Nan was startled by the voice, his heart skipping a beat. Who are you? Why would you help me? The figure smiled faintly. I am a guardian of time. I know how you've interfered with the timeline, but I do not believe you are evil to the core. If you're willing to change, I can help you set things right. The figure who called himself the Guardian of Time stood before Lin Nan, holding a staff in his hand. His gaze was deep and penetrating, as if he could see right through to the struggles and contradictions within Lin Nan's heart. Are you the Guardian of Time? Lin Nan asked, his voice tinged with hesitation and mistrust. The Guardian of Time nodded. Yes, Lin Nan, I have seen into your soul. You are not a villain through and through. You have merely been blinded by ambition and lost your way. Lin Nan fell silent for a moment, sinking into deep thought. He knew he had indeed made grave mistakes, yet he was reluctant to give up the power he held in his hands. The Guardian's words left him conflicted, and he was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a female captain stepped out from among the TVA agents. She held a metal baton, her eyes unwavering and composed. Guardian of Time, we must act now. We cannot allow Lin Nan to continue interfering with the timeline, the captain declared, her voice firm and resolute. The Guardian of Time nodded in agreement. You're right, Captain. We can't let Lin Nan continue his reckless ways. Hearing this, a heavy feeling settled in Lin Nan's heart. He knew he was trapped, with no choice but to accept the Guardian's judgment. The consequences of refusal would be unimaginable. I'll accept your terms, Guardian of Time, Lin Nan finally decided, his voice betraying a hint of resignation and sorrow. A gentle smile appeared on the Guardian's face, his eyes filled with comfort and compassion. Very well, Lin Nan. I believe you will find your way back. At that moment, the female captain stepped forward, metal baton in hand, and with a swift motion, struck Lin Nan down. Don't even think about resisting again, she said coldly, quickly fastening a time-controlling collar around his neck. Lin Nan felt a strange energy emanate from the collar, making his body tremble involuntarily. He realized he was now completely restrained, with no hope of escaping the judgment of time. The Guardian of Time approached Lin Nan, his gaze brimming with kindness and hope. Lin Nan, you've accepted change. I will help you right your wrongs and find your path again. Lin Nan nodded quietly, his heart full of gratitude and remorse. He knew he was now on the right path, and he must strive to make amends and become a better man. After the Guardian of Time and the TVA agents led Lin Nan away, peace returned to the desert. The captain and her agents silently gathered their gear, preparing to leave this place where such upheaval had recently occurred. However, just as they were preparing to set out, a brilliant light suddenly appeared at the heart of the desert. The female captain and her agents instantly raised their weapons in alarm, unsure of what had just occurred or what might happen next. Gradually, the light faded, revealing a golden box that emanated a mysterious and powerful aura. The female captain stepped forward, studying the golden box intently. She could sense the limitless power contained within, stirring something deep inside her. "What is this thing?" one of the TVA agents asked curiously, his eyes shining with a mix of intrigue and excitement. The captain hesitated for a moment, fully aware that this golden box was likely no ordinary artifact. At the same time, she couldn't ignore the possibility that it might be a dangerous trap. "This box could be a tool capable of resetting time," the captain said slowly, her voice laced with caution and wariness. Upon hearing this explanation, the TVA agents exchanged glances, surprise and excitement flickering across their faces. A device that could reset time would mean the chance to alter the past, to mend the broken threads of the timeline, and restore order to everything. "What should we do?" another TVA agent asked, his voice filled with anticipation and hope. The female captain pondered for a while, fully aware of the gravity of this decision. Any mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet she also knew that, if used wisely, this tool might save countless worlds and restore balance to the timeline. "We'll bring this device back to TVA headquarters for further research and analysis," the captain finally declared, her tone firm and resolute. The TVA agents nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her decision. They understood that this time-resetting device must be handed over to headquarters, where skilled scientists and researchers could study and put it to proper use. With great care, the captain and her TVA agents secured the golden box, preparing to leave the desert and embark on a new round of adventure and discovery at TVA headquarters. At the desert's edge, the timekeepers and TVA agents gathered around the golden box, discussing their next steps. Just then, an intense flash of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Startled, everyone looked up to see a massive portal open before their eyes. This portal, under their control, was the gateway to TVA headquarters. They were ready to take Lin Nan back for judgment, while entrusting the time-resetting device to the experts for thorough scientific examination and analysis. "We have to leave here immediately," the captain said, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. The TVA agents sprang into action, surrounding Lin Nan at the center and preparing to escort him back to headquarters. Lin Nan was tightly restrained by several agents. A flash of disdain and anger crossed his face. "You insects, you're not worthy to walk alongside me." "Shut up," one of the agents snapped coldly, pressing his weapon firmly against Lin Nan's chest without the slightest mercy. They passed through the time portal and arrived at the TVA headquarters, an otherworldly dimension. The place was a sprawling complex, intricate and bewildering, like a vast labyrinth. The TVA agents skillfully guided the group through grand halls and winding corridors, heading straight for the highest chamber, the courtroom. The doors to the courtroom stood open. Inside, a senior TVA official awaited their arrival. He wore a resplendent uniform, his piercing gaze exuding gravity and authority. "Welcome back to TVA headquarters," the official said, his voice resonating with solemnity and justice. The group brought Lin Nan before the court. Everyone knew this would be a grave and difficult trial. Lin Nan's crimes were severe, and he would have to face the consequences imposed by the Time Variance Authority. The trial began. Lin Nan was fitted with a collar that suppressed his abilities, rendering him powerless. He could do nothing but quietly face the verdict that awaited him. "Lin Nan, your interference with the timeline has gravely endangered the stability of the universe. You must stand trial," the senior official declared, his tone both stern and commanding. Lin Nan fell silent for a moment. He knew there was no escape. He would have to submit to the TVA's judgment. "I accept the trial," Lin Nan finally answered, his voice tinged with resignation and a sense of loss. The proceedings were arduous and drawn out. In the end, Lin Nan was sentenced to permanent confinement. He was to be imprisoned in a time-locked cell from which there was no escape, remaining there until he learned to repent and change his ways. After the trial, the group handed over the time-resetting device to TVA headquarters, entrusting it to expert scientists for study and analysis. The device held immense power. If harnessed properly, it might bring new hope and opportunities to the universe. Standing in the courtroom, Lin Nan's mind was already racing, plotting his escape. He understood that even though the collar suppressed his control over the timeline, he could not resign himself to captivity. His thoughts churned, searching desperately for a chance to break free. The trial continued, the judge's words echoing through the hall. Yet Lin Nan's mind wandered far away, clinging to any sliver of hope for escape. "Lin Nan, your interference with the timeline has gravely undermined the stability of the universe. You must stand trial." The senior official's voice was heavy and stern. A chill ran through Lin Nan's heart. He knew the Time Variance Authority would show no mercy for his offenses. Still, the thought of escape refused to leave him. Suddenly, A glimmer of hope appeared before his eyes. As one of the agents adjusted his collar, his grip faltered for just a moment, creating a tiny gap in the collar's connection. Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. He sensed an opportunity. He surreptitiously flexed his wrists, twisting his body ever so slightly, trying to widen the gap just enough to break free. His body quivered, and a thin sheen of sweat gathered on his brow. The authorities' agents remained focused on the proceedings, oblivious to Lin Nan's subtle movements. At last, the gap grew wide enough. Summoning all his strength, Lin Nan strained to force his head through the loosened collar. He could feel the rough material scraping against his neck, but he ignored the pain, pouring every ounce of will into his escape. But just as he thought he was about to break free, the collar suddenly blazed with dazzling light, engulfing his entire body. An invisible force gripped him tight, rendering him completely immobile. "Alert! Lin Nan is attempting to escape," an agent shouted. The others sprang into action at once. A wave of helplessness washed over Lin Nan. His plan had failed. The collar's power was overwhelming. There was no way to resist. The senior official's brow furrowed. He looked at Lin Nan with icy detachment. "Lin Nan, your attempted escape will only bring you an even heavier price." Lin Nan closed his eyes, his heart a storm of struggle and resignation. He understood he was trapped, compelled to face judgment and accept the consequences of his actions. The trial continued. Lin Nan, bound upon the tribunal platform, was consumed by helplessness and despair. But just then, the female captain unexpectedly picked up a remote and pressed a button aimed at the collar around Lin Nan's neck. A faint glow flickered from the collar. Suddenly, Lin Nan felt the strength leave his body, but in the same instant, a wave of freedom washed over him. The collar's restraint dissolved. "What just happened?" One of the agents exclaimed in disbelief, none of them understanding the captain's intention. The female captain looked at Lin Nan with calm composure, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. "Lin Nan, you have been punished, but I do not believe you are a villain at heart. I believe you can change and become a better man." Lin Nan felt a jolt in his heart. He hadn't expected the female captain to show him such mercy. A surge of gratitude and guilt washed over him, for he knew he had been given a chance to start anew. "Thank you, Captain," Lin Nan murmured, his voice tinged with remorse and sincere gratitude. The female captain nodded. She understood her decision might stir up some controversy, but she trusted her instincts. "I believe you'll find the right path," she said. With those words, the captain pressed a button on the remote, sending Lin Nan back to his original place. Standing once more before the judgment platform, Lin Nan felt a renewed sense of hope and determination for the future. He resolved to prove his change through his actions. The proceedings resumed, but the atmosphere had subtly shifted. The people around Lin Nan began to look at him differently. They might not trust him completely yet, but at least he had been granted the chance to begin again. Lin Nan's eyes grew resolute and unwavering. Though he faced a daunting challenge ahead, he was ready to prove his transformation with unwavering resolve. Standing in the hall of judgment, awaiting the verdict, Lin Nan's emotions surged within him. Even with the captain's forgiveness, he felt a storm of inner turmoil and unease. At that moment, a massive elevator door suddenly slid open, revealing a dark and mysterious passage beyond. Two agents shoved Lin Nan roughly into the elevator. He felt a sudden weightlessness, as if the entire world was shaking violently around him. "Where am I?" Lin Nan blurted out, fear and confusion trembling in his voice. The agents only stared at him coolly, offering no answers. Their faces were stern, as if waiting for further instructions. The elevator continued its descent. Lin Nan sensed he was being taken to a place utterly unknown. He looked around, but found only pitch-black darkness. There was nothing to indicate where he was. Suddenly, the elevator came to an abrupt halt. Lin Nan felt himself pulled downward by a powerful force, as if he were plummeting into an abyss. He cried out, desperate to grab onto something to steady himself, but there was nothing but emptiness all around. Helplessly, he was swallowed by the darkness. Terror and despair flooded his heart. He had no idea what fate awaited him. With a silent prayer for survival and a glimmer of hope, he shut his eyes tight. Just as he thought he would be lost to an endless abyss, Lin Nan suddenly felt his body come to a stop. He opened his eyes to find himself suspended in a strange and mysterious space. This place was filled with uncanny energy, making Lin Nan feel an inexplicable sense of dread, and excitement surged within him. He glanced around, only to find himself surrounded by endless darkness. Every so often, strange gleams flickered through the void, as though some unknown power was being unveiled before his eyes. "Where's this place?" Lin Nan asked cautiously, his voice sounding unusually faint in a vast expanse. But aside from the echo of his own words, there was no response. It felt as if he had been cast into a world utterly deserted, with nothing around him but shadows and silence. A deep sense of unease and fear welled up in Lin Nan's heart. He knew he had to find a way out quickly if he hoped to escape the peril that surrounded him. Focusing his mind, he began searching for any sign that might lead him to freedom. His heartbeat quickened, pounding in a steady rhythm, each thump a stark reminder of just how dangerous his predicament was. Yet, he refused to give in to despair. Only by staying calm and courageous could he hold onto the hope of survival. Lin Nan started to move, inch by careful inch, exploring the unknown environment with utmost vigilance. His gaze would sometimes sweep into the distance, sometimes drop to the ground before his feet, in hopes of discovering even the slimmest chance to break free from this crisis. Standing in that mysterious space, Lin Nan felt the oppressive darkness pressing in from all sides, his heart gripped by fear and anxiety. He moved his feet slowly, step by step, searching desperately for a glimmer of hope that might help him escape this treacherous place. With each step, faint echoes rippled through the vastness, making him feel as if he had wandered into an immense chamber of reverberations. His own heartbeat and breathing grew unnaturally loud, magnified by the emptiness around him. Suddenly, a shaft of light cut through the gloom. In the distance, Lin Nan caught sight of a massive door, glowing with a dim, beckoning radiance. A surge of hope lifted his spirits, and he hurried his pace, striding toward the doorway. But as he drew closer, he noticed rows of strange characters etched across the door, shimmering softly. He squinted, straining to make sense of them, only to realize they belonged to an ancient and enigmatic script, their meaning lost to him. Lin Nan furrowed his brow, pondering how he might open the door. Just then, he felt an odd sensation beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw a peculiar stone slab embedded in the floor, covered with bizarre, intricate symbols. He bent down, studying the markings intently, trying to guess at their significance. But no sooner had he begun to think than a faint, ghostly light flared from the center of the slab, illuminating the entire space. Startled, Lin Nan stared at the astonishing sight before him, unsure of what was happening. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the darkness. "Welcome to the Gate of Time, Lin Nan." The voice rang out, clear and commanding, as though echoing from the depths of the void. Lin Nan froze in place. He had no idea where the voice was coming from, nor did he know who it belonged to. Yet, his heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. He longed to discover what kind of challenge lay before him. "Who's there?" Lin Nan called out, trying to locate the source of the voice. But all around him was darkness. Aside from that towering gate, he could see nothing at all. "I'm a guardian of the Gate of Time. I preside over everything within this space." The voice returned, imbued with a sense of solemnity and mystery. Something stirred within Lin Nan. He could tell he was facing an unimaginably powerful presence. To earn the right to pass, he would have to proceed with utmost caution. "Guardian, please tell me, how can I open this gate?" Lin Nan asked respectfully, seeking guidance from the mysterious figure. "You must first pass the trial of time. Only then will you be granted the right to cross." The answer came, laden with gravity and authority. Lin Nan's heart quickened. He understood that a formidable test awaited him, but he did not shrink back. He trusted in his own courage and wisdom to overcome whatever lay ahead. "Please tell me, Guardian, how do I begin this trial?" Lin Nan requested, eager for the next instruction. "You must confront both your past and your future and discover the truth within your heart. Only then will the Gate of Time acknowledge you." The words flowed slowly, deep and enigmatic. Guided by the Guardian of the Gate of Time, Lin Nan's journey of trial began. He was led into a mysterious chamber, thick with an aura both ancient and enigmatic. Strange symbols and patterns covered the walls, lending the space an even greater sense of unfathomable mystery. Lin Nan looked around, a blend of curiosity and caution welling up inside him. He had no idea what kind of trial awaited, but his heart was steeled with determination and courage. He drew a deep breath, ready to face the challenge ahead. "This is a room that will test the truth of your heart." The voice of the Gate of Time rang out once more. "Here, you will confront your past and your future and find the truth that lies within." Lin Nan nodded, a silent signal that he was prepared. His gaze swept carefully across every corner of the chamber, searching for clues that might unravel the riddle before him. Suddenly, a luminous projection appeared on one wall in the center of the room. Within that glow, scenes from Lin Nan's past and possible futures flickered into view. He saw moments from his life that had already passed, as well as challenges and opportunities that might await him. Was this really how I used to be? Lin Nan gazed at the projection, his heart surging with a tide of emotions, some joyful, some painful, and some bewildered. Yes, this is both your past and your future, the truest reflection of your inner self, came the voice of the Gate of Time once more. You must face yourself with courage if you wish to find the answers you seek. Lin Nan closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath as he tried to calm the turbulence within. He let his mind wander back over his life, from the naive innocence of childhood, through the struggles and triumphs of growing up, to the confusion and uncertainty he now faced. Who am I? Lin Nan asked, searching within for the answer to his soul. You are one who pursues truth and justice, your heart filled with courage and resolve. The Gate of Time replied. You have faced many challenges and ordeals, yet you have never given up. Your inner strength has always guided you forward. Something stirred within Lin Nan as he heard these words. At last, he understood the truth of his own heart. He was a seeker of truth, a warrior who would face any trial with courage, never backing down, never giving up. Thank you, Gate of Time, Lin Nan said, bowing deeply in gratitude. Now I understand. I will walk forward with courage, no matter how many difficulties and dangers lie ahead. As Lin Nan finished speaking, the projection in the room slowly faded away, replaced by a brilliant light. The radiance filled the chamber, enveloping Lin Nan as if bestowing a sacred blessing upon him. He felt an immense power pour into his body, filling his heart with unwavering confidence and determination. He knew that he had passed the test and received the recognition and blessing of the Gate of Time. Lin Nan stepped out of the chamber, holding the shining ticket in his hand, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. But just as he looked up, ready to move forward, an astonishing scene caught his eye. Not far away, a person was surrounded by several soldiers clad in black uniforms. Despair and fear were etched across the person's face. Lin Nan quickened his pace, heading toward the scene, eager to understand what was happening. As he drew closer, he heard the voices of the soldiers and the desperate pleas of the person. Please, just give me a little more time. I only lost my ticket by accident, the person begged, their voice trembling with despair and helplessness. I'm sorry, but rules are rules. Without a ticket, you cannot pass, the soldiers replied coldly, their voices hard and unyielding. Weapons in hand, they showed not a hint of sympathy. Lin Nan's heart clenched as he realized what was happening. In this realm, without a ticket, one could not pass through the Gate of Time, and would face the terrifying risk of being erased. Wait! Lin Nan shouted, his voice ringing out as he tried to halt the soldier's actions. Let me check on his condition. The soldiers paused, their attention shifting to Lin Nan. Their faces remained cold and impassive, as if his interference meant nothing to them. Who are you? What right do you have to meddle in our actions? One of the soldiers asked icily, his eyes brimming with suspicion and hostility. Lin Nan felt a chill run through him. He knew he had to tread carefully if he wanted to keep this person safe. I'm a challenger from the Gate of Time. I have the authority to speak on his behalf. Lin Nan replied firmly, his voice steady and resolute. The soldiers hesitated, recognizing that a challenger's status carried a certain weight within the Gate of Time. None of them dared to offend him lightly. Fina, you have 1 minute, a soldier said coldly, his grip on his weapon unyielding as he kept a wary eye on Lin Nan. Lin Nan stepped closer to the man. He saw fear and despair etched across the man's face, but in his eyes, a faint glimmer of hope struggled to shine through. What's your name? Lin Nan asked gently, hoping to calm the man's nerves. My name is Alan. I just lost my ticket by accident, Alan replied in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with regret and remorse. Don't worry. We'll work this out, Lin Nan reassured him, trying to offer some comfort and hope. Glancing around, Lin Nan searched for any clue that might prove Alan's identity and story. He found nothing helpful, realizing he would have to find another way out of this predicament. Without hesitation, Lin Nan reached into his pocket and pulled out his own ticket. The shimmering proof of entry had suddenly become his most precious possession. Carefully, he handed it to the soldier, hoping this gesture would save the stranger before him. The soldier took the ticket, scrutinizing it carefully. After confirming the information, a faint, satisfied smile appeared on his face. He handed the ticket back to Lin Nan and signaled to the others to let Alan go. This is your ticket. Be sure to take better care of it next time, the soldier cautioned, his tone laced with warning. Lin Nan nodded gratefully, relief flooding his heart. As the soldier returned the ticket, Lin Nan felt a surge of joy and comfort. Yet, instead of leaving right away, he turned and walked over to Alan. You're safe now. Remember to keep your ticket close, Lin Nan said kindly, hoping to offer Alan a measure of reassurance and courage. Alan lifted his head, his eyes shining with gratitude and admiration. He knew how lucky he was to have received Lin Nan's help. Without it, he might have simply ceased to exist. "Thank you. You saved my life," Alan said gratefully, his voice brimming with emotion and warmth. Lin Nan smiled and nodded, saying little more, for he knew that words could no longer capture the sincerity of his feelings. He turned and walked away from that place, continuing on his journey. Yet his heart remained filled with concern and worry for that stranger. He hoped that the man would weather this trial safely and find his way back to his own world. Leaving that scene behind, Lin Nan pressed on, fully aware of the long road still ahead. In this world teeming with uncertainties and challenges, he knew he must remain ever vigilant and relentlessly improve himself if he hoped to achieve ultimate victory. Near the portal of time and space, a sudden glow flared across the wall of television screens, projecting an immense image. On the screen unfolded a vivid animated short, recounting the origins of the TVA. The animation began amidst a boundless chaos, when a sudden flash of light burst forth, like a bolt of cosmic lightning, splitting the darkness wide open. As the light faded, a mysterious space emerged, the birthplace of the TVA. Within this realm stood a magnificent structure, towering into the clouds, awe-inspiring in its grandeur. Its exterior sparkled with a futuristic metallic sheen, glowing with an enigmatic brilliance, as if it were a technological marvel from a distant future. In the scene, a group of people in matching uniforms busied themselves, weaving through every corner of the building, engaged in their demanding tasks. Some fixed their gaze intently on surveillance screens. Others pored over data analysis, while still others coordinated between different departments. Atop the building stood a leaderly figure, wielding a golden scepter, his bearing solemn and his gaze profound. He was the founder of the TVA, the one who maintained the stability and order of the timelines. As the animation unfolded, the scenes shifted. The establishment of the TVA, the birth of the timekeepers, the vigilant monitoring and safeguarding of the timeline, and the relentless battles with those who threatened the fabric of space and time. The entire animation vividly depicted the TVA's mission and duty, along with their tireless struggle for the peace of the universe. Lin Nan and the female agent watched the animation in silence, their hearts filled with awe and admiration. They both understood that the TVA was one of the most crucial organizations in the universe. Its existence and work were vital to the stability and order of all things. "The TVA's mission is truly remarkable," the female agent whispered, her eyes shining with respect for the TVA. Lin Nan nodded. "Yes, they've made tremendous sacrifices for the sake of peace throughout the universe," he replied, his voice full of genuine admiration for the TVA's work. After the cartoon ended on the television wall, the room fell into a heavy silence. A weight settled over Lin Nan and the female agent, as they realized that peace in the universe was hard-won, maintained only through countless catastrophes and sacrifices. "All of this, it's truly chilling," the agent whispered, a trace of sadness and helplessness flickering in her eyes. Lin Nan nodded quietly, fully aware of the universe's history, written in blood and tears. Yes, the universe was born in diversity, but that very diversity has condemned it to endless wars and suffering. Images flooded their minds. Wars raging between the stars, the destruction of entire planets, the disappearance of innocent lives. It was a history steeped in darkness and despair, where people, driven by the lust for power and resources, plunged into frenzied slaughter. Suddenly, a flash of light shattered their thoughts, pulling them back to reality. They remembered that the task before them mattered most now. They had to give everything they had to complete their mission and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the universe. "We can't let history repeat itself," Lin Nan said gravely, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "We must do everything in our power to preserve stability and peace throughout the universe." The female agent nodded in agreement. "Yes, we can't allow those past horrors to return," she said, determination shining in her gaze. They understood, as members of the TVA, the immense responsibility they bore. They had to stay vigilant at all times, guarding against any action that might threaten the timeline. At this crucial moment, unity and bravery were their only chances to protect themselves and fulfill their mission. Just as Lin Nan and the agent pondered their next steps, three mysterious figures suddenly appeared in the corner of the room. Their arrival was silent and abrupt, as if they had emerged from thin air. The three figures wore gleaming suits of armor, radiant helmets crowning their heads, looking every bit like warriors from the future. Their eyes shone with a wisdom that seemed to transcend time and space, making them appear both enigmatic and dignified. "The timekeepers," the agent gasped, her voice filled with astonishment and awe. Lin Nan's brow furrowed. He knew the timekeepers were the supreme authority within the TVA, beings of extraordinary power and wisdom. "We have the honor of meeting the timekeepers," he said, his voice rich with respect and admiration. The three timekeepers advanced toward Lin Nan and the agent, their steps light yet assured, radiating an unmatched strength and majesty with every stride. Their gazes swept over the entire room, as if nothing could escape their all-seeing eyes. "Lin Nan, agent, we have arrived." One of the timekeepers spoke, his voice steady and commanding. "We are here to weave the multiverse into a single, unified timeline and bring order for the peace of the entire universe." Lin Nan and the female agent felt a surge of emotion at these words. They understood that the arrival of the timekeepers meant that the order of the universe would be further safeguarded and stabilized. Well aware of the timekeepers' extraordinary power and wisdom, they trusted that these guardians would achieve this crucial mission. "We will do everything in our power to support the work of the timekeepers," Lin Nan said solemnly, his voice brimming with resolve and determination. The female agent nodded firmly. "Yes, we will give our all to contribute to the peace of the universe," she added, her eyes shining with unwavering conviction. The three timekeepers exchanged knowing smiles. With Lin Nan and the female agent as allies, they were confident that this mission would proceed smoothly and end in success. United in purpose, they believed that through collective effort, they could create an even brighter future for peace across the cosmos. Under the leadership of the timekeepers, Lin Nan, the female agent, and the other TVA members embarked on their daunting task. They gave their utmost, working tirelessly to organize and preserve the timelines of the multiverse. Day and night, they pressed on without complaint, employing every strategy and resource to maintain stability and harmony across all timelines. In the process, the TVA became one of the most vital institutions in the universe. They established sophisticated monitoring devices and observation stations, keeping a constant watch over every shift and development in the timelines. Strict management systems and security protocols were put in place to ensure that no timeline would suffer disruption or sabotage. Thanks to the TVA's vigilant oversight, the timelines of the multiverse were managed and protected with remarkable effectiveness. Any attempt to interfere with the timeline was swiftly detected and thwarted. Their outstanding efficiency inspired confidence and hope for the universe's future. "Our duty is to safeguard the stability of the timelines," declared a TVA member, a note of pride and responsibility in their voice. "Only by preserving the integrity and harmony of the timelines can the universe enjoy peace and prosperity." Lin Nan and the female agent took an active role in the TVA's work, always alert and ever ready to contribute their wisdom and strength to the peace of the universe. They understood the paramount importance of the timelines, and knew that only through unity and collaboration could the universe's stability and tranquility be preserved. Under the watchful eye of the TVA, the universe entered a long era of stability. People enjoyed peaceful and happy lives, no longer troubled by the threat of war or disaster. They were grateful to the heroes who silently guarded the timeline, for it was thanks to their presence that the universe could maintain its lasting peace and prosperity. As the TVA became one of the most powerful forces in the universe, they took on the responsibility of safeguarding the stability of the timeline. For those who attempted to recklessly disrupt the timeline across the multiverse, the TVA enforced strict punishment to preserve peace and order throughout the cosmos. Whenever someone broke the rules of the timeline, trying to profit or sow chaos by moving between different times and places, TVA agents would spring into action, swiftly apprehending the offenders and bringing them to justice. Clad in armor and armed with advanced weapons, the agents moved quickly and with precision, leaving no chance for the criminals to escape. "Target locked. Prepare to initiate pursuit," commanded one TVA agent, his voice cold and resolute. At his signal, the TVA agents quickly fanned out, taking up strategic positions to form an impenetrable blockade. Their eyes tracked every suspicious movement, ready to strike at any moment and bring the lawbreakers to justice. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked from the distance. A figure darted through time and space with lightning speed, desperately trying to elude the TVA's pursuit. His movements were so swift that he seemed almost impossible to catch, but under the agent's concentrated fire, fate had already closed in on him. "Don't move," barked one agent, his weapon trained steadily on the target. Yet the fugitive showed no intention of surrendering. He continued to struggle against the TVA's pursuit, determined to escape at any cost. "You can't run forever," another agent said in a steely voice, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Lin Nan and the female agent joined the pursuit. Their movements were agile and well-coordinated, leaving the fugitive with no opening to escape. "There's nowhere left to run," Lin Nan said coolly, his words carrying an unshakable determination. The female agent followed closely. Surrender. There's no way out for you now. Surrounded by the TVA agents, the fugitive gradually fell into despair, realizing that escape was impossible. At last, he gave up his resistance, raising his hands in surrender. Well done. One of the agents stepped forward to cuff the fugitive, his voice brimming with triumphant satisfaction. Lin Nan was a young scientist from Earth. An unexpected laboratory accident had flung him into this unknown universe. Before him stretched a strange and magnificent starry sky, filling his heart with both curiosity and unease. As time passed, Lin Nan gradually adapted to life in this exotic cosmos. He discovered that this universe was nothing like Earth. Here, all manner of wondrous and powerful creatures and energies existed. What fascinated him most was the presence of superheroes and supernatural powers. On one planet, he encountered a team of superheroes reminiscent of Earth's Avengers. Each hero possessed unique abilities and a distinct mission, fighting bravely to defend peace across the universe. Through them, Lin Nan met some extraordinary companions who helped him slowly unravel the mysteries of this world. However, it wasn't long before the universe was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. A dark force from the far reaches of space threatened the peace and safety of the entire galaxy. The superheroes had no choice but to unite, launching into a fierce battle against this ominous threat. Lin Nan played a pivotal role in the conflict. Drawing on his knowledge of Earth technology, he provided the team with unprecedented support and weaponry. At the same time, he continued to explore and strengthen his own potential through every skirmish. As the battle raged on, Lin Nan began to realize that his arrival here was no mere accident. He might be the very key foretold in a prophecy of the cosmos, and his powers could well become the decisive factor in this war. Throughout this journey, Lin Nan forged deep friendships with the superheroes and came to understand the true meaning of responsibility and courage. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the future and an insatiable desire to explore the endless mysteries of the universe. Now, Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj stood atop an open-air platform in an interstellar city. Behind them, the night sky sparkled with a sea of brilliant stars, while ahead, colossal towers loomed against the cosmic horizon. In their hands, they held a top-secret dossier they had just obtained from the Universal Surveillance Bureau. Inside were clues tied to the shadowy forces at work. Kamar-Taj was a seasoned cosmic investigator on this planet, well-versed in alien cultures and covert intelligence. She often traversed the farthest reaches of the universe in pursuit of hidden truths. As for Lin Nan, he had been swept into this cosmic calamity by a twist of fate, becoming one of the key figures in the battle for the universe. Kamar-Taj, the clues in this dossier look incredibly thorny. According to the records, it seems these dark forces are hiding somewhere in the universe. What could their true purpose be? Lin Nan furrowed his brow, a hint of concern showing on his face. Kamar-Taj switched the projection on the screen to the first clue within the dossier. A segment of coded messages flickered into view. She fixed her gaze on the display, her tone grave. These clues suggest that a dark force is seeking to seize control of an energy source said to possess the power to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. If this energy falls into their hands, the entire cosmos could face annihilation. Lin Nan's eyes were locked on the records, a surge of determination rising within him. "We have to stop them," he declared without hesitation. "Yes, but these clues aren't enough. We need more information and solid evidence before we can uncover the dark faction's actual plan," Kamar-Taj replied, her expression full of concern as she looked at Lin Nan. She knew just how formidable this Earth scientist could be, yet the scale of this confrontation was beyond anything he had ever faced. Together, they decided to travel to an abandoned planet, once a secret base of the Dark Force. Navigating through the stars, they arrived at this desolate, forsaken world, a ruin at the edge of the galaxy. "It looks like this place has been deserted for a long time," Lin Nan observed, glancing around and sensing the heavy, oppressive silence that enveloped the planet. Suddenly, a strange surge of energy caught their attention. At once, they became alert, slipping into the shadows of the ruins. In the distance, a dark figure appeared, as if searching for something. "Kama, is that?" Lin Nan whispered. "A scout from the Dark Force. We need to be extremely cautious and avoid being detected," Kamar-Taj replied, her brow furrowed. She was well aware of how cunning their enemies could be. The two of them moved silently among the scattered remains, doing their best to evade the scout's search. Suddenly, a clamor erupted beneath their feet. A horde of mechanical creatures burst from the rubble, surging toward them. "Quick, Lin Nan, we have to get out of here." Kamar-Taj gripped her energy weapon tightly, standing side by side with Lin Nan as they fought back. Lin Nan was no less formidable. He activated the technological device in his hand, sending out powerful waves of energy that blasted the mechanical creatures back one by one. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to escape their pursuers, taking refuge in a shadowy corner of the planet. We have to find their hideout and uncover more clues, Lin Nan said, his eyes unwavering. Kamar-Taj nodded. She understood the dangers of this mission, but she also believed in Lin Nan's resolve and courage. Together, they pressed on, crossing the starlit void in pursuit of the Dark Forces trail. Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj traversed the stars, their purpose clear: to investigate the movements of the Dark Forces and seek out the vital clues that could prevent the universe's end. After a fierce battle, they arrived at an abandoned cosmic outpost, rumored to have once served as a secret base for the Dark Powers. Standing amidst the ruins, the two furrowed their brows. The place was utterly silent. Only the faint clatter of debris, stirred by the wind, broke the stillness. Kamar-Taj manipulated her scanning device, intent on uncovering any leads. Lin Nan, this was once an important stronghold for the Dark Forces. We must be careful and not let our guard down, Kamar-Taj cautioned. Lin Nan nodded, feeling the subtle threat that lingered in the desolate site. Suddenly, his tech detector emitted a faint signal. He moved toward its source and discovered a half-open door among the wreckage. There's a door here. Maybe we'll find some clues inside, Lin Nan said. The two approached the doorway in silence. Lin Nan carefully pushed the door open just enough for them to slip through. Beyond it lay a dim corridor, its walls lined with aging control panels and flickering lights. They advanced down the passage, dodging fallen stones and the remnants of broken machinery. At the end of the corridor, they entered a vast control room, once the nerve center where the Dark Forces monitor the universe. In the middle stood an enormous display screen, still shimmering with galactic data. Look here. These readings, Kamar-Taj frowned, trying to decipher the words and charts on the screen. Lin Nan stepped up to the console, attempting to activate the display. At once, a cascade of star maps and timelines flashed across the screen, and a few anomalous highlights immediately drew their attention. These irregularly lit locations in time and space. Could these be the sites where the end of the universe is set to unfold? Lin Nan exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Kamar-Taj stared at the screen, a shadow of worry crossing her gaze. It seems the Dark Forces not only seek to control energy sources, they're also attempting to alter the flow of time itself, to bring about the apocalypse. Suddenly, alarms blared in the control room, and a squad of Dark Force operatives appeared at the entrance. They were heavily armed and regarded Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj with cold, expressionless faces. We have to get out of here, Lin Nan shouted. Kamar-Taj reacted instantly, drawing her energy gun and standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Nan as they prepared for battle. The control room erupted into chaos, the sharp bursts of energy weapons filling the air. Thinking quickly, Lin Nan used the equipment on the console to try to disrupt the operatives' communications and gear. Kamar-Taj, swift as a lightning bolt, darted through the fray, taking down several agents in the blink of an eye. The battle raged with exceptional intensity, and Lin Nan's coordination with Kamar-Taj grew ever more seamless. Making clever use of the nearby cover and the wreckage of machines, they deftly evaded enemy attacks while constantly searching for a way to escape. At last, seizing on a moment of hesitation from the strike team, the two managed a daring breakout, slipping free from the ring of control room pursuers. They dashed down the corridor, out of the ruins, and emerged onto the planet's surface. We need to find a way to stop the plans of the Dark Forces, Lin Nan said, his breath coming in gasps. Kamar-Taj clenched her fists, fully aware that this fight was only the beginning, and that the Dark Powers plot was far from revealed. They would have to uncover more clues and act quickly to prevent the coming apocalypse that threatened the universe. Together, Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj journeyed through the cosmos, continuing their pursuit of leads on the Dark Forces. Their quest was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but with every step, the complexity of the cosmic crisis began to unfold before them. Seated in the control room of their starship, Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj looked back on the battles they had just survived. Lin Nan, you really are a strange earthling. How could you start thinking about your childhood mischief in such a dangerous moment? Kamar-Taj asked with a laugh. A trace of embarrassment crossed Lin Nan's face. He cleared his throat and tried to explain, well, that was just a silly prank from when I was a kid. I wasn't a bad person, really. Kamar-Taj's eyes sparkled with amusement and curiosity. Come on, tell me, what happened? Lin Nan gazed quietly out the starship's window, lost in memories of those mischievous days. It was a long time ago, he began. I was a little troublemaker back then. One day, I snuck into a research lab because I was always fascinated by technology and eager to explore anything new. There I found a jar of blue stuff that looked just like candy, and then he paused, a youthful grin lighting up his eyes. Kamar-Taj prompted him, and then, "What did you do with that blue stuff?" Lin Nan chuckled and went on, "So I took a bit of it and shaped it into candy. I gave it to a bunch of kids nearby. After they ate it, their mouths turned completely blue. They looked hilarious. But later I realized it was an experimental dye, not meant for eating at all. Luckily, they were fine, just turned into temporary blue elves, you could say." Kamar-Taj burst out laughing. "Lin Nan, you really were a rascal. But I admire your passion for science and your curiosity. Maybe that very spirit is what made you the key member of our mission." Lin Nan smiled gently, a swell of pride rising in his heart. He never expected that his childhood mischief would one day be linked to his current mission. This light-hearted conversation brought him a sense of ease and relief he had never felt before. Suddenly, the control panel of the starship blared with an alarm. Kamar-Taj was instantly on alert, checking the instruments. "There's an abnormal energy fluctuation. It looks like something is changing nearby," Kamar-Taj said, furrowing his brow. Lin Nan joined him in examining the equipment and soon discovered the unusual ripples of energy. Without delay, they activated the starship and set course for the source of the disturbance. As they traveled, Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj continually adjusted their instruments, trying to capture more data. Suddenly, an abandoned planet emerged before their eyes. "This must be the source of the energy fluctuation. Let's see what's happening," Lin Nan said. The starship descended slowly onto the planet's surface. Both of them suited up, preparing to investigate. The planet was desolate and bleak. Dust swirled through the air, and a thick layer of ash blanketed the ground. Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj moved cautiously across the surface, their scanners emitting faint signals as they searched. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light burst from beneath the planet's crust, streaking past them and taking shape as a towering cosmic warrior. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our domain?" The cosmic warrior eyed Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj with wary suspicion. Kamar-Taj quickly explained, "We are cosmic investigators, members of the Alliance resisting the forces of darkness. We traced the abnormal energy fluctuation to this place and came to investigate." The cosmic warrior paused, pondering their words, and seemed to relax just a little. Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj soon learned that he was the planet's guardian, entrusted with protecting an important energy structure here. "We detected some unusual energy waves. It might be part of the Dark Forces plot," Lin Nan said, hoping to clarify their intentions. The cosmic warrior's brow remained tightly knit, as if he too realized the gravity of the situation. He agreed to cooperate with Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj, and together they set out to investigate the strange occurrences on the planet. The three of them made their way toward the core of the energy structure. Lin Nan's technological scanner kept sounding alerts, directing them toward the source of the disturbances. Suddenly, a group of agents from the Dark Forces appeared around the energy structure, clearly targeting the energy source. "It looks like they've already found this place. We have to stop them." Kamar-Taj gripped his energy weapon tightly. Lin Nan fixed his gaze on the agents, a determined glint flashing in his mind. They had to thwart the Dark Forces plot and protect the peace of the universe. Within the very heart of the planet's energy structure, Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the Cosmic Warrior confronted the agents of the Dark Forces in a fierce clash. Sparks and surges of energy filled the air around the structure, and the battlefield shifted from moment to moment. Lin Nan wielded his advanced technological devices, unleashing powerful waves of energy that sent a group of enemy agents reeling backward. His mind worked swiftly, adapting to the changing tides of battle, remaining vigilant at every turn. Kamar-Taj, with her exceptional combat skills, moved nimbly among the enemies. Brandishing her energy weapon, she radiated dazzling light, breaking through the Dark Forces' offensives with each precise strike. The Cosmic Warrior, a vital pillar of the team, drew upon immense cosmic power, subduing the agents one by one. During a brief lull in the fighting, Lin Nan couldn't help but ask, "Cosmic Warrior, what do you know about the purpose of these dark forces? Why are they so obsessed with this energy structure?" After a moment's contemplation, the Cosmic Warrior replied, "According to our intelligence, the dark forces intend to use this energy structure to alter the very course of time in the universe, bringing about the end of the world. They seek endless power and dominion, even at the price of absolute destruction. We must stop them and safeguard the universe's peace and harmony." Hearing this, Lin Nan and Kamar-Taj felt a chill in their hearts. They realized just how ruthless and deranged the dark forces truly were. In the vastness of the cosmos, an apocalyptic cataclysm would unleash boundless disaster and suffering. The battle raged on, agents launching wave after wave of attacks. Yet Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the Cosmic Warrior fought in perfect harmony, always holding the upper hand. Their goal was clear: to thwart the Dark Force's conspiracy and defend the peace of the universe. Suddenly, an agent lunged toward the core of the energy structure, attempting to seize control of its power. Kamar-Taj's eyes narrowed. She sprang into action, launching a swift counterattack. "Don't let them near the energy core," Kamar-Taj shouted, her voice ringing out. Seizing the critical moment, Lin Nan decided to use his technology to disrupt the control system of the energy structure. With frantic determination, he manipulated his devices, doing everything he could to sever the connection between the dark agents and the heart of the energy source. The enemy agents became increasingly desperate, willing to risk everything to place the energy structure under their command. But against the unyielding resistance of Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the Cosmic Warrior, they could not break through the defensive line. As the fight reached a decisive moment, the energy structure began to tremble violently, like the beating heart of the universe itself. Lin Nan sensed a tremendous force surging up from deep below. He realized this was more than a battle. It was a moment that would determine the fate of the cosmos. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, a peculiar contrast between the timing of the apocalypse and the mischievous crimes of his childhood. Back then, he had ignorantly turned scientific experiments into blue candies. Now, the forces of darkness were trying to use technology to change the fate of the universe. This stark difference brought him sudden clarity. "Karma, we must stop them." Determination gleamed in Lin Nan's eyes. Kamar-Taj nodded, understanding Lin Nan's resolve. Together, they pressed on with all their strength, pushing back wave after wave of the agent's attacks. The Cosmic Warrior fixed his gaze on the energy core. Suddenly, he raised his energy rod, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Instantly, the core blazed with light, erupting with tremendous cosmic force. The dark agents recoiled in terror, their nefarious scheme thoroughly defeated. Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the Cosmic Warrior stood before the energy structure, savoring the sweet joy of victory. But in that very moment, the energy structure began to collapse, and the cosmic energy spiraled out of control. Facing the raging energy storm, the three were filled with an immense sense of challenge. "We must channel this energy back into the universe, or the consequences will be unimaginable," shouted the Cosmic Warrior. Confronted with the catastrophe of the collapsing energy structure, Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the Cosmic Warrior sprang into action, racing to redirect the wild cosmic energy back into the universe. Lin Nan concentrated fully on the technological device, seeking to trace the patterns of the energy surges. His eyes burned with focus, and his fingers flew across the control panel, striving to seize the rhythm of the chaos. Kamar-Taj, drawing upon her own cosmic powers, conjured a shimmering barrier, holding back the collapsing waves of energy. Beads of sweat gathered on her forehead, but she stood unwavering, firmly planted before the unstable structure. The Cosmic Warrior released an even greater surge of cosmic energy, striving to stabilize the crumbling core. His gaze was steady and profound, embodying the decisiveness and courage of a true guardian of the cosmos. The energy storm raged across the planet's surface, plunging everything into chaos. Yet Lin Nan and his companions remained remarkably focused and united in this critical moment, their teamwork making the group stronger than ever. At last, thanks to Lin Nan's technological intervention, the wild energy fluctuations gradually subsided. Kamar-Taj's barrier proved crucial, reflecting most of the energy safely back into the universe. The Cosmic Warrior's power calmed the collapsing core, restoring stability to the entire structure. "We did it!" Kamar-Taj gasped, her breath coming in short bursts. She looked at Lin Nan and the Cosmic Warrior, a grateful smile lighting up her face. Lin Nan let out a sigh of relief, basking in the joy of their triumph. Yet almost immediately, his wariness returned, for he knew this was only the beginning of the battle. The Dark Force's scheme is not over yet. We must find their hideout and put an end to their evil plans. Lin Nan's brows were furrowed, a steadfast light gleaming in his eyes. The Cosmic Warrior nodded in agreement. He understood the ambitions of the Dark Forces. It was not only a threat to the universe, but a challenge to all life itself. After their discussion, the three decided to press on, determined to locate the enemy's lair. Based on the latest intelligence, they suspected that the villain Lin Nan was likely hiding in an abandoned space station somewhere in the cosmos. Weaving through the stars, their starship glided silently through the void. Lin Nan used his advanced technology to scan the surrounding space for any signals, while Kamar-Taj reached out with her cosmic senses, searching for unusual energy fluctuations. Suddenly, an abandoned space station appeared in their sights. Once a bustling cosmic hub, it was now a desolate relic long forgotten. "That's their hideout," the cosmic warrior exclaimed, pointing toward the station. A chill ran through Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the cosmic warrior. They knew a decisive battle awaited them. Quietly, they drew closer to the station, searching for a way inside. Inside, the station was cloaked in darkness and silence, littered with debris and ruins. Lin Nan led the way, cautiously exploring with his companions, uncertain of the dangers that might lurk within. Abruptly, an energy barrier flared up before them, blocking their path. "You've come to the wrong place." A familiar voice echoed out. It was the villain Lin Nan, standing behind the barrier with a cold, mocking smile on his face. Kamar-Taj frowned, sensing just how formidable their adversary was this time. "Lin Nan, give it up. Your plot has been exposed." But the villain Lin Nan showed no fear. A wild, frenzied light danced in his eyes. "You don't understand at all. Changing the timeline of the universe cannot be stopped. I will prove myself as the true master of the cosmos." Lin Nan clenched his fists tightly, anger and resolve burning within him. "Your madness will only bring harm to innocent lives. We will never allow it." The air inside the space station crackled with surges of raw energy and cascading explosions. Lin Nan and his nemesis clashed fiercely, their powers reverberating through the ruins of the station. "Your madness will only lead to destruction. Stop this." Kamar-Taj's warning rang out, sharp with urgency. But the villain Lin Nan remained unmoved, obsession and mania blazing in his eyes. "You cannot stop me. I will seize control of the universe's future." Lin Nan stood calmly at the center of the battlefield, his heart filled with unwavering conviction. He understood the significance of this battle. This was not only about the fate of the universe, but also the safety of countless lives. In the midst of the fight, Lin Nan continuously utilized his technological devices, searching for the villain Lin Nan's weaknesses. His fingers flew across the control panel, unleashing powerful energy waves in an effort to weaken his opponent's defenses. Kamar-Taj transformed herself into a streak of lightning, darting nimbly across the battlefield, aiming to launch a surprise attack from the flank. Her energy weapon blazed with brilliant light, each strike shattering the villain Lin Nan's defenses. The cosmic warrior summoned cosmic energy, forming a mighty barrier to repel enemy attacks. His towering presence radiated authority, embodying the boundless strength of a guardian of the universe. The battle raged on, fierce and unrelenting, plunging the space station into chaos. The roar of explosions and surges of energy echoed constantly, making the entire station quiver on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a massive shockwave tore through the station, causing everything to tremble violently. Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the cosmic warrior had to steady themselves with utmost care, bracing against the destructive power tearing through the battlefield. "We can't hold out much longer," Lin Nan shouted. Kamar-Taj's brow furrowed tightly, realizing that the fight had entered its most perilous phase. She glanced toward the cosmic warrior, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. Yet the cosmic warrior remained calm, his gaze resolute and filled with unwavering determination. He knew that victory here would decide the destiny of the universe. Failure was not an option. Lin Nan kept his composure, searching for a way to defeat his adversary. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, using the space station structure to reflect and turn the enemy's energy against him. Cosmic warrior, we need to use the station structure and let the enemy's power backfire." Lin Nan quickly conveyed his plan. Kamar-Taj and the cosmic warrior immediately adopted his strategy, adjusting their tactics to lure their opponent toward the station's core. Noticing their maneuver, villain Lin Nan's eyes flickered with unease. He realized their formation had changed, but he refused to back down, convinced that his strength could overcome anything. The battle erupted once more, with Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the cosmic warrior moving in perfect harmony, striving to draw their foe into the heart of the station. "You cannot stop me," villain Lin Nan's voice echoed through the corridors. Lin Nan met the challenge with steady resolve, his faith unshakable. In this most critical moment, he and his companions stood united, determined to defend the peace and safety of the universe. At last, the villain Lin Nan was lured into the core area of the space station. He could feel a surge of powerful energy coursing all around him, but by now, it was beyond his control. "Give up. You've already lost," Kamar-Taj said calmly. Despair clouded Lin Nan's eyes as he surveyed the situation. He knew he was utterly trapped, with no way out. Still, he refused to admit defeat, struggling to muster one final stand. Inside the space station, chaos reigned. Energy rippled and surged within the core, and Lin Nan, along with his comrades, faced the ultimate challenge, determined to put an end to the Dark Force's sinister plot. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating everything around them. The entire space station was instantly enveloped in a profound, peaceful silence. The Ancient One, renowned for her deep knowledge of the mystic arts, always possessed a keen insight into the universe's most mysterious events. Upon learning that Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, and the Cosmic Warriors were locked in a fierce battle against the Dark Forces, she resolved to intervene. The Ancient One petitioned the Cosmic Judges for a special team of elite operatives to confront this dire crisis. Each of these recruits possessed extraordinary abilities and unique skills, true champions drawn from across the universe. Together, the Ancient One, Lin Nan, Kamar-Taj, the Cosmic Warriors, and the newly joined elite operatives gathered as one and set out for the crisis zone, the region in Alabama ravaged by a hurricane. In the storm's aftermath, Alabama's cities swayed beneath the lingering wind and rain, with debris strewn across the streets. Sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds, casting a stark light on the chaos and ruin below. Leading her team, the Ancient One ventured deep into the disaster zone to uncover the truth behind the incident. They moved along ruined streets, searching for any clue that might unravel the mystery. At the very front, Lin Nan kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, alert for the slightest sign of anything amiss. Kamar-Taj focused her cosmic energy, scanning the area for errant waves that could reveal valuable information. The Cosmic Warriors guarded the team's rear, ever ready for any sudden threat. Meanwhile, the newly recruited specialists each set about their tasks, investigating the situation throughout the devastated region. Suddenly, Kamar-Taj's gaze fixed upon a damaged building. She pointed and said, "There's an unusual energy fluctuation over there. It might be the key to the case." The Ancient One's brow furrowed as she peered at the distant structure, sensing the peculiar surge of energy emanating from it. Resolute, she led the team forward to investigate. They picked their way through the rubble and shattered ruins until they reached the source of the energy disturbance, a high-rise building that had once been a bustling commercial center. Now, after years of abandonment and the recent hurricane, it lay in complete devastation, its former glory barely recognizable. Master Ancient One raised a hand, releasing a surge of magical energy to probe the surroundings. His gaze was contemplative and focused as he sought to unravel the heart of this mystery. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared at the front of the team. This was a special operative handpicked by the Ancient One, endowed with mysterious abilities. "I sense an evil presence. It seems to be lurking somewhere within this building," the special operative said, his voice deep and tinged with the weight of years. The Ancient One furrowed his brow, realizing that the key to their investigation lay within the building's interior. He drew a long breath and issued his command. "Let's go inside. Proceed with caution," he said, his tone grave and steady. The team stepped into the abandoned building, where a chill swept over them like a shroud. The corridor lights flickered uncertainly, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. Suddenly, a low, menacing laugh echoed through the hallway. Lin Nan, the Kamar-Taj adept, and the Cosmic Warrior instantly went on alert, gripping their weapons tightly. "You've arrived just in time. Ha ha ha," a sinister voice rang out from behind them. As the words faded, an agent of the Dark Forces materialized before them. His eyes were cold and cunning, and he brandished an energy weapon, ready to strike. Lin Nan dodged swiftly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The Kamar-Taj adept unleashed cosmic energy, trying to conjure a protective barrier. The Ancient One summoned his own magical powers, sending out powerful waves of energy to suppress their foe. The Cosmic Warrior retaliated without hesitation, forcing the agent into a desperate corner. A fierce battle erupted in the corridor, with blasts of energy and sparks flying in every direction. Lin Nan and his teammates worked in perfect sync, determined to bring down the enemy agent. Guided by the residual energy waves, the team made their way to the local supermarket's warehouse, searching for a crucial clue to the case. Under the Ancient One's direction, they decided to split up and investigate different sections of the warehouse. You'll go with Lin Nan to the west section. Karma, and I will take the east. Cosmic Warrior, you stay here and stand guard," the Ancient One instructed. Had was one of the Ancient One's specially recruited operatives, gifted with the remarkable ability to control the elements. He was deeply curious about Lin Nan, eager to work alongside him and learn about his skills and experience. Lin Nan nodded, offering a friendly smile. "Let's head out together. We'll be more efficient working as a team." Had nodded enthusiastically, excited at the chance to partner with Lin Nan. He knew Lin Nan was a warrior of great strength and wisdom, crucial to the success of their mission. The two moved in perfect harmony into the west section, where the warehouse lay shrouded in gloom and silence. Shelves were lined with all manner of goods and supplies, and the air was thick with the scent of dust. It looks like no one has been here for a very long time. Lin Nen glanced around, his eyes sweeping over every corner of the space. Hade fixed his gaze on Lin Nan, his voice brimming with excitement. Lin Nan, I've heard about some of your past battles. They're truly admirable. Can you tell me how you came to possess such incredible power? Lin Nan smiled, a sense of satisfaction and pride in his own journey evident on his face. I went through many challenges and rigorous training. Through constant learning and perseverance, I gradually master my abilities. But I truly believe everyone has potential waiting to be discovered, as long as they're willing to put in the effort. Hade listened with rapt attention, his admiration for Lin Nan clear in his eyes. I hope that one day, I can become an outstanding warrior like you. As the two conversed, they continued deeper into the warehouse. Suddenly, an unusual surge of energy pulsed from somewhere within its depths. They immediately hurried toward the source. Reaching the spot where the disturbance originated, the two discovered a hidden chamber concealed behind stacks of cargo. The door stood ajar, radiating an eerie, otherworldly energy. Lin Nan frowned, keeping a sharp eye on the entrance. It seems there's some kind of secret here. Let's be careful and brace ourselves for whatever danger may lie ahead. Hade nodded, sensing the strange aura as well. Together, they stepped into the chamber, and were instantly taken aback by the scene before them. The room was filled with advanced technological devices and energy apparatuses. Strange symbols and patterns adorned the walls. Most striking of all was a massive energy sphere at the center, pulsing with a mesmerizing yet perilous light. What is that? Hade asked, curiosity piqued. Lin Nan fixed his gaze on the energy sphere, trying to analyze its nature. It looks like a sophisticated energy device, perhaps used to manipulate and alter energy flows. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chamber. You've arrived just in time, haven't you? A dark figure emerged before them. It was the same agent from the forces of darkness they had encountered before. Hade instantly readied himself for battle, elemental energy swirling protectively around his body. Lin Nan tightened his grip on his weapon, eyes locked warily on their foe. The agent from the dark forces sneered, his gaze cold and menacing. With a vicious swing of his energy weapon, he unleashed a powerful wave of force, hurtling it toward Lin Nan and Hade. Lin Nan dodged swiftly, his movements agile as he evaded the attack. Hade transformed into a blazing inferno, creating a dazzling distraction. The fight erupted within the chamber, energy waves crashing against the walls. Lin Nan and Hade worked in perfect sync, striving to defeat the agent and ensure the dangerous energy device could not be misused. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy burst from the device, flooding the entire chamber with light. Lin Nan and Hadar were forced to stagger backward under the tremendous pressure. The energy in this device is getting more and more unstable. Lin Nan shouted in warning. Faced with the instability of the energy device and the aggressive assault of the Dark Forces agent, Lin Nan and Hadar responded with tense, decisive action. Lin Nan swiftly dodged the surging waves of energy, searching for an opening to strike. Hadar transformed into a blazing mass of fire, launching a fierce attack at the agent. The agent appeared unflustered, skillfully wielding his energy weapon, which blazed with dazzling brilliance as he attempted to fend off Lin Nan and Hadar's onslaught. The chamber was filled with swirling energy waves, making the atmosphere incredibly tense and dangerous. From a distance, Master Gu observed the unfolding situation, his brow deeply furrowed. He knew all too well the peril of this device. If it spun out of control, it could bring catastrophic destruction to the entire region. We must subdue him quickly and stabilize the energy device. Master Guyi's voice rang out with urgency. Lin Nan and Hadar obeyed Master Guyi's instructions, working together with seamless coordination to try and force the agent into a tight spot. Lin Nan deployed his technological gadgets, unleashing blasts of energy. Hadar kept shifting forms, launching surprise attacks and causing disruptions. The agent roared in fury, his attacks growing ever more ferocious. The energy waves around the device intensified, filling the chamber with the deafening sounds of colliding power. Lin Nan seized an opportunity and lunged at the agent, aiming to snatch the energy weapon from his grasp. Though formidable, the agent found himself outmatched by Lin Nan's agility and combat experience. At the same time, Hadar unleashed a mighty burst of flame, driving the agent into a heap of debris nearby. The agent let out a piercing scream, but quickly struggled back to his feet, glaring at Lin Nan and Hadar with rage. Watching this unfold, Master Gu realized the danger was escalating. He fixed his gaze on the energy device, searching for a way to stabilize it. Hadar, Lin Nan, we must bring this device under control immediately. I'll try to use magic to contain it. Master Gu Yi communicated his plan. Lin Nan and Hadar nodded, fully aware of the urgency. They pressed the attack, determined to keep the agent at bay. Master Gu Yi summoned powerful magic, gathering it into a pillar of light that shot toward the energy device. The beam enveloped the device, attempting to suppress its wild fluctuations. Yet the device reacted violently, its energy waves clashing fiercely against the pillar of light. Master Gu Yi felt the immense strain, his entire being radiating with brilliant magical energy as he fought to bring the situation under control. Lin Nan and Hard kept up their efforts, fully aware that only by defeating the agent could they truly stabilize the situation. The agent was beginning to show signs of exhaustion, his attacks losing their previous ferocity. Seizing the moment, Lin Nan charged at the agent once more, determined to subdue him. Meanwhile, Hard unleashed an even more powerful burst of flames, trapping the agent at the heart of the inferno. The agent let out a howl of pain, but still refused to surrender. The Ancient One could sense the energy fluctuations of the device gradually calming. His brows relaxed slightly as he continued to reinforce the pillar of light, striving to fully suppress its power. At last, Lin Nan and Hard managed to overpower the agent together, leaving him unable to mount any further resistance. Gasping for breath, the agent collapsed to the floor, smoke rising in wisps from his body. Lin Nan and Hard stood watch over the agent, never taking their eyes off him. They knew he remained a threat and dared not let down their guard. The Ancient One felt the energy device finally stabilize, a trace of relief glimmering in his eyes. He gazed at Lin Nan and Hard, conveying a message of unwavering resolve. We've succeeded, but now we must secure the situation and prevent another outbreak, the Ancient One declared, his voice solemn and resolute. Lin Nan and Hard nodded, fully realizing the gravity of their mission. Working together, they bound the agent securely to prevent any further resistance. Gradually, calm returned to the chamber as the waves of energy subsided. The Ancient One continued to stabilize the device, not stopping until he was certain all danger had passed. In the warehouse, Lin Nan and Hard kept vigilant watch over the fallen agent of the Dark Forces, while the Ancient One devoted his full attention to ensuring the energy device remained under control. Suddenly, Lin Nan's gaze fell upon a corner of the warehouse, where he spotted a civilian lying unconscious on the ground, a faint, unusual energy rippling from his body. Hard, come take a look at this, Lin Nan called, signaling for Hard to join him as they went to check on the civilian. Hard followed Lin Nan over to the unconscious man. They quickly noticed the same strange energy signature on the civilian as they had seen on the agent, as if he too had been affected by something unnatural. Lin Nan knelt down, carefully examining the civilian. He saw that the man's eyes glowed with an unnatural, eerie light. It looks like this civilian has also been influenced by the agent, possibly possessed, Lin Nan said quietly. Hard frowned, clearly troubled by the situation. So what should we do? Lin Nan hesitated for a moment, then decided to try using his technological device to break the possession. Producing a small scanner, he began to run it over the civilian's body. The scanner emitted a faint light, casting a gentle glow over the civilian. Lin Nan watched the readout intently, searching for any trace of the possessing agent. Hard stood vigilantly to the side, ready to respond to any sudden developments. He sensed the fluctuations of energy around them, his heart filled with alertness and tension. Lin Nan's brow gradually furrowed as he discovered an abnormal resonance of energy within the citizen's body. He tried to adjust the device's frequency, searching for the optimal way to break the possession. Suddenly, the citizen's body convulsed, and clarity returned to his eyes. He sat up abruptly, looking around in confusion. What happened? What am I doing here? The citizen asked, his voice laced with bewilderment. Lin Nan and Hard exchanged a glance, realizing that the citizen had returned to normal and successfully broken free from the agent's control. You were possessed by an agent, but you're safe now, Lin Nan explained patiently. A flicker of shock and unease appeared in the citizen's eyes. Possessed? That's unbelievable. How could something like this happen to me? Lin Nan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we're here to resolve this. Can you tell us what happened? The citizen paused, trying to recall what he'd experienced during the possession. His expression gradually grew anxious. I remember coming to this warehouse, and then everything got hazy. After that, it's all a blank, the citizen said. Lin Nan and Hard exchanged another look, realizing this man was likely an innocent victim. They decided to keep questioning him to learn more. Did you see what the person who possessed you looked like? Or did you hear them say anything? Hard probed, hoping for more information. The citizen racked his brain, searching for any details from his time under possession. Slowly, a trace of fear crept across his face. I remember a voice echoing in my mind, threatening me to carry out some kind of mission. But I can't recall anything else, the citizen replied, his voice trembling. Lin Nan pondered, analyzing the clue. He realized that the agent's intentions might be far more complex and dangerous than they appeared. Master Gu Yi approached them, his gaze grave and solemn. We must quickly uncover the agent's true purpose and stop their conspiracy. This incident may be far more dangerous than we imagined. Lin Nan and Hard nodded, fully aware of the urgency of their mission. They resolved to keep investigating, searching for more clues. At the same time, they needed to ensure the citizen's safety, protecting him from further attacks by the agents. A tense, solemn atmosphere filled the entire warehouse. Lin Nan, Hard, and Master Gu Yi exchanged determined looks. They understood the weight of their responsibility and mission. In the midst of the confrontation, Hard was suddenly possessed by a dark agent, making the situation drastically more complicated and perilous. Hader's body suddenly convulsed, and he let out a cry of pain. Lin Nan and Master Gu Yi immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Acting swiftly, they tried to prevent Hader from falling completely under control. Hader, resist him. Don't let him take over your mind. Lin Nan shouted with urgency. Master Gu Yi summoned powerful magic, seeking to disrupt the energy waves of the possession. His brow was deeply furrowed, and a fierce aura of magic radiated from his body. Hader fought back with all his strength, fully aware of the dangerous predicament he was in. He struggled desperately, striving to break free from the agent of the dark forces. The agent's voice echoed menacingly in Hader's mind, issuing threats and commands. Hader's body was racked with torment as he felt his consciousness gradually slipping away. Sensing the urgency of the moment, Lin Nan decided to take more decisive action. He produced a technological device, aiming to counteract the energy waves from the possessing agent. Hader, hold on. We'll help you break free. Lin Nan's voice rang out, full of determination and confidence. Master Gu Yi's magic enveloped Hader, working to weaken the agent's influence. With his brow tightly knit, his entire being pulsed with formidable energy. Amid the intense and desperate struggle, Hader finally unleashed a surge of sheer willpower. Gathering every ounce of his strength, he fought to cast off the agent's control. Suddenly, Hader's body shuddered violently, and a brilliant light burst forth from within him. The agent's influence faded away, and Hader regained his freedom. Gasping for breath, Hader realized just how close he had come to falling under the sway of the dark forces. He looked gratefully at Lin Nan and Master Gu Yi. Thank you both. Without your help, I'm afraid I would have been completely overtaken, Hader said, his voice full of gratitude. Lin Nan smiled and gave Hader's shoulder a reassuring pat. You did great, Hader. Now we have to keep tracking the agent and put a stop to their scheme. Master Gu Yi's expression was grave. He knew time was of the essence. They needed to uncover the agent's true objective before an even greater threat could unfold. We must accelerate our investigation. Hader, how are you feeling? Master Gu Yi inquired. Steadying himself, Hader felt the calm returning to his body. I feel much better, just a bit tired. I'm ready to keep going. Lin Nan and Master Gu Yi nodded in agreement, then began to discuss their next steps. Together, they resolved to continue searching the warehouse for more clues. A nearby citizen watched them with gratitude and admiration shining in his eyes, fully aware of how fortunate he was to have these brave heroes by his side. In the dim corner of the warehouse, a silent struggle was unfolding, one that would determine the fate of the universe. Lin Nan, Had, and Master Gu Yi pressed on, ready to face unknown dangers and protect the peace and safety of the entire world. As their investigation deepened, Lin Nan, Had, and Master Gu Yi found themselves entangled in an even more intricate web. The clues they uncovered grew increasingly perplexing, hinting at a conspiracy far deeper than they had imagined. During a critical operation, they made their way to another corner of the warehouse, searching for vital evidence. The air here was damp and heavy, with piles of miscellaneous goods and crates stacked all around. We must find the agent's trail as soon as possible. Time is not on our side. They could make their move at any moment, Master Gu Yi cautioned. Lin Nan and Had followed close behind, their senses sharp as they searched every shadowed nook. Suddenly, Lin Nan's attention was caught by an ordinary-looking crate. Something's not right here, Lin Nan murmured under his breath. He approached the crate, trying to lift the lid, but it was unusually heavy, as if it held something of grave importance. Let me help you, Had said, stepping forward to lend a hand. Together, they managed to pry the crate open. Inside, they found a collection of technological devices and folders, materials that seemed to hold crucial information about energy apparatuses and agent operations. Looks like we found something valuable, Lin Nan said, frowning as he began to leaf through the folders. Master Gu Yi joined them, examining the documents closely, his brow furrowed, sensing a hidden danger. These files outline the agent's plans and actions. But there's something deeper here. Master Gu Yi's voice grew heavy with concern. Suddenly, had glanced around, alert. He felt a strange surge of energy ripple through the air. His body tensed, his gaze locking onto Lin Nan. Lin Nan, you? Had's words trailed off abruptly. Lin Nan looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips, but he said nothing. A cold, unfathomable glint appeared in his eyes. Master Gu Yi and had exchanged worried glances, both sensing that something was terribly wrong. Lin Nan, what's going on? Master Gu Yi probed, his tone a mix of caution and concern. Lin Nan let out a mocking laugh, his voice suddenly low and chilling. So, you finally noticed? His words dripped with cruelty and provocation. Had stared at Lin Nan in astonishment, unable to believe what he was seeing. Master Gu Yi's expression turned grave as he tried to comprehend the scene before him. Lin Nan, what are you talking about? Master Gu Yi demanded, his voice stern and full of doubt. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Lin Nan's eyes, and he made no effort to hide his true identity. That's right, I am an agent. Lin Nan admitted it without the slightest attempt to hide. Had and the Ancient One stared at Lin Nan in utter disbelief as his words echoed in the air. The comrade they had always trusted, the one who fought by their side, turned out to be the very agent of the dark forces they'd been hunting. That's impossible. Had's voice trembled, barely more than a whisper. A flicker of disappointment and pain crossed the Ancient One's eyes. He had never imagined that all his trust and hope could be so fragile. Why did you do it? The Ancient One pressed on, searching for an answer. Lin Nan let out a cold laugh, his eyes swirling with complicated emotions. He began to tell his story. I used to be a guardian too, fighting for the peace of the universe. But in time, I realized that maintaining order in the universe was an exercise in futility. Thanos, Loki, the children of Ebony Maw, all our countless efforts were wasted every single time. And then, I discovered a greater power, a deeper truth. Lin Nan's voice grew heavy and unfathomable. The Ancient One listened in stunned silence, slowly realizing that Lin Nan's transformation had not happened by accident. You betrayed the universe. You betrayed every single one of us. The Ancient One's words were laced with grief and anger. Lin Nan smiled faintly, not uttering a single denial. I simply saw the truth and sought a higher power. Now, I will complete my mission, no matter the cost. A flicker of grim resolve and despair flashed in Lin Nan's eyes. Rage burned within Had as Lin Nan spoke. He couldn't accept that the comrade he once trusted would betray them so completely. Lin Nan, have you lost your mind? Are you planning to use these dark forces to rule over all of Kamar-Taj? Had's voice shook with fury and disappointment. Lin Nan's expression remained icy. He looked at Had and the Ancient One as though they were nothing more than ignorant children. This isn't darkness. This is real power, the kind that can change everything. The order of the universe needs to be rebuilt, and I will become the new master of the cosmos. Lin Nan's words brimmed with arrogance and ambition. The Ancient One's brow furrowed deeply. He understood all too well the pressure and pain that Lin Nan had endured, but he could not accept his methods or choices. You've lost your way, Lin Nan. This path leads only to destruction and suffering. The Ancient One tried to reason with him, but Lin Nan simply shook his head, a hint of helplessness glinting in his eyes. Perhaps you'll never understand, but I must keep moving forward. Lin Nan's tone grew even more resolute. The atmosphere in the warehouse grew tense and oppressive. Lin Nan stood tall, like a cold marble statue, radiating an unassailable power and authority. I could take no more. He lunged at Lin Nan, desperate to stop his madness. You'll never succeed. Had roared. Lin Nan let out a cold laugh. With a sweep of his hand, he unleashed a surge of powerful energy. Had was forced back several steps, his body swaying on the brink of collapse. Sensing the danger, the Ancient One immediately cast a spell, trying to halt Lin Nan's advance. Light blazed from his palm. An overwhelming magical power enveloped Lin Nan. Yet Lin Nan faced the Ancient One's magical assault without a hint of fear. With a subtle movement, he slipped aside, effortlessly dodging the attack. Ancient One, not even you can change my resolve, Lin Nan said icily. A wave of disappointment and pain washed over the Ancient One. He realized now that it was impossible to persuade Lin Nan to abandon his path of darkness. Lin Nan, this isn't truly your choice. You've let the darkness cloud your vision, the Ancient One said, his voice heavy with sorrow. But Lin Nan only shook his head and smiled, a glint of merciless determination flickering in his eyes. I know you can't understand, but this is a step I must take, he replied, his voice unwavering. Deep within the warehouse, a struggle that would shape the fate of the universe was quietly unfolding. Lin Nan, Had, and the Ancient One stood at opposite ends, their relationships beyond repair. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy rippled through the warehouse, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. A figure slowly stepped inside. The very air seemed to freeze at his arrival. He was tall, draped in a long, black robe, radiating a formidable aura. At last, I found you, Lin Nan. The newcomer's voice was deep and commanding. Lin Nan lifted his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. He looked at the stranger, sensing both familiarity and estrangement. You are. Lin Nan's voice trembled ever so slightly. The man strode closer, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Nan. Yes, I am your true master, he declared, every word ringing with authority. Had and the Ancient One stood stunned, uncertain who this person was or what connection he had to Lin Nan. Suspicion and confusion flashed in Lin Nan's eyes as he tried to comprehend the power and mystery of the figure before him. My true master? I don't understand. Lin Nan's voice was edged with bewilderment. The mysterious man smiled faintly. His eyes, deep as the night sky, seemed to hold boundless wisdom and strength. Yes, Lin Nan, you were born from me, to serve me. He intoned, his words resonant and enigmatic. Had and the Ancient One exchanged glances, thunderstruck by what was unfolding before them. Never had they imagined Lin Nan's identity and destiny would be shrouded in such mystery. Who are you? Why have you come for Lin Nan? The Ancient One demanded, seeking answers. The enigmatic figure glanced around, his gaze settling on Lin Nan, Hader, and the Ancient One in turn, as if weighing each person's worth and potential. I am the guardian of the universe, and Lin Nan is the successor I have chosen. He possesses limitless potential and strength, destined to become the new master of the universe. There was a transcendent authority in the stranger's voice. Lin Nan stared in astonishment at the figure who claimed to be the guardian of the universe, unable to grasp the truth of his own identity or purpose. Me, the master of the universe? Lin Nan's voice was filled with disbelief. The mysterious figure nodded, a flicker of expectation and trust lighting his eyes. Yes, you are the only one fit to inherit my power and my mission. We need you to rule the cosmos, to restore order and balance. His words were shrouded in mystery and solemnity. A surge of complicated emotions rose within Lin Nan as he began to question everything he had known about his past and his future. But I was once a guardian. Lin Nan struggled to discern fact from illusion. The stranger's lips curled into a faint smile, and a deep wisdom shimmered in his eyes. Yes, you were a guardian, but that was only one step on your path to growth. Now it is time to embrace your true destiny. His voice was imbued with gravity and dignity. Hader and the Ancient One stood dumbstruck, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before their eyes. Lin Nan's identity and his calling reached far beyond anything they could have imagined, touching upon the fate of the entire universe. Lin Nan, don't let him deceive you. That's not the truth. The Ancient One tried desperately to intervene. Lin Nan fell silent for a moment, his heart torn by conflict and doubt. Memories of his past, of his years fighting to protect the universe, came flooding back. I need time. Lin Nan's voice betrayed his helplessness and confusion. The mysterious figure nodded, as though Lin Nan's hesitation was something he had long anticipated. You have already been given enough time. Now you must decide. There was a note of severity and warning in his words. Lin Nan's gaze flickered uncertainly, feeling the heavy weight of destiny and the agony of choice. He wrestled with himself, not knowing which path to take. Lin Nan, don't believe his lies. You are free. You don't have to live for anyone else. Hader's voice rang with passion and hope. The Ancient One stepped to Lin Nan's side, his eyes radiating trust and unwavering resolve. Lin Nan, believe in yourself. You are not destined to become the master of the universe. The Ancient One's words were rich with encouragement and expectation. In the depths of the warehouse, Lin Nan now faced an unprecedented choice. His destiny would decide the fate of the universe, and his decision would shape the future of the entire world. Lin Nan stood in the center of the warehouse, his heart torn by an intense struggle and inner conflict. His past and future seemed to intertwine before his eyes, as if the pathways of fate were splitting right beneath his feet. The mysterious figure's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed unwaveringly upon Lin Nan, silently awaiting his decision. Lin Nan, you're the universe's only hope. Your power will change everything, reshaping the very order and balance of the cosmos. The mysterious figure's voice was deep, commanding, and filled with gravitas. Lin Nan fell silent for a moment, a storm of emotions raging within him, making the choice nearly impossible. Master Gu Yi and Head came closer to Lin Nan, hoping to offer their support and encouragement. Lin Nan, you must believe in your own choices. You're not destined to become the ruler of the universe. Master Gu Yi's voice brimmed with hope and trust. The mysterious figure's expression remained unreadable. He stared intently at the spot where Lin Nan had vanished. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away, his silhouette slowly swallowed up by the shadows at the far end of the warehouse. Master Gu Yi had stepped forward, letting out a heavy sigh. Lin Nan is gone, had said, his voice heavy with helplessness and disappointment. Master Gu Yi's brows were tightly knit, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. Where he's headed? What does the future hold? Master Gu Yi murmured, his words laced with uncertainty and concern. On the other side of the portal, Lin Nan was engulfed by intense waves of energy, his very being seeming to merge with the boundless universe. A strange, unfamiliar landscape unfolded before Lin Nan's eyes. He found himself in a vast expanse, surrounded by exotic nebulae and twinkling stars. Is this another world? Lin Nan whispered in astonishment. His heart brimmed with anticipation and unease. What fate and challenges would this new future bring him? Standing before the portal, Lin Nan gazed uncertainly at the gateway, shimmering with an eerie blue light. His heart was a battleground of conflicting emotions and anxiety. This was an adventure unlike any he'd faced before, and his choice would shape his destiny. Master Gu Yi approached slowly, concern and understanding written all over his face. Lin Nan, you have made the right choice. Go on. Fear not the unknown that lies ahead, Master Gu Yi said, his voice gentle yet resolute. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nan stepped decisively into the portal. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy enveloped him, and his body seemed to drift through time and space, suspended in a mysterious cosmos. As the portal closed, tranquility returned to the warehouse. The agent stared in stunned silence at the now empty space, scarcely able to believe what had just transpired. Master Gu Yi let out a long, deep sigh. He knew the challenges awaiting Lin Nan would be greater than anything before. Yet he believed that, in the end, Lin Nan would find his own path. On the other side of the portal, Lin Nan felt his body enveloped by a surge of powerful energy, a wave of dizziness sweeping over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world unlike any he had ever known. It was a boundless cosmic expanse, where swirling nebulae and twinkling stars stretched as far as the eye could see. Lin Nan breathed in the air, sensing a mysterious and ancient presence permeating the space around him. What is this place? Lin Nan's heart brimmed with questions and curiosity. He looked around, but all was silent. There was no sign of life, only the eternal dance of stars and clouds of cosmic dust. Just as confusion began to set in, a sudden burst of light appeared, and a figure materialized before him. Oh, you're new here? Welcome to the far shore of the universe. The figure's voice was clear, with an odd, ethereal resonance. Lin Nan looked up and saw a mysterious person in flowing robes standing before him, their eyes deep with boundless wisdom and enigma. Who are you? Where am I? Lin Nan asked, his voice edged with caution. The enigmatic figure smiled, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. I am a guardian of the cosmos. You may call me Seth. This is a realm beyond time and space, a gateway to worlds unknown. Seth's voice was laced with both mystery and authority. A realization dawned on Lin Nan. He began to understand where he was, at the edge of the universe, a place linking countless strange and unknown existences. The far shore of the universe. Lin Nan murmured softly to himself. Seth fixed his gaze on Lin Nan, as if peering into the depths of his soul. You have come in search of truth and power. Seth's voice was crystal clear, calm, and unwavering. Lin Nan nodded, his innermost longing stirring, a yearning to unravel every mystery, to discover his purpose and place in this world. I need to know everything about the Lord of the universe. There was determination and longing in his voice. Seth offered a gentle smile and began to walk forward. Lin Nan followed closely behind. Together, they set off on a journey through this enigmatic cosmos, ready to face challenges and wonders beyond imagination. Yet his life had once been utterly changed by a single, chance event. An unexpected lab accident had granted him extraordinary abilities. His body became stronger, his senses sharpened. He could even command the very elements of nature. But this power had not awakened overnight. It traced back to a mysterious substance he'd encountered as a child. Lost within the enigma of his own abilities, Lin Nan began to search for the origin of his strength and to understand his destiny in this world. Along the way, he found companions who shared his vision, each with unique powers of their own. Together, they formed a team, standing united against the sinister forces that threatened the safety of their world. In their struggle against the forces of evil, Lin Nan and his team endured countless trials and tribulations. They not only had to confront formidable enemies, but also wrestled with their own inner turmoil and doubts. Yet, it was within these very challenges that they gradually grew, discovering true courage and conviction. Meanwhile, the Marvel Universe was facing an unprecedented crisis. A powerful villain known as the Destroyer had risen, attempting to bring ruin to everything and establish his own wicked empire. Lin Nan and his team made the decision to rise to the challenge, determined to defend the world's peace and tranquility. Lin Nan and his teammates journeyed to Kamar-Taj, a city shrouded in mystery, to continue their investigation. They entered an ancient building, once home to a legendary prophet. Within the walls of this age-old temple, they discovered an ancient scroll said to contain secrets about a mysterious power. Lin Nan gently unrolled the scroll. The characters upon its surface shimmered with a faint light, as if whispering an ancient legend directly to them. They read on, transfixed, soon realizing that deeper meanings were hidden between the lines. There exists in this world a force known as the power of the gods, a presence that transcends the laws of nature. Legend has it that only those with pure hearts and selfless faith can touch this power. Yet this force is not meant to serve personal desire, but exists to safeguard peace and justice across the world. The words in the scroll left them deep in thought. Could this divine power be the answer they had been searching for all along? They began to suspect that this might be the very reason behind their own extraordinary abilities. But more importantly, they realized they bore the responsibility of protecting the world. Just then, a harsh alarm suddenly pierced the silence. Instantly on guard, they braced themselves for whatever danger might come. Without warning, a squad of soldiers clad in black uniforms stormed into the temple, their faces cold and their eyes glinting with menace. "Who are you? Why have you barged in here?" Lin Nan stepped forward, his voice steady and resolute. The agents, seeing Lin Nan's stance, immediately raised their weapons, ready to attack. But before they could make a move, a flickering portal materialized right in front of Lin Nan. "Lin Nan, go now," came the urgent and worried voice of the Ancient One. Without hesitation, Lin Nan stepped through the portal, his figure vanishing in a burst of light. Inside the warehouse, chaos and tension reigned. The agents stared in stunned disbelief at Lin Nan's disappearance, at a complete loss for what to do next. The lead soldier sneered and said, "We're here for that dossier. You ignorant mortals can't possibly comprehend its true significance. Hand it over now, or suffer the consequences." A resolute light flashed in Lin Nan's eyes as he faced the soldiers without a hint of fear. "This dossier is just as important to us. We will never let you take it from us." With a thunderous roar that shook the very air, a fierce battle erupted. Lin Nan and his teammates unleashed astonishing combat prowess, moving with seamless coordination and becoming an unstoppable force. Every punch and kick radiated power and determination, their hearts set on defending the dossier and ensuring this mysterious power would never fall into the hands of evil. The clash raged with extraordinary intensity, the temple thick with the haze and tension of battle. Lin Nan and his companions fought valiantly, undaunted by danger, refusing to give a single step. Their unwavering courage and resolve inspired one another, binding them together as a single, unbreakable unit. At last, after a bitter struggle, Lin Nan and his teammates managed to drive off the soldiers and safeguard the dossier. They surveyed the scene before them, hearts brimming with the joy and pride of victory. "We did it!" Lin Nan shouted, pumping his fist in triumph. Though they had defended the dossier successfully, Lin Nan and his friends understood this was only a small victory in a larger war. The world still faced grave threats. Determined, they resolved to press on, seeking further clues about the power of the gods and vowing to thwart those who sought to exploit it for their own gain. They departed from Kamar-Taj and set out across the globe, chasing secrets tied to the divine. Their journey was fraught with danger and challenge, but their faith and determination never wavered. They visited ancient temples, crumbling ruins, and mysterious underground laboratories, following every lead in hopes of unraveling the enigma of this extraordinary power. Throughout their travels, they endured trial after trial. Sometimes they found themselves in fierce battles against sinister forces. Other times, they wrestled with doubts and inner turmoil. Yet no matter the obstacles, they clung to their mission, pressing forward without pause. Eventually, they arrived at the desolate ruins of a world once brought to the brink of doom, a place steeped in silence and desolation. The ruins exuded an eerie chill, bearing silent witness to past calamity and destruction. Amidst this barren landscape, they stumbled upon an abandoned research facility, a place that hinted at strange and secret experiments once conducted within its walls. "It feels like something unimaginable happened here," Linden muttered, glancing around with a furrowed brow. The teammates all nodded in agreement and began meticulously searching the area, hoping to uncover any clues related to the power of the gods. They rifled through laboratory files and combed through records of various experiments, eager to find some useful information. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, jolting everyone to high alert as they braced themselves for imminent danger. At that moment, a squad of soldiers clad in black uniforms appeared before them, weapons drawn, their eyes cold and menacing. "Who are you? Why have you broken into our base?" the lead soldier demanded sharply, his tone brooking no argument. Lin Nan stood tall, facing the soldiers without a trace of fear. "We're here searching for answers. We need to know everything about the power of the gods. If you're willing to cooperate, we can solve this mystery together." The soldiers fell silent for a moment. Then the leader lifted his head, his eyes flickering with a complex emotion. "We're searching for answers to this mystery as well, though our methods might differ. But since you've barged in here, be ready to face the consequences." As his words faded, a fierce battle erupted once more. Lin Nan and his teammates sprang into action, displaying astonishing combat prowess as they engaged the soldiers in a ferocious clash. Amid the ruins, they demonstrated strength and skills beyond ordinary men, each punch and kick fueled by determination and courage. The fight raged with incredible intensity, the air in the ruined landscape thick with smoke and the scent of conflict. Lin Nan and his companions fought valiantly, undaunted by hardship, never retreating an inch. With hearts full of conviction, they held fast to their mission, resolved to uphold justice and truth at any cost. During one exploration, Lin Nan and his team arrived at an abandoned factory. Once the headquarters of a chemical company, the place had long since fallen into disrepair, leaving only decay and desolation. Yet even in its abandonment, the site was still shrouded in secrets and fraught with danger. They searched the factory for clues, hoping to uncover more information about the power of the gods. However, as they delved deeper, a strange odor filled the air, unsettling and ominous. Lin Nan and his teammates immediately grew vigilant, sensing that danger might be near. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from a dark corner, materializing before them. It was a figure clad in a black cloak, his face hidden in shadow, his true identity concealed. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Lin Nan asked warily, every sense on edge. The figure in the black cloak strode toward them, his eyes glinting with a cold, sharp light. "I am here to fight for justice, and you are exactly the ones I've been searching for." Lin Nan and his teammates scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance, bracing themselves for an imminent attack. Yet the mysterious figure did not strike immediately. Instead, he slowly loosened his cloak, revealing a faintly mocking smile. "Do you remember the last time we met?" he asked, his voice low and laced with a trace of irony. Lin Nan's brow furrowed as he tried to recall any previous encounters with this enigmatic stranger. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. He had seen this man during a past battle, and in that fight, he'd handed a blue candy to a small child. "You're the one who showed up during my last crime," Lin Nan exclaimed in surprise. The mysterious figure nodded, his smile widening. "That's right. I am that person." All at once, a dazzling light began to emanate from Lin Nan's body, making the very air around him tremble with his presence. The timeline has diverged. A new future is taking shape. The stranger's voice echoed throughout the warehouse. Lin Nan felt an invisible power enclosing him, as if steering him toward an entirely new destiny. "I need your strength, Lin Nan." The stranger's voice was full of longing and anticipation. At this critical moment, Lin Nan made a stunning decision. He turned to face the warehouse wall, gathering his energy. "Do you remember giving that blue candy to a child?" A jolt ran through Lin Nan's heart as the memory of the child flashed before his eyes. He remembered the innocence shining in that child's gaze. In that instant, it was as if he glimpsed his own past and the hope it carried. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Nan asked, beginning to sense that this mysterious figure might not be as malevolent as he'd first thought. The stranger smiled again, looking at Lin Nan with eyes full of complex emotion. "I want to talk to you about your abilities and your purpose. Perhaps you don't realize it yet, but the power you possess isn't just for your own desires. It's meant to protect the peace and justice of this world. I want to help you. to help you recognize your true mission and to become this world's guardian. As Lin Nan listened, a strange emotion welled up inside him. In the stranger's eyes, he saw a sincerity and resolve he had never encountered before. I'll consider what you've said. But first, I must keep searching for clues about the power of the gods, Lin Nan replied, knowing there was still much left to do and many mysteries yet to unravel. The mysterious figure nodded, a glimmer of respect flashing in his eyes. Very well, I will wait for your decision. But remember, your power was not given for personal gain. It exists to safeguard peace and justice in this world. As the mysterious figure faded into the distance, Lin Nan and his teammates were left deep in thought, pondering the conversation they had just had. They began to reassess their mission and the responsibilities that came with possessing extraordinary abilities. Inside the silent factory, an unusual atmosphere lingered, as though the entire world was holding its breath, awaiting their choice. Do you think there's truth in what that mysterious figure said? One teammate asked, his eyes reflecting a mix of doubt and unease. Lin Nan considered for a moment before replying. There's definitely some truth in his words. Our powers shouldn't be used to satisfy our own desires. They're meant to protect peace and justice. We need to think about how we can use our abilities to truly help others. His teammates nodded in agreement, and soon the group found themselves in a heartfelt discussion, sharing their hopes and visions for the future. In that special moment, it was as if a veil had lifted. They suddenly understood the true meaning of their mission. All at once, an idea flashed through Lin Nan's mind. He remembered a scene from a past battle, a little child accepting a blue candy from him, eyes lighting up with a pure, innocent smile. In that brief instant, Lin Nan had felt hope and warmth radiate from the child. Maybe we really can make a difference. Maybe we can help make this world a better place, Lin Nan said, his voice filled with determination. His teammates echoed their support, unanimous in their resolve. They decided to use their abilities to contribute to society, to reach out and support those most in need. With that, Lin Nan and his team launched a series of new initiatives. They aided in disaster recovery, rescued people trapped in danger, and even founded a charitable organization to provide education and medical care to children in impoverished regions. Their actions inspired everyone around them, motivating more and more people to join in the effort to build a brighter world together. Throughout this journey, Lin Nan and his teammates experienced a profound sense of fulfillment and happiness. They came to realize that their powers were not just for fighting and defeating evil, but even more so for creating a better life and contributing to the future of humanity. Their deeds received recognition and praise from all over the world. People regarded them as heroes and admired their kindness and courage. Yet for Lin Nan and his teammates, the most important thing was not the admiration of others, but the deep satisfaction that came from within, the steadfast commitment to their mission. Lin Nan and his teammates pressed on with their adventurous journey, seeking out clues about the power of the gods. They traversed continents and oceans, delved into ancient ruins, and explored mysterious underground laboratories. Despite all the hardships and challenges along the way, they never wavered in their pursuit of the truth, determined to uncover the secrets behind the divine power. Throughout their travels, they encountered all sorts of people and events. Some offered help, supporting their mission, while others tried to obstruct them, attempting to seize control of the power of the gods for themselves. Yet no matter what obstacles they faced, Lin Nan and his companions remained steadfast in their mission, resolute in their decision to keep moving forward. By chance, they stumbled upon a riddle about the end of the world. It was said that in the near future, a catastrophic disaster would threaten the entire human race with extinction. This news struck Lin Nan and his teammates like a bolt of lightning. They realized that the challenge before them might be far more daunting than they had ever imagined. At the same time, they were also investigating the mysterious blue candy case that had occurred earlier. Lin Nan recalled the scene vividly. During a fierce battle, he had come across a small child, alone and in grave danger. Moved by compassion, he reached into his pocket and handed the child a blue candy. The moment the child accepted it, his eyes shone with gratitude and joy, as if for that brief instant, he had forgotten all about the fear and peril surrounding him. Lin Nan began to wonder if there was a connection between these two events. He tried to recall the exact time and place of that battle, then compared it with the prophesied date of the world's end. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He seemed to have discovered a clue. He hurried to share his realization with his teammates, and together they focused all their energy on analyzing the lead, striving to uncover more information. After much effort, they finally unearthed several crucial clues, allowing them to unravel the truth behind the blue candy case. It turned out that the mysterious figure behind the scenes was the mastermind who had orchestrated the blue candy incident. Using a unique technology and special abilities, he had manufactured those blue candies to manipulate people's thoughts and actions. His ultimate goal was to control the fate of the world and fulfill his own ambitions. Lin Nan and his teammates resolved to put an end to this evil plan and protect the peace and safety of the world. They launched into a fierce battle, risking everything in a life-and-death struggle against the mysterious figure. Throughout the fight, they made full use of their skills and wisdom, coming together as an unstoppable force. In the end, they triumphed over the enigmatic villain, foiling his sinister plot once and for all. With the arrest of that mysterious figure, the truth behind the blue candy case was finally revealed to the world. People were shocked and outraged as they learned of the conspiracy that lurked in the shadows. Yet, alongside their indignation, they also felt immense pride and admiration for Lin Nan and his teammates. Their courage and wisdom had become the talk of the town. During the investigation of the blue candy case, Lin Nan and his team uncovered several crucial clues that pointed towards the possible hideout of the villainous Lin Nan. Through careful analysis and comparison, they identified a secret base hidden deep within a remote mountain range, a place that seemed almost certain to be the villain's lair. The team braved treacherous mountain paths and finally arrived near the concealed base. It was built within a narrow valley, surrounded on all sides by towering cliffs, cut off from the world and shrouded in solitude. An eerie atmosphere filled the gorge, as if the very air whispered of the foreboding events that had taken place there. "This place looks desolate and terrifying," one of the teammates couldn't help but remark. Lin Nan frowned, sensing the strangeness and danger that hung over the area. Still, he didn't falter. Instead, he gathered his focus, determined to track down the enemy who might be lurking nearby. After a thorough search, they finally discovered a cave hidden behind a rocky mountain wall. Its entrance was so well concealed that it was nearly impossible to spot. Lin Nan and his teammates entered cautiously, prepared for whatever danger might await them. Inside, the cave was dark and damp, as if it guarded endless secrets. The team moved forward with the utmost care, searching for any sign of the villain Lin Nan. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from deeper within the cave, soft whispers, as if someone was murmuring in the shadows. A chill ran through Lin Nan and his teammates. They instantly grew alert, ready for any possible attack. Pressing on towards the source of the sound, they ventured deeper and deeper into the cave. Before long, they reached a spacious chamber, where a lone figure stood with his back to them. "It's you," Lin Nan's voice rang out, filled with anger and resolve. The figure slowly turned around, revealing a familiar face. It was the villain Lin Nan himself. His eyes were cold and menacing, sending a wave of dread through the room. "So, you've come," the villain Lin Nan said, his voice icy and mocking. Lin Nan and his teammates glanced around, knowing that the final confrontation was upon them. They fixed their gaze on the villain, their hearts brimming with determination and courage. "We won't let you carry out your evil plans any longer." Lin Nan's voice was powerful and unwavering. "That depends on whether you have what it takes," the villain Lin Nan replied with a chilling sneer. As his words faded, an intense battle erupted. Lin Nan and his teammates engaged in a life-or-death struggle against the villainous Lin Nan, their fists landing with force, the tension thick in the air. In the cramped confines of the cave, they displayed astonishing combat prowess and skill. Every strike was charged with power and speed. Time seemed to blur in the midst of this mortal duel, never pausing for even a heartbeat. Lin Nan and his friends gave everything they had, undaunted by hardship, never retreating. Their hearts were filled with conviction, determined to fight for justice and to protect the peace and safety of the world. At last, after a fierce clash, Lin Nan and his team managed to defeat the villainous Lin Nan, foiling his wicked plans. They were filled with the joy and pride of victory, but they were also keenly aware that this battle was only a brief episode in their larger adventure. Though Lin Nan and his friends had triumphed over their adversary, their journey was far from over. They pressed on, searching for clues about the power of the gods, exploring a world brimming with mystery and danger. On their journey, they learned of an impending disaster, the Alabama hurricane of 2050. This storm was predicted to be one of the most powerful hurricanes in recent years, threatening immense destruction and calamity for human society. The news sent a shiver through Lin Nan and his companions, making them realize that the challenge ahead might be even more daunting than they had imagined. Resolute, they decided to head to Alabama, determined to try to prevent the catastrophe. Thus began a grueling and perilous journey, as they crossed continents and oceans to reach the front lines in Alabama. When they arrived, chaos and devastation had already swept over the region. The scars of the hurricane were everywhere: collapsed houses, trees torn from their roots, the entire area reduced to ruins. Sadness and anger welled up in Lin Nan and his teammates as they realized they must do everything in their power to help those affected and rebuild what had been lost. They began searching everywhere, looking for people trapped in the wreckage. Amid the ruins, they heard cries for help and saw desperate eyes pleading for rescue. Without hesitation, they rushed into the danger zones, rescuing those in need and bringing them to safety. "Thank you. You're our saviors," one of the rescued residents exclaimed with emotion. Lin Nan and his friend smiled, knowing their efforts had not been in vain. They had brought hope and warmth to those in despair. Yet, they were also acutely aware that many still needed their help, and their mission was far from complete.